test stream really for my second channel, Banksy Star Live. I don't think there'll be anyone here anyway. This is because I'm suffering from an insane amount of insomnia just now because of the pills I'm on are messing up my body clock and my sleeping hours. Every time I take the painkillers, they knock me out, and then I sleep most of the day, and then when I wake up, the day's gone and everybody's asleep and I can't sleep. So I'm hoping. Oh, it sounds good. It sounds good. It sounds good. I think I fixed the overmodulation issue. What are you doing up at this hour? I know. Oh, nada. Hello, my lovely. As I said, I can't sleep because I'm taking pain medication at the moment for my back, because I had a motorbike accident and it's messing up my body clock insanely. So at 2 a.m., I'm wide awake and I can't sleep. And I am amazed that you guys are even subscribed to this channel. But I'm so glad. Welcome, one and all. Boomer sounds. Boomer sound again? Are you sure? Are messing up my body clock and my sleeping hours. Is it messed up? Painkillers, they knock me out, and then I sleep. Look, I'm playing it on the phone. It sounds fine on the phone. Is it Boomer sounds? Is it hello Nada? Boomer sound again. I don't understand it. I thought I fixed it. I utterly and totally fixed it. How can you do this to me? It's literally fixed. At least it was. It was supposed to be fixed. I had it fixed. God damn it. Let me just check. Okay, let me turn the gain right down. Okay, is it still Boomer Sounds? Is it still... I'm just going to bed, saving up and saving up and down. What? Sounds sound was wavy. The day, and then when I wake up, well, the day. It's. I mean, I'm playing it through the phone. It's coming through okay on the phone. I hope you can all hear me. Anyway, I'm just. I'll be honest. I'm going nuts with this particular thing. It's driving me insane. Let me see. Okay, I have literally got like the minimum amount of gain and the minimum amount of volume. That's absolutely the minimum. I don't really know what else to do. I honestly don't know what else to do. I mean, it's the best I can do. Turn the gain right down. Okay, is it? Let me see. Gain and the minimum amount of volume. That's okay. This is. I'm sorry, guys. This is very amateurish. What else to do? Are you talking into the mic or moving away from it? I'm actually. I'm moving it. I'm adjusting it. Okay. Is it? Let me see. Gain and the minimum amount. No, that is not good. Okay. This is. I'm sorry, guys. This is very amateurish. What else to do? Well, I've done what I can. I've done what I can. Don't worry. I mean, this is gonna be terrible. You guys don't even need to be on the stream. This is Boomer Hour, I guess, at its finest. Okay. So, as far as I can see from the phone, at least when I play through the phone, it sounds okay. But it doesn't really matter because I was gonna play some CS, some Counter Strike. Is what I'm going to do, and then I'm going to just rant to myself. This is mostly for my own personal cathartic sense of sensibility. I am not. I can hear you, but it sounds like you're moving your hand from side to side. Yeah. I was messing around with it. Oh, there you go. Now they're saying it sounds fine. I'm gonna go with that one. Uh, since there is literally one viewer at the moment. Which I thought as much anyway on this particular channel. I honestly didn't think there'll be anyone watching this, because this is not really an my sort of main UK time, let alone this channel isn't exactly my sort of biggest channel anyway. Most of the people that are on this subscribe to this are fast asleep, I would imagine. So what I'm gonna do, and I apologize for those of you who are watching and who didn't come here for this kind of content, but that's the kind of content that's gonna be here. This is the content I'm here is sort of it's two people commenting. Okay. Well, no, I mean I see 3 people watching, but it's not really. It's okay, because all I'm gonna do is I'm gonna play some Counter-Strike, and then I'm gonna rant to myself, which is basically what I'm gonna do. Now I will get you guys familiar with the reason with what I was gonna rant about, which was actually going to be this individual, Abu Qasim. This individual was last week finally put in jail for spreading Islamist terrorist propaganda, and thank goodness for that. At least one individual won't be able to encourage more terrorism in this country, which unfortunately I don't think he is he's one of many. He's not going to be alone. This gentleman, and I believe this is a Sheikh Faisal, another person who encourages terrorism. I think he was also done for the same sort of charges in the United Kingdom. These people basically tell Muslims that it's okay to go and kill other non-Muslims, same as the guy who did that in Speaker's Corner. So, yep, this individual and this individual who has been the cameraman, by the way, for Adnan Rashid and I believe Shamsi and a few of the other Dawa team people. And unfortunately, not only these people are not coming out speaking against this individual, some of them are even making excuses for him. So that's the main crux of what I was gonna do. But mostly I was just gonna play Counter-Strike because I can't sleep. And then once I'm done, I'm gonna try and pass out. But for now, that is the bulk of what I am attempting to do here. Is mostly just do that because I can't sleep, and until I can wear myself out to be able to get some sleep, or not sleep. But this is more for me. So that's how that's gonna go down, and that's the backdrop of what we're going to do. Ironically, I'm going to talk about, or I'm going to rant about terrorists whilst playing. I don't know what kind of messaging that's going to get. The real jihadis are out at Speaker's Corner by the looks of it, and I'm just playing games. Okay. So I'm just going to mostly play this, and then this is mother sucking dog turd. Who are kicking some ass here. I'll be honest, I don't know. These are just random people on the internet. I apologize if I'm not going to be responding to much of your messages. What game is this? It's called Counter-Strike. It is a very old game from the sort of 90s, 2000. It's interesting. Good man. Now, ironically, the terrorists won, and I'm on the terrorist side. I think this game is somewhat racist. You know, they would put an Iranian man on the terrorist side. Trying to be extremely you bastard. Player whatever. Oh shit, I don't know what player it was that killed me. Now, because I'm running this in OBS, yeah, I will suffer from tremendous amount of lag, disadvantaging my gameplay. But I will say this: turn it down. Can't hear you. Oh, I see. Okay, I will try to equalize the sound of the game versus mine. Ironically, you can't hear me, and that is weird because most people are complaining about how the microphone is always too loud. But let me see if I can just adjust this. How would it? Ah, my compatriots won. Okay. Oh shit. You bastard! I died immediately. That was rather unpleasant. I think I'm gonna have to look at the. Hey, MM. Can't hear you over the sunshine. Should I be completely killing this? I think my husband plays that too. Yeah, it is very, very addictive. We can't hear you because the volume of the game is too high. But I did turn it down considerably. Okay. Let's see. I'm about to die. Ooh, a terrorist with an AK-47. That's not unusual. Never see that happen. By the way, I want to make a note. I am terrible at this game. But it appears I'm good enough to kick his ass. Okay. Ah! Son of a bitch! Ran out of bullets. Oh no. Oh, come on. It's 3 against 4. Which is a terribly unfair situation. Come on, dude. Move. Move your ass. Move your ass. Okay. I hope the sound level Banksy to for the win. Not really. Not really. Most of the time I'm getting my ass handed to me. This game is tougher than it looks. You bitch! Fudge you, you son of a gun. Dog shit, motherfuckers. Oh shit, counter-terrorist one. Come on, fellas. Getting our asses handed to us here. Oh, for the win. Can you believe it? Oh, you mother-sucking dog turd. Fucking you in the asshole. I'm sorry, I will be swearing a lot. I apologize, Nado. This is not a Christian channel. This is not going to be family friendly. Ah, you bastard. Bastards. Okay, fellas, come on. Come on, let's kick some of their dumbasses. Let's do this, fellas. Jihad, motherfucker. Oh no! Oh no, I froze! The computer froze! I'm telling you! It was a lag! It's the lag on this. The lag on this is stupid. Why do I have so much lag? Oh, well done. Well done, boys. Well done. Let's kick their asses. Piece of shit! Fudge you! Good man. Good man. That's what I should have done. Drop the gun. And let's go. Let's go. Let me go in, you beast. Did I get this guy? No, someone else must have got him. Oh, yeah. For the win. Ah! No! No! No, you bastard. You scum. Look. Kiss my ass if I'm using a 96k modem. You can kiss my ass. I'm running several things here, okay? Multiple things that's causing a lot of lag. You NPC. You're such a funny fucker, aren't you? You're just always funny. Why don't you come on here? Why don't you join the game, biatch? Huh? Where are you at? Oh my god, Nardo's still here. I'm so embarrassed. I don't know, for some reason I feel like when I see you watching this stuff, it's like my mum watching me. I suddenly become all shy and embarrassed, and I want to be all PG-13. But these people they encourage me. Okay, they invoke me. Look at NPC. Okay, now don't look at NPC. He forces me to behave in such manners because he keeps prodding me. He keeps poking and prodding me. All right, good one, lads. The boys did it. Okay, let's kick some ass, kids. Come on, let's move. Oh, damn, I dropped my... Ah! No! Bad timing! Bad timing! I should not have changed my gun at my magazine at that moment. Oh, damn it. Damn you. Okay, it's actually kind of a full house, and it's even Stevens. Yes, for the win. Oh, for the win. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Come and join me, fellas and boys and girls, whoever wants to. The name is Buzz Buzz Buzz. Look for Buzz. There's a lot of lag on this though. Oh, you piece of dog turd! You go F yourself. There's not still watching. Is this ZX Spectrum Gaming tonight? Kiss my ass, okay? I get it. They invoke the beast. You invoke the beast, NPC. You do, okay? You invoke the worst side of me. Oh, damn it. Damn it. Someone from behind. Screw these pieces of dog turd. Where are they? Oh, you bastard from behind up there. You're not going to get him like that. What kind of idiotic thing is that? You're just giving away your position, you fool. Look at that. You're not going to get him. Your crosshair is like a mile above his head. God, this man's a noob. He's a noob. Let's go to someone who's less of a noob. What is this guy doing? Ban. Ban might be alright. Ban. Get him, Ban. Get him, Ban. Oh, good man. Banny took him out to Chinatown. Ah, you beast. You utter bastard. Those kneeling down little bitches. Kiss my ass, okay? Kiss my ass, you kneeling little bitch boy. Actually, the lag is quite heavy. My God, look at it. Look at these little bastards. Oh, you fudge you. Oh, great. We got this one noob with an AK-47. Just kill yourself. Just kill yourself and let us start a new game. You're a dead man anyway. You're never going to do it. You're a moron with an AK-47, okay? You're never going to make it. Just shoot yourself. Just commit suicide, dude. You're just wasting everybody's time here. We all know you're not going to make it. We know you're not going to make it. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this moron! Moron! Wasting my frigging time. Get the gun! Why isn't it getting the gun? This lag is a biatch, though. Oh, you son of a bitch! Oh, I gotta get that player 6, whatever. Oh, good. Take him out! That squatting little bitch. Hate these guys. Oh, you bastard. Oh, you bastard. Get him. Good man. Good man. Take him. Take him out. Take him out. Oh, bollocks. Should not have done that. That was bad strategy. That was a bad strategy. I know is swapping the pistol is quicker. Stop telling me this shit. Of the VIC-20. Yes. Call him a dirty son of a motherless goat. Yes, he is a dirty son of a motherless goat. Where's the other gun? I prefer this gun. Oh yeah, you are so dead. Yes. Took him out, baby. Oh, oh, we are destroying these little biatches. We're taking them out. Yeah, that's right, little bitch. That's right. You're gone. I see one of these little bitches in that hut. I just took the guy. I got him as he was running. Kiss my ass, little jihadi man. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Buzz, buzz, buzz is coming. Buzz, buzz, buzz. We are coming for you, little bitch. Ironically, I am the jihadi man, though, because I am actually the terrorist in this little scenario, but nonetheless, where are they? Oh, there you are. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I love this gun. I love this gun. I just have to get another one with more ammo. Get out of my way! Oh, took him out. Good boy. Where are these little... Where are they hiding? Aha. Sorry guys, I can't check the stream at the moment. I can't check because the action is thick. Thick and palatable. Oh, you little fudgy mother fudger. Okay, let's see what's going on in the chat. Don't run towards the enemy when he's shooting at you. Fudge you, NPC, but good advice nevertheless. Call him a dirty son of a motherless goat. Yes, yes. BRB, I've got a flat earth to respond to and an easily destroy. You should encourage the flat earthers to break the dome. Yes, you should. Okay. Oh my. Oh, wait a minute. A new game started, or did I? No. The little bastards headshotted him. Oh, you bastard! You utter fudging, packing fudge mugger. Oh, you piece of dog turd. Piece of total dog turd. Bastards. Bastards are killing us. Come on, get him. Get him. Ah, you fudge. Barney. Barney, what happened to you, Barney? Okay. I'm taking the right side here. Piece of shit! Guys, he's coming. He's coming from the right. There he is. Get his ass. No, no, don't go up. Be careful. Be careful. Oh, you're the man. Well done. Well done. You should encourage... oh, shit. Oh, damn. These guys are freaking kicking ass before I even get a chance. Damn, these guys are sweeping the floor with these mofos. Okay. You bastard! Yes. Good man. Oh, you fudge motherfucking piece of motherless goat. She deleted her account then, PC. She deleted her actual Twitter account because she rage quit Twitter basically. She rage quitted Twitter. Get it. Get him. Ah, you pathetic bastard. What is wrong with you? You had like loads of opportunities to kill this. Yeah, that asshole's dead. Oh, good man. Death from above. Shot him, and he shot me back. Nope, the other guy shot him. Piece of dirt. Absolute dog shit. Good times. Hello, Milkman. Wonder if Lily Allen will be housing any more migrants. I don't know, because is she housing any migrants at all? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Hello, Milkman. I'm just faffing about, playing a little bit of Call of Duty because I can't sleep at 3 a.m. because I slept all day on and off, a few hours at a time, and so now I am unable to sleep because codeine messes with my fucking body considerably. Okay, where are these little bitches? Where are they? Get him. Get him, fellas. Take these little fuckers out. Any of them dare to go across the middle? Nope. That's right. Your ass is toast. Oh, shit. Oh, for the win! For the win! Took him out, baby. Let's see that sneaky little cunt. Did you see the way he was just crouching there? Waiting. That's right, little bitches. Shit. What the hell? Take the gun! Okay. I already have one. Okay, that dude's fucking gone. You bastard! Should have zoomed in. Should have zoomed in. Big mistake. Okay. Where's my gun? No, no, no. Okay, fuck it. We'll take that one. Oh, you bastard! You utter bastard! I am just going for it. Straight down the middle. Oh, fucking Rambo up in here. One-man army. I took out the entire fucking clan. The entire clan. By myself. Okay, I just want that to be noted. Took out the entire fucking clan by myself. Fuck them all. In the ass. Because that's how we do this. That's right. Just like that. Oh yeah. That's right. That's right. That's how we do it. That's how we fucking do it. So many weapons, so little time. Second Amendment at work right here. Oh, you sneaky fuck! You sneaky, crouchy little bastard. You fuck you. Yes! Rambo up in here, biatch. Rambo. One man goddamn army. Taking them out. Taking them down. Down to Chinatown. Oh, you cunt. You fuck yourself. You fuck yourself and your horse that you rode in on. You lack. Hey, MC. I think I lack like everything Rambo has. Like the six-pack. and all of that amazing shit that he knows how to do. Oh. Oh, you bastard from behind. They're behind us, you assholes. They're using silencers. Get them. Unfortunately, my team members are morons. Hey, MC. Man, you're up late as well. It's fucking 4 in the morning for you. Oh, you idiot. Oh, you lucky bastard. You are just a lucky moron. Yeah, that's right. That's what happens when you're a moron. Okay. Okay, what am I doing? What am I doing? I am trying to kick some ass here. Come on. Come on, let's do this thing. Let's kick their bitch asses. I think they've gone up in all. Good man. Good man. Let's fire them up again, boys. Lock and load. Let's go down the middle here. That's right. That's right. From behind. I took him from behind. Like I took his dad. Or mum. I don't know. Whichever is more insulting to his core. Where are these little cunts? Oh shit. Ah, you bastards! I had no gun! I had no gun! You fuck. Yeah, they're right in front of us, guys. They may kill us. 6-pack. Then buy one. I have 2 in the... delicious beer. Yeah, Polish beer is good. I don't think there's anyone left here. Teabag them if you want to insult them. Yes, teabagging is essential. Okay, here we go. Oh, you fucking dog turd! Oh, fuck these guys, man. Absolutely fuck these guys. Okay, come on. Come on. Oh, God, we got one noob. One fucking noob with a single fucking bolt rifle. You're an idiot. Change it for the AK. Change it for the AK, you idiot. Or change it for this other submachine gun in front of you. You are an idiot. You're never gonna make it. Oh, you are a fucking moron. There's 1 against 1. And this cunt decided to pick up... Oh, good man. What the fuck was that? He just took him. Nope. No, you're not gonna make it. You're not gonna make it. You're not gonna make it. Oh, you sly lucky fuck. You absolute lucky bastard. Bitch! Bitch! Get him. Get him! Oh, you fucking idiot. Absolute moron. Okay. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. What the? Where's a gun? Pick up the fucking... They didn't pick up the gun! The bastard! Oh, you idiot. Okay, okay. I can't fuck around anymore. I can't fuck around. Gotta just pick a gun. Pick a gun. Pick a gun. Give me the gun, you... Fuck it. Okay. Okay, this piece of shit needs to go. Ah, you fucker! Absolute fuck. Took 2 of them down, though. Fuck. Fuck, fuckity fuck. Yeah, this charge down the middle is a bad idea. Gotta use different tactics. The bolt action rifle is a sniper rifle, which is 1 shot, 1 kill. Yeah, but not everybody knows how to use it. It's 120 foot. Oh, sadly. You should set fire to the EU flag. Yes. So many people with so many good ideas. Fuck! Why do I keep going down the middle? That is such an error. Error in judgment. Watch art gallery, is it? The Bolt Tobacco Factory, North Street, Bristol. I have no idea what that is. That's a different conversation. Ah, you fudge pizza. Fucking fudgy fudge fudger. Kill him. Kill him. Good man. Get him. He's hiding. He's a cowardly little bitch that's hiding somewhere. We know he's hiding. You know he's hiding. He's hiding. Get him. Oh, there he is. Ah, fucking cunt. Okay, one more round and then I'm leaving this map. But I'm not going down the middle. Oh, you bastards. Sneaky little cunt. Sneaky little cunt. Use a drone. Like, no. Don't. Hondu in Paris. Okay. Need a gun. Okay. That was good. Oh, you bastard. Utter bastard. Can't hang around too long. These guys are good. These guys are really good. Good man. Good man, Big Home. Big Home is... Okay, I might stick around for a couple of more rounds. We've got Big Home here. Big Home knows what he's doing. Shit. Shit. Damn, Big Home is dead. Big Home got a headshot. I think we're going to lose this round. Oh, fucking hell. There's one of us against three of them. That down the middle strategy is not a good idea. Oh, you son of a bitch. Okay. Ah, you bastard. Come on, move, fellas. They're coming from the right-hand side. These fuckers are good, man. They're moving in formation and everything. Damn. Now, these fuckers are good. They're organized. Fucking hell. We didn't even kill one of them. Damn it. Look at these fuckers. Look how fucking strategic they're moving. They move in formation. They're backing each other up. They are really well organized, man. Ah, it's 1 against 3, though. 1 against 3. We can do this. Come on. He was in there. He was in there, you fool. He was in the other side, you fucking idiot. I saw him. Or is that one of us? Oh, good man. I think he left. Kiss my ass, little cunt. You fucker! I don't believe it! The motherfucker was on him! Oh, you bastard! You fucking bastards. No, you cunts. Absolute cunts. It's not working for me, people. Yeah, they're playing very well as a team, though. Oh, you fuckers. God damn it. Fuckers, I got flash grenades now. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. These three are very well organized. Son of a bitch. Come on, fellas. We gotta work together here. Come on, let's go together. Oh, you bastard. Fuckers. Oh, good shooting. Good shooting. Come on. There's only another 2 of them to get. You can do it. You can do it, son. I have faith in you with that giant 50 cal, which you're never gonna fucking do anything with. Because that thing's got way too much fucking kick. Fuck! Crouching little bastards. Good man, good man. There's another one coming. There's another one coming. Yeah, you idiot. Okay. Oh, shit. Son of a bitch, they're coming down the middle. They're coming down the middle. Son of a bitch. That was wrong. Oh, fucking hell. We're so useless. Okay, this is one more. I have faith in one more round. What the fuck are you doing? Oh, you son of a bitch. Look at this idiot. What are you shooting at? Where? He stabbed you! He fucking stabbed you! You useless piece of dog shit! May your mother have never given birth to you! You fucking asshole! I can't believe he fucking got stabbed. You're so pathetic. He came up and he shanked you. That's how pathetic you are, okay? Remember that for the rest of your life. Whatever your name is. That person that is on my fucking team. Fuck! Bollocks. Dying way too often on this fucking game. Okay, fuck this. I'm fed up of losing. I am leaving this game. I am leaving this fucking game. Fuck this game. Okay, I'm gonna find a new game, people. Find a new game. Wait a minute. There was one called Adrenaline. Oh, this one is fucking insane. Okay, this one is just insane. I die so many times, it's unbelievable, but it's insane. Think of yourself as Colonel Sanders killing chickens. Colonel Sanders killing chickens. Think of yourself as Colonel Sanders killing chickens. Yeah, this adrenaline is a crazy, crazy fucking. Oh, you motherfuckers! I I was just alive like a second. This is crazy though. You die so quickly and. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is? Oh, you asshole. Oh, you fuck. You die so often and so quickly on this one. World of Tanks, but it will be laggy as fuck. No, I can't do any other games, dude. I'm telling you, all the other games are laggy as fucking. Oh, you can't. Who shot me? Okay, I'm terrorist. I'm clearly the. I'm not terrorist. I'm counter-terrorist. So why am I shooting the fucking terrorists? Ah, you can't. Fuck. What is this Lara Croft looking mother? Yo, fuck you. You little sneaky cunt. Ah, you bastards. Fuck! Fuckers. Absolute fucking fuckers. Okay, who is this Lara Croft looking motherfucker? Oh, you bastard! You die so much. Fuck! I'm never getting off this gun. Fuck you. Fuck. What the hell is going on here? Yeah, fuck yo. I'm never getting off this gun. Cunt! Oh, you bastards! Okay, finally I got a decent. Ah, you bastard! Where's the opposition? You fuck! You stabbed me! Motherfuckers. Ah, you fucker. Cunt! Ah, you bastards! Fuck! There's just too many people! Bastard. I need to just get a couple of more kills. Can't believe this. Tomb Raider killed a surprisingly good-looking feminine. Shit. Fuck. 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 Too many of them. I can't get the jump on any of these cunts. Shit. Am I dead? Oh, for fuck's sake! Bastard! Son of a bitch. Fuck. Fuck. So many fucking cunts. So little time. Ah! Fuck you! Stop killing me! Oh, you bastards. The bastards. You fucking cunt! He stabbed me! Fuck. Bastard. It's just constant headshots. Oh, you bastard. Shit. I'm just dying. This level is insane. Tomb Raider arrived. This one is this. Oh, you fuckers, back to fucking shitty guns again. Ah, you bastard. Fuck. Oh, fuck. 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 can't! Son of a bitch. How do I fucking... Oh, you bastard. I need a rifle. Can't. Oh, you bastard. Ah! No, no, no! No! Bastard. Bastard! Oh, you can't. Finally, I got something better than the single pistol. Fuck me. Oh, you can't! Stabbed me and I went back. You die. Ah, you fucker. I'm stabbing one of these cunts. Oh, you bastards! Oh, you bastards. What the fuck is Lara Croft doing? Okay, this is insane. Okay. You fuckers. Oh, you fucking cunt came and stabbed me. Oh, you are so getting stabbed. Oh, you motherfucker stabbed me again! Twice! No! No, no, no! It keeps degrading my weapon. I'm now back at my fucking basic weapon at this point. Those are my guys. Mm. Oh, you bastard. There's Lara Croft on their side or my side? Mm. Shit. Oh no, you can't again! Shit. Fuck. I died too many times. Getting fed up of dying. We still kicked their ass. How is it we kicked their ass? Or we humiliated because we lost. I don't know. I don't think anybody cares at this point. Nobody cares. I'm still too shit. Oh, you fucker! I had him! I put like 3 slugs in him! Bastard! Shit. Thank you. Needed a slightly better gun. You bastard. Fuck. Can't. What the fuck was that? Left, right, each direction I go, I'm dead. Kill him. Fuck you. Oh, from behind. It's everywhere. Fuck. Oh, for fuck's sake. How is it? What the fucking... It's ridiculous. Oh, for fuck's sake. Fuck. Oh. Oh, come on. It's resetting too quickly. I'm surprised anyone's still watching this. Why is anyone still... Oh, you bastard. Fuck. Fucking hell. Didn't have much bullets left. No! You fucker with a knife! Shit. Ah, you bastard. Shit. These cunts with knives. Fuck. Fuckers everywhere. Shit. No, you fucking cunt with a knife. Oh, you bastard. I had him. Shit. Oh, for fuck's sake. Fuckers with knives. You fuck cunt motherfucker from behind with a knife. Fuckers. Oh, you bastard. Ah! Fuck you! This is ridiculous. This is just fucking insane. These fuckers with knives, man. Someone's gonna sort them out. Ah! You can't. Oh, you fucker. I don't believe this. I'm back down. Oh, for fuck's sake. These cunts with knives are fucking assholes. You guys still watching this shit? I have no idea why. You have no reason to. No shit, we lost the lead. Look at this fucking lag. I'm never gonna win this game with this amount of lag. Lag is too fucking insane. You think you're gonna sneak up on me, you cunt? Shit. Bastard. Ah! Cunt. Bastard. Didn't even make it to my little favorite spot there. Fuck. That's a bad spot. Don't go there, kids. Oh shit, the little bastard in the fucking tower. Okay, you cunt in the tower. Oh, you bastards. You fucking piece of shit! Fuckers. Oh, fuck you. Oh, fucker. At least killed me before I got knifed. Oh. Oh, for fuck's sake, there's so many of these bastards. Fuck! Fuck! I'm fed up of dying here! Fuck you all. Fuck you all. Oh. I swear to God, man. Oh shit. Microphone falling. Microphone! Stay, microphone. Microphone is falling. London Bridge is falling down. Oh, you can't. I've died like 4 times already. Which direction? Every direction is fucking dangerous. Oh, fuck you. Fuck you all to hell. Oh, son of a bitch shot me. Fuck! Can't. Oh, for fuck's sake. Shit. I need a rifle! Can I get a rifle, please? Fuck, fuck, fuck. Oh, I don't believe it. No! Actually, the Desert Eagle is quite good. Fucking cunts! God! Mm. Oh, for fuck's sake. Mm. Shit. shit. Oh, you can't! I believe it, he stabbed me. Fucking fine. This is a shitty shotgun. Fuck. 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 I'm done. I'm done. This is killing me. This fucking thing is... Okay, bye. I have to go. Have a good night, everyone. Have a good night, guys. Those of you who have to go. I'm not even sure if there's anyone left here. Oh, no shit. I've lost the lead, you cunt. Fuck, fuck, fuck. This is insane. Hate you. Fucker. You can't. Believe these assholes. For fuck's sake! Fuck. Fuck this game. Okay, guys. Islam is bad. Jordan M. Actually, I want to make some comments about Jordan M. That's what I wanted to make comments on. Now, today, Jordan M's total synopsis on this whole issue was with Black Van Man, and he says he spoke to Black Van Man and he spoke to James SC, and James SC has only read 3 chapters of the Quran, so how could he possibly discuss anything? Jordan M is now beginning to adopt the usual debate bullshit tactics of like Ali Dawar and Muhammad Hijab of, well, if you haven't read the whole of the Quran, you're not a scholar. How could you possibly comment on something you haven't read the whole of? He is just simply asking you, as a Muslim, have you read the whole Quran, Jordan M? How is it that you find that you can go out and give dawah when you haven't even read the whole of the Quran yourself? I'll be very surprised if he's read the whole Quran. But, nevertheless, Jordan M feels confident enough to go out and give dawah to people. Well, if you're giving dawah, I mean, by your own standards of you should have read the whole Quran before you can say anything about the Quran, then you shouldn't say a word about Islam until you've read the whole of the Quran. But, I guess it's one rule for me and one rule for thee, huh, Mr. M? But either way, this nonsense about the fact that you should. You see, the problem is this is how they shift the goalpost. By the way, as well, they will tell you that you need to read the whole Quran first before you can comment on it. Then they will tell you that you should. I'm gonna get out of this. Then they tell you, oh, well, you read the whole Quran. If you've even sat down and gone through the whole bleeding Quran, which is a fucking boring, laborious book, then they say, oh, well, you haven't read it in Arabic. You see, you don't understand it in Arabic. You've only read a translation of the Quran. And so you can't fully understand and grasp the magnitude and the magnificence of the Quran until you've done that. So, they will constantly shift the goalposts. And this is what I think James SC should have actually already had in mind. He should have known that they're going to shift the goalposts as far as that's concerned, because they're just that's how they do it. This is how they operate. They will just simply shift the goalpost to, well, you read a translation of it. So basically what they're saying to the people is, unless you've gone and read the whole Quran in Arabic, so you've had to gone and literally learned an entire new language, then sat and read that entire new language in this and read this boring book in this entire new language that you must have learned first, then you'll be able to understand the Quran. Otherwise, no, there's no way you'd be able to understand the Quran. What a crock of shit. What absolute nonsense these people are speaking. So I say to thee, you are talking rubbish, sir. And no, you don't need to have read the entire Quran in order to understand it. You don't need to read the Quran in Arabic in order to understand it, and you don't need to have read the entire Quran to find segments of the Quran problematic. You can still ascertain that parts of the Quran are terribly problematic, and it's not the Quran anyway. Most of the really bad stuff is in the hadiths, which you, Mr. M. Jordan, you follow. You follow the Sunnah as well as the Quran. So your Quran isn't the only thing you follow. And you don't need to have learned all of the. Have you read all of the hadiths to know that a few, some of the hadiths are problematic? And then and again, this is the wonder of the hadiths, is the Muslims pick and choose which is sahih, which is not, even though in sunnah.com and in their own sort of books, the hadiths, they declare these particular hadiths as sahih. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You have, Muslims pick and choose whatever hadiths they find um had sahih or correct or not, as at will. This is not. This is something that they'll just pick and choose. Muhammad Hijab does it incredibly dishonestly, and so does Jordan and all the Muslims. Jordan is sort of picking up now on all these tactics, debate tactics, if you will, of these variety of Muslims. So yeah, unfortunately, no. You can go kiss my ass. You can still ask questions. And if you're giving dawah, why are you giving dawah to people who haven't read the whole of the Quran? Shouldn't your only dawah then be go and read the whole of the Quran to anyone who wants to become a new Muslim? You don't tell them bits of it because, they haven't read the whole Quran, so how could they possibly ascertain what you're telling them is correct or not? So your only dawah should ever be, oh, go and read the whole of the Quran. The Quran is the whole of the Quran will make you a Muslim, and then let people go ahead and do that. And actually, I recommend for anyone who wants to know what Islam is about, actually do go and read the Quran. But recognize that the Quran isn't the only thing the Muslims follow. The Muslims also follow what is known as the Hadiths, and so that is part of their faith. This is, the Quran is not the only part of their faith. Let me see, how does this sound? What Islam is about. Actually, do go and read the Quran, but recognize that the Quran isn't the only thing the Muslims follow. Okay, I don't know. This sounds okay to me, but maybe it's messed up. I'm hoping that it's okay. I think I better turn it back down. I think it's breaking up again. I think the gain might be too much. I don't know. This microphone is gonna take some getting used to, and I need to make sure the settings are set up right, because I suspect there are some areas of this thing that is messed up. I don't know. Let's see. Anyone left in the chat? Is there anyone? Sounds okay. Oh, hey Nada, you still with me? Hmm. Only with an open heart. Yes, only with an open heart. Uh, uh, Jordan M is an Arabic scholar. The Quran isn't that long. I know it's not that long, Shane. I agree with you. It's not as long as the Bible, but it is still incredibly boring. Incredibly boring. Oops, some hidden. Raj and Paul Williams got a lot of shit for from Gay Dunya and Sheikh Shaki Sheikh Shaki. Sheikh One, yeah, for exposing a terrorist advocate. Yeah, I know Paul William was actually on Jordan M's channel earlier on. And Jordan M was yeah, Paul Williams was actually slating what's it called, not Shamsi, man, what's his name, the other Pakistani sort of preacher at Speaker's Corner. I forgot his name right now, but Jordan M was vehemently defending the other guy. Oh, damn it! What was the man's name? It wasn't Shamsi. It was who was it? Who was it? Darn it, can't remember it right now. Um, Mansour. That's the guy. He was defending Mansour as, oh, he's a great guy. I've been with this guy. He's an amazing man. I've eaten with him. I've spoken with him. Yes, like he would tell you about his support for terrorism. Mansour is another Muslim Dawa team preacher in Speaker's Corner. Adnan Rashid, yeah, well, Adnan Rashid is directly associated with the Abu Qasim, or whatever his name is. His real name is, in fact, let me see. I've got the article here with his real name, and his real name is whoops, that was a mistake. Clicked on an article there. His real name is on it. Can't see it. It's too far away. Sorry, hold on. I just gotta. His real name is Muhammad Kamal Kamali, not pictured, and Muhammad Ahad Ahad Muhammad Ahad left. Published sermons given by Sheikh Abdul Al Faisal, pictured right, in 2003, who was convicted of soliciting murder and stirring up racial hatred. So Mr. Abdul Faisal and this Muhammad Ahad, who was calling himself Abu Qasim, I believe, at Speaker's Corner, is he's Muhammad Ahad was actually disseminating uh, Abdullah Al Faisal's material, and also bomb making instructions as well. So anyway, these two dipshits are now in prison, hopefully for the foreseeable future, and their reputation and their standing in the Muslim world should be destroyed, and they should never, ever, ever have anything, any respect or any credit given to them by the Muslim communities. But of course, what's it called? Adnan Rashid, Mansour, and all these guys. Well, Mansour said he wanted to stay out of it, but Adnan Rashid actively supports that man. He actively supports this Muhammad Ahmed guy, who I will see if I can get the picture up again. Yeah, he's the one in the baseball cap. And yeah, so Adnan Rashid has actively supported this despicable individual without apology. And he's his cameraman, and he was actually on COE, Content Over Everything. These people, like, they walk amongst us. They come to Speaker's Corner. These are like people who are now being convicted for terrorism acts, and they're just around amongst us freely every day. It's unbelievable. To me, it's absolutely unbelievable. It's remarkable that this government and this country just allows these people to just walk around willy nilly, just chilling. So yeah, I find it astounding that these individuals are allowed to be freely, to walk around freely amongst us all. But they do. That's the British government for you. That's what happens. This is what this is how it is in this country. It's remarkable, absolutely remarkable that these individuals are allowed so much freedom, leeway, just absolutely all the I don't know what to say. It's crazy. I honestly don't know what to say. Does anyone want to chat? Does anyone want to jump on a panel? Let me see. I mean, I know there's only 4 people around. Nada. Yes, the insanity is right before us. Do you wanna jump on a panel? Would you like to chat? I mean, I would always love to have a conversation with you, but I just think it might be a bit awkward or late or something inconvenient for you. Um, I mean, I'm still awake. Probably, I'm still wide awake actually. Probably should have stopped the whole CS business because I don't know. I don't know if you do let me know. I can run a little run a little StreamYard for a few minutes or for an hour, half an hour, something like that. But I'll be honest, I didn't think anyone would be interested, so that's why I never really encouraged any of that, because I figured people have got better things to do than to sit around and natter at my thing. I don't know. I'm always under the impression people have better things to do than to just chat to me. That's why I just sort of do this for my own personal psychosis. This is my therapy session, effectively. I I do this so that I don't have to go and pay thousands of pounds to a therapist. Um, Otherwise, I'd be one of those guys walking around talking to himself, smacking himself in the face. Hence, hence YouTube. YouTube is the internet is provided. Yeah, I'm game. Oh, okay. Um, okay. Yeah, let me. Well, I suppose I can just post the link for you here. It should be safe. There's only 4 people. I shouldn't be getting much in the way of the trolls. Um, Nobody cares that much at the moment. I hope my sound is okay now. I don't know. I'm still a bit. Also follow what is known as the hadiths. Yeah. And so. I mean, the phone. It comes out fine in the phone. I don't know what else to say really. It seems okay on the old telephone. So let's go with that one. I will adjust the sound volume of the. Maybe we should just take this down to 0. Okay. Let's see how that unfolds. Well, the link is out for those of you who are interested. But I will have to do a little bit of filtering before I allow anyone on the panel, just to be sure that they are who they say they are. Before I switch it over. But for now, if you are game, come on down. The price is right, as they say. Does it let me upload a background? See what you get by upgrading. Oh, I see. It wants me to upgrade now. I think I got a little freebie for a while, and I could have like different backgrounds on the old Stream Yard there. But now StreamYard has gone back to its paid service, thus nothing happening. So yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. So that's our life. That's Britain and Islam. I don't know. We voted Conservative. We gave the mandate to the British government to take us out of Europe. Hopefully, they would have heard us. Hopefully, they would have, acknowledged that that we are, we don't want to be in Europe anymore, because Europe is gone crazy left wing, and the, to be honest with you, this is the thing, like refugees, I don't mind. I think refugees, actual genuine people suffering persecution, because there are genuine people suffering persecution. There's plenty of ex-Muslims, plenty of Christian Coptics who are being persecuted heavily in Muslim countries and around the world. And even if you think, if I were to be honest, the Uyghurs, I forgot what they're called, Uyghurs, the ones that China is persecuting and are putting in camps. I mean, I would still feel bad for them. I would still, but given the choice, I'd give 1,000 Yazidis refuge in Britain than I would, an Uyghur or whatever, because the Yazidis are they're being sold as slaves. An ISIS member confessed to raping over 200 Yazidi women. He raped over 200 Yazidi women. How can you do that as a human being? How can you rape 200 women and be okay with yourself as a human being? That is astounding to me. That is unbelievable. That is stuff that not even Hannibal Lecter would consider. I mean, It is unbelievable what these human beings are doing to each other. These are human beings that do these to other human beings. I mean, there's an article I read some time back. This lady, this Kurdish lady, who was a mother, whose whole family was slaughtered by ISIS, and she became a commander in the Kurdish army. Now I gotta find the article again, but she became a commander and she became known as the woman that ISIS fears the most because number one, she's killed multiple ISIS fighters. And when she kills them, she doesn't just kill them, she decapitates them and then boils their heads in a bucket. I'm not joking. This woman boils the ISIS members' heads, so she defiles their bodies so they don't go to Jannah. And so ISIS members were scared to death of being killed by this person because they were worried they won't be shaheed, they won't be martyred because she defiles their bodies or whatever. And also being killed by a woman also means you won't go you won't be considered a martyr or something. So yeah, I mean, exactly, Shane. Right hand possesses. But what I mean is this woman. But what I mean is she was hailed as like a hero because she was scaring the shit out of ISIS fighters. Because if they were caught by her regimen, and if they were killed by her troops, they know that their heads would be cut off, and she would boil it in a bucket, and they were just scared to death of that eventuality. So she put the fucking fear into the fighters, sure, but what I'm thinking to myself is the psychology of a human being that could, number one, kill another human being and then cut off their head and boil that head in a bucket. That is some fucked up shit. That is not normal shit, right? I mean, that woman has gone through some major psychological issues to be able to do that. Well, yeah, exactly. But that's what I mean. She was doing these things to sort of show that you're not gonna go to heaven because you're gonna get screwed. Oh, wait a minute. That is some fucked up shit. Oh, sorry. That is not normal shit, right? Sorry, my phone. I hit my phone. Oh, here's Nada. Hello, Nada. Are you with me?
Hello. Yeah, hello, my friend. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm good, Madam. How is things with yourself?
It's pretty good, actually. I had a pretty good day. I got a lot of stuff done. I was pretty satisfied with that.
Nice.
So yeah, it was pretty good overall. Got some stuff that I was waiting on, that I was working on, and some people that I thought wouldn't come through, would drop the ball. They actually didn't this time. So I was pretty happy about that. And yeah, so it was pretty good today. Today.
Pretty productive.
Yeah, yeah, in a lot of ways. So yeah,
Nice.
so you're up. Why are you up so late? Because I this is actually a perfect time for me because the kids are in bed, all the other stuff that I have to do.
Oh, I
Uh,
see.
my husband's, he does some work. We did our hangout time, and then now he's I don't know what he's watching. He's watching something, whatever he's doing. He's enjoying his alone time.
I see.
So
So this is, I mean, is it, what time is it around where you are? 10, 11 o'clock at night?
yeah, 11:27. So we're a 5 hour difference between the UK.
All right, so you're more in the New York zone
Yeah,
ish.
yeah, yeah.
I'm with
Eastern Standard Time.
Eastern Standard. Yes, yes, I can see that. Ah, okay. So yeah, it is actually a good time. It's a quite lazy Sunday evening. You guys have done everything you can for the day. Kind of got a little bit of time to kill before bedtime, kind of thing, and then Monday
Yes.
morning.
Yeah, actually I'm waiting on another lead, another contact to help me with this case, this thing I'm working on and
Oh,
that I'm
okay.
drafting, and then they're supposed to contact me. I don't really I'm a night owl. I pretty much I pretty much I'm 1 o'clock, 1 a.m. is kind of my regular anyway
Ah,
to
okay.
go to
So
bed.
suits
So
you
yeah.
just right. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I've been taking codeine for my back pain because I got hit by a motorbike last Saturday. Um,
What?
yeah, I was on my well, I mean, I was on my motorbike. I got hit by a car on my
Uh-huh.
motorbike. um, and um, and yeah, so I went flying and landed on the car's bonnet and sort of on the floor, and I've sort of hurt my lower back part, like the coccyx, the tailbone area, and it's a lot of pain, a lot of bruising. I can't sleep on my back or sit upright, so I have to constantly be on one side or the other. And because of the pain, the doctor gave me some codeine and some. He said you can do it. She said you can do it with codeine and ibuprofen. Problem is, when I take the tablets, it literally knocks me unconscious. I mean, I'm not joking. It literally knocks me unconscious. I'm dizzy. I'm unsteady, and then I end up sleeping at weird hours in the day because I just pass
Yeah.
out. I can't even, like, it's the most unusual feeling, because I'm normally someone that feels like I'm in control at all times, and I've got, like, I can decide when I sleep, when I stand, I've got control over those things, or at least I think I do. And this takes away that control. I can't stop myself from sleeping. This is the thing. I can't control the thing, and I sleep at bad times. And today, like, I think I fell asleep. I don't know. It was mid evening, afternoon, like 4 or 5 o'clock. I'm talking about, and then I woke up at like 10 o'clock at night, and now I can't sleep.
Yeah. No,
um,
it'll do that to you. And like how first of all, I'm very, very, very relieved and glad that you're okay.
oh
First of
yeah,
all, I
thank you.
mean
Yeah.
that's horrible. Thank goodness. But yeah, like that. So how long have you been taking the codeine now? The painkillers for that?
Um, since Thursday, because I didn't go to the doctors for the second time. I went to the doctors initially when the accident happened, because the accident happened because I stopped for a ambulance to go in front of me. And when I stopped, even though I didn't stop hard, I stopped very gently, just normal sort of stopping speed. And there, as I was literally waiting for, I would say about maybe 2 seconds, maybe 3 seconds, for the ambulance to come, a car behind me did not stop. He wanted to go through the traffic light. He wanted to keep going because he thought, I'll just go and don't get stuck at this red traffic light, because the light was green at the time. And he didn't realize I had actually decided to stop, uh, contrary to his.
Man, yeah.
So I carried on. I stopped. He didn't. He carried on and then looked up and saw me, basically. And
Yeah.
next thing I know, I'm sitting on his bonnet. So the ambulance, though, luckily stopped and then tended to me, because they have to, because it's part of the rules that if an accident happens because of an ambulance being involved, then the ambulance has to actually cancel their emergency, send another ambulance to that emergency, and then tend to me. So that's what they did, and they took me to hospital. But the hospital really didn't do much. They were very, very. I was there for 8 hours, but they were just holding me for observation to make sure that I'm not in shock or something else hasn't gone wrong. But then they just discharged me after about 6 hours, 7 hours, I think it was. And then I had to catch a cab home. But still, but the thing was, the pain didn't come immediately. I couldn't sleep on my back. It was uncomfortable, but the pain just exponentially got worse and worse as the days went on, and the bruising became worse and worse. And then finally, I had no choice, but I was sorting out my insurance, and the insurance company came and took my bike away and stuff like that, and they gave me a temporary one, which I can't ride. But
Yeah. Yeah. What are
yeah,
you gonna do with that, right?
I know. So I've got this brand new bike just sitting outside, just unable to do anything with it.
What?
But either way, once I sorted all that out, it took a couple of days. By the time I got to the hospital again, which I had to go to get some pills this time, it was Thursday. So I actually went there, got the codeine, but then ever since I got the codeine, as I said, now I'm caught between this weird choice of either I take the pain, but at least be able to be awake when I want to be awake, or take the codeine and then just be knocked out. Effectively,
Yeah.
it's
It's a
like,
catch-22, right? Which one do you
yeah,
do, right?
yeah. So
But I mean, like you hitting that ambulance because you stopping
mm,
because you want what was that again? You stopped because
because
you
the ambulance was coming from. See, I came to a crossroad, where the ambulance, there was a traffic light at my side, which was green. And then, but the ambulance was coming from the left-hand side from a traffic light that was red, but its lights was flashing. So, the law is, or the rule is, you stop, let the ambulance go in front of you, and then you can carry on going. So that's what I did. But the
So
guy,
that was like a little bit of like no good deed goes unpunished,
yeah,
like in real time, right?
yes, literally, literally,
Wow.
like doing the right thing was what punished me. If I had gone through and said, fuck the ambulance, effectively let the ambulance go
Yeah.
after me, I would have been fine. I would have been absolutely fine. And that's what exactly the guy behind me was trying to do. He was trying to go through and let the ambulance go after him, because he would have got stuck in the, if, because by the time we stop, let the ambulance go, there's a chance the lights would change from green to red, and then he gets stuck in that red light, and then have to wait for the red light, that cycle to go through. So for that reason, the guy thought, nah, sod it, I'll just carry on.
Yeah.
And now I'll be honest, I'm presuming this by the scenario, but of course, it could have been that he just didn't see me stop, or whatever. But I suspect that's what the thing was. That because if he saw because I said, didn't you see the ambulance? This giant ambulance with blue lights. He's like, yeah, yeah, I saw the ambulance, but I just didn't see you. I'm like, well, if you saw the ambulance and you were coming to a stop, which is what you're supposed to do, even if you'd hit me, you would have just bumped me. But he didn't just bump me; he plowed into me.
Yeah. So
And
that's what like that's and so now you're in this like codeine haze.
yeah, yeah, and that's my problem. I've got my body clock has gone all over the place, and here I am at like nearly 5 a.m. And for all intents and purposes, I'm wide awake. What I'm gonna do to myself tomorrow, because the pain has subsided, and the bruising is slightly better. I will keep myself off the tablets tomorrow and keep myself awake all day, or I might actually just stay up from now, just to make sure that my body clock, I become so tired at night at like, normal 10, 11 o'clock UK time, so that I pass out, and then I'll wake up early again, like 6, 7 in the morning, and hopefully my body clock will then fall into a normal cycle. At the moment, though,
Yeah.
I'm just lucky I'm off work because of
O-
this. Um,
Or Banksy, if you want to stay on this, you could also, I mean, really at this point, you have a choice to make. You're at a crossroads. You could either just go off of the codeine, or you could join Lil Wayne's crew, become a rapper, and start sipping on the scissor. This is how they live. I mean, so don't just pull the trigger on that so quickly. Think
uh,
this through, man. Think it through.
you mean they sniff codeine? Is that?
No, no, they sip on it. They use liquid codeine, but I think they would let
Oh,
you in, you know?
they sip on liquid codeine.
Yeah, it's called
Wow.
sipping. It's called
But
sipping on scissor.
oh, I see. But doesn't that make them drowsy and like want to fall
No.
asleep all the time?
Well, I mean, what's the difference? That or like smoking a pound of weed? They're pretty much going to end up in the same mental state. I mean, a lot of, you know?
I suppose this is like, I'm not a. I mean, don't get me wrong. When I was younger, I had my fair share of a few different things, but I never did um, chemical, or what I consider chemical drugs, in the sense of like, LSD or ecstasy, or one of these pills type drugs. I'm not a
Right.
pill person. I don't mind marijuana. I confess, but that was again. I think well over a decade the last time I smoked one. And I, what I consider natural drugs, natural fruits or vegetables or plants or herbs or
As
mushrooms.
opposed to like better living through chemistry, right?
Well, yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
I even pharmaceutical, even like legal doctors ordered drugs. I'm
Yeah.
very very cautious. I don't want to find any kind of dependency on any of these things. Although I found dependency on caffeine, I have to admit I have a caffeine issue. I try to knock that down. When I'm at home, I don't drink coffee, but when I'm at work, at least 2 cups a day. Um, so
Why would you knock that down? I'm just curious
well, I
because I
I don't think caffeine is good for you either. The caffeine is an addictive drug as well. It creates an addiction. It has
yeah.
it has actual symptoms. You can actually When I don't drink, for example, Monday to Friday, I drink a couple of cups a day, whilst Saturday and Sundays when I don't, I find myself lethargic. I find myself really like withdrawn, and I realized it's because I don't drink coffee at the weekends,
Yeah.
and that's why it's much tougher to get out of bed on the weekends than it is during the week. So I recognize that, yeah, I have some caffeine addiction, which I'm trying to claw
I think
back.
caffeine has been far too demonized. There's a lot of benefits to caffeine actually, especially through coffee. And I think the biggest thing that the problem is if like it's a heart thing. So if you have any issues like major issues with your heart, then
Mm.
you have to monitor it because then too much of that is going to elevate your heart rate, and obviously we know where that goes. So
Yeah.
other than that, as long as it's like within reason, it's not if it's good coffee. Now the standard type of coffee is that's not there's a lot of different chemicals and it's all been tampered with. But if you get some really good coffee, yeah,
Mm.
it's fine. I mean, I don't know about in Iran, which would be interesting for me. I'd like to know. Like for instance, in Serbia, we drink what they call what people would. It's like it's very similar to I guess Turkish coffee if you're
Mm.
aware of. It's a
Yes.
similar thing to that, and yeah, it's pretty like regular for
Oh, I
everyone.
see. But that's very strong. I mean, in Iran, yeah, we have they do this Turkish coffee thing as well, but it is exceedingly strong. I was very surprised at how thick and strong that coffee is. And they do this thing where they, I mean,
Tell your fortune, flip it over.
yes,
Yeah,
they
we
do
do that in
fortune.
Serbia too. Yeah.
Coffee grind reading. I guess it's like tea leaf reading, except
You
it's
know,
coffee.
you know what I used to do to people. I used to like when I was younger. I used to like I don't know. I was like this when I was in my 20s. So it's over a decade ago. So I was like, what I used to do is ahead of time, especially if I've been hanging out, drinking, just talking. I would grab like somebody's cup and I would like kind of they would flip it over and I would like tamper with it inside and make little shapes and little marks and stuff.
You were trolling them.
I was so many years ago, right? This is well over a decade, 12, 13 years ago. And I would like flip it over. I would like make these little marks inside. And then I'd be like, then I'd either watch somebody else read it and be like, and then they'd be like, there is the letter N. Oh, yes, I know it, and I'd be like, it was great. It was great.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. I mean, again, my mom and the like the ladies, if you like, of the family, aunties, grandparents. They used to sit around. I remember my grandma and my aunties, my mum. They all used to sit and sort of, yeah, have their little coffee reading, tell your future kind of thing. Uh,
Yeah.
it's funny, but I never took much stock in that. But I mean, the coffee itself is really good, though, really strong. But the in Iran, from what I remember, my aunties and my mum and everyone, we always had Nescafe around, so that was like
Yeah.
freeze dry stuff. Other than Turkish coffee, I don't remember the family ever having any bigger sort of. My family were never. I mean, in Iran, we're not a coffee drinking nation; we're a tea drinking nation.
Right.
So they're much more variety and much more sort of emphasis on tea than there is on coffee. So they
Yeah,
don't.
in Serbia, there's a lot of teas too.
Mm,
However, it's not so much of the caffeinated teas. It's more about the medicinal or herbal and everything like the chamomiles and things like that. Like it's more that family of teas. It's not really the like in England, for instance. Like it's about the like my husband being English. It's like the it's what's the man, I'm not going blank on it. There's a big box of it in my house.
peachy tips
Yeah,
or.
yeah,
Mm,
that one. But that's all black tea and it's all caffeine sort of driven, right? As opposed
mm.
to in England, I don't see as much of a thing on the herbal teas and things like that. Anyway, that's my experience. I know they
Yeah,
have them
it's
obviously and people use them, but it's not, it's kind of secondary to the black tea.
true, true. I think, yeah, you're right, because at least traditionally, shall I say, you're right, because things have, since sort of modern era of sort of different tea drinkers drinking things like chamomile and green tea. Green matcha, especially matcha green tea, has become very popular.
Yeah.
And you know, peppermint. And I mean, I've got myself, a friend of mine gave me a something like a 17 tea bag recipe of different teas that improve cognitive thinking or cognitive abilities, and each of them have various. Well, each of the ingredients have various cognitive improvement sort of features, like matcha green tea, MCT oil mixed with a variety of orange or what they call the fruit teas, and then there was a bunch of berries, which is a combination of berries, a combination of fruits, uh, um, turmeric or tunic, uh, active ingredient in turmeric. He
Yeah,
encouraged that.
turmeric is a big one.
Yeah,
Very very beneficial. I use that pretty regularly, like kind of like in a little like in a little shot of turmeric in liquid
that's
that
it.
works really well. Works really well. But to be honest with you, like all those teas and doing like getting so intricate about all those kind of things, I hope to God even when I'm a pensioner, I don't get so into that.
Well, this friend of
Even
mine, he said to me as an experiment, he said, "Why don't you try these?" It's not so much the tea; it's that he's taking these different ingredients in a tea form. He makes a tea out of it, but what he's talking about is the particular ingredients like coenzyme 10, yeah, QZ10, coenzyme 10, which
yeah,
is another active ingredient which creates develops your brain, or at least helps your cognitive thinking.
and it's
What
good for your heart too.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. This is the thing he said. He said, "Look, your body is a holistic thing. It's not a single thing. So it's not just that you drink this and your brain suddenly becomes super brain. It's that it helps the your blood, it helps your heart, it helps your kidneys and your liver, and all of these things working together, and all your general health working together provides oxygen rich blood to your brain, thus helping your brain function better, because your brain isn't separate from the rest of your body. It's all a holistic thing. And if you're unhealthy in general, then you will have cognitive issues as well. You'll have brain clouding. You know how sometimes in midday you suddenly get brain clouding, or what people call like brain farts, where you just can't remember something that was so
Hmm.
blatantly obvious. It helps in all of reduce those sort of things. I mean, the weird thing is, I tried this for a while, and I'll be honest with you, these teas are not cheap. It cost me like over £100 to get these teas together.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's a
Cat
huge industry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
cat's claw tea and this tea and that. There was a lot of teas, and they weren't cheap, and especially if you want to get the organic stuff. So it took me a little while ordering them from Amazon, and also getting them all in, but I did for a while, and I used the whole holistic thing, and I drank the teas regularly. Took a flask to work with me, and also I slept properly as well. I slept good regular hours, had good 6 7 hours sleep minimum, usually more if I could, and just generally slept a good number of hours and drank this tea. And during that period, I didn't have any brain clouding. I didn't have any sort of cognitive slowness. It seemed as if it worked, but the problem is, if you sleep a good amount of hours, it would work anyway. You would feel better anyway. So,
Yeah, well, when you said mind body connection, I always think I definitely believe that these teas and these different the herbal medicinal homeopathic course is very beneficial, or what people would call the Eastern way. But I think it's very beneficial, and I'm not downplaying that. But a part of me always thinks how much of this is what how much of a factor is the sort of placebo effect
mm,
that plays into that, added to the actual benefits. How much does the placebo
yes.
add to that? That's, I always wonder.
That was exactly my thing. Was the whole time I was like, is it really because I'm taking all these teas, or is it because I'm on this program effectively that I put myself on? Is it because I'm sleeping better? I'm just generally looking after myself a little bit better, going to the gym more regularly because I'm conscious of I'm drinking this tea, but I know that it's holistic, so I should go and run a little bit. I should go and lift a bit of weights. I should, box a little bit. I should sleep at a good time. I shouldn't eat bad food. I was eating like more sort of healthy, just lean protein and vegetable type of things. So I was conscious the whole period of all of these things, and coincidentally, I I didn't have the tiredness that I sometimes feel in mid afternoon. Sort of, usually after lunchtime about 2 3 o'clock. Um, I was getting exceedingly tired. I was just passing out at work sometimes, literally passing out. I'm not even like exaggerating. I was,
What do you mean you're passing out? Like, wait,
as in
first of all,
at
like,
my
what?
desk, I couldn't keep my head up. I couldn't
What?
keep myself
This,
awake. I'm not
this
joking.
is this is actually, uh, Banks. I have to tell you, this is definitely an indicator of something of a greater
Exactly.
problem.
Exactly. I wasn't sleeping properly. I wasn't sleeping right. So this is what I mean. I recognized this is why I asked my friend for all of these things, because I said, look, I'm not sleeping right. There's something wrong with me. I have to. I want to figure out. Why am I not why am I literally passing out at work? This is becoming embarrassing because people are beginning to notice Banksy's always
But
falling asleep
but there are
at
cases,
around
yeah.
3 o'clock.
But there are cases actually of people that have people think of narcolepsy, and then they think, okay, that just means you're just sitting there and, like you said, you're just passing out. But they think, well, it's got to be so I don't know, like more aggressive, a form. But there are a lot of cases of people that have narcolepsy, but they're more mild forms where they do exactly what you just described, and it can be dealt with relatively easy. From There's something called, I think, Provigil out there for
Mm,
narcoleptics that have that mild form of. Different forms of narcolepsy, because it's actually something, I don't know, there's something with the chemistry in the body and how it triggers different signals in the brain.
as I said, that could be it, or it was just. I think when I really looked at it, it was just plain and simple tiredness. I was just not sleeping, appropriately. I wasn't getting enough sleep at night. I was staying up, messing around on the internet and doing stupid things, and streaming at 5 in the morning. Uh,
Yeah.
well, I
You
wasn't.
you you messed up your internal clock, right?
Yes, yeah, that's really
Yeah.
what it was. All I did was with this sort of motivation of, okay, I'm buying all these teas. The investment I made in that, the money that I invested into that program, I was like committed to a process of trying to get myself in a healthy right way. And so because I made those investments, because I was conscious of what I was doing, I simply just slept better, and I simply ate better and exercised and did all the things. There's no magic, there's no miracles, there's no magic
No,
potion. It was
there
just
never is.
yeah, it was just I was doing sensible things, but I was doing it because getting these teas together motivated me and focused my mind on living better, because I spend all this money on these teas. Now, if I hadn't spent the money on the teas, I would have just carried on in that cycle that I was in. I just broke the cycle. That's all I did. I didn't do any. There was no magic. There was no. I mean, maybe the teas would have had some internal health benefits to my kidneys, my liver, my organ, heart and stuff like that. Maybe they brought my blood pressure down, perhaps, because these things are known to help, especially like pomegranate, turmeric, things like that are known to help with those things. So perhaps it made me a bit more healthy, but it
And your
was
mother was probably happier, thinking, "Oh, good, look at look at my son. He is taking these things. He's going to feel so much better now. This is great. Look at what he's doing. I'm so happy now.
exactly. I think
Now
I
he's
think
going to find a
Serbians.
wife and have find a wife and give me grandchildren.
Yes,
And this, I cannot wait now.
I think Serbian wives and mothers and Iranian mothers share a lot in common by the sounds of it.
Very, very much. Interestingly enough, speaking of that, there is a course, and also like the origin story.
Mm.
one of the origin theories for Serbians, and one of them is deeply connected and ingrained and intertwined with the Persians, Iranians. It's Indo-Iranian connection and origin story. So
Okay.
it's one of them. Yeah, there's a lot of similarities, a lot of cultural similarities. Interestingly enough.
I think so. I think so. I mean, I think sort of the further east I go in Europe, and like the Greeks. I mean, the Greeks and the Persians, although they've had all these bloody wars amongst themselves, and funny enough, the other night I was watching that movie 300, the second part,
Yeah,
the other part, and I was like, they had all of these bloody wars amongst themselves. They slaughtered each other, and yet culturally they have so much in common. Common.
well,
They
they're all everybody is like so actually intertwined. You know, back to the Hittites and everything like that. Before
Yeah,
the pre Hellenistic sort of titling that was like
mm,
stamped on there. Before that, they were, you know what I mean. It's like everybody has this thought that all the people in Greece were, you know, have been there basically like the very origin of, you know, they were just, they popped up and there you are. The Greeks have always been there exactly as they are now, and it's like,
exactly.
no, that's not exactly it, you know.
Yeah, this is what I mean. The misunderstanding of people, and to some extent, you see, in the last few weeks, few months, from Speaker's Corner and all the different antics that I've been up to, I've found myself discussing or in conversations with a lot of very. I mean, I have to say it, ethno-nationalist individuals, people
Yeah.
who are convinced that they have to maintain the Anglo-Saxon natives of this country, the dominant nation, and I don't begrudge them. I mean, it's the same
Yeah.
as Iranians. I wouldn't want Iranians to be a minority in Iran.
Yeah. Makes sense. Exactly.
Nobody.
Exactly.
This, if you put this to any nation, anyone who has who comes from any particular country would say, no, I don't want you. You wouldn't want the Slovaks to become the minority
No.
in your in the country of
In
your
Serbia, yeah.
in Serbia,
Yeah. Yeah.
or become the Poles, the Polish becoming minorities in Poland, or etc. Nobody wants that. Everybody has some level of pride in their country and in their heritage. So I don't begrudge the English who want that for themselves and they feel that that has been taken away from them. Although I think some of them exaggerate the problem a little bit more than it actually is. And I think the problem, from my perspective, I think the problem, especially from Islamic migration, is on the it's gonna get worse. It's not at that critical point, but once the Muslim population goes beyond the magic number of about 20 to 25%, we will see some serious problems in this country. And we're already at like 4 or 5%, and we already have people marching in the streets saying, "Hell to democracy," and Islam will dominate your country. Let alone at
Yeah.
20 to 25%, I think things are going to get a lot worse. So, but that is a fair few generations ahead of us. Most of us will be dead and
Yeah.
gone before that happens. But if you care for your nation, if you care, I I may be an Iranian, but this is my home. This is where I live. This is
Yeah.
where my brother and potentially I would have children in. Now I want those children and my nephews to grow up in a nation that is still secular, that is still, there's not going to be an Islamic theocracy.
Yeah,
So it
exactly. I mean,
isn't.
I know exactly how you feel being, you know, a Serbian American, quote unquote, if you will. I exactly concur with how you feel. I really do, because I don't want to see that, you know, I don't see that overtake. And the thing is that people are very naive if they think that it won't. You know, they
Mm.
really are.
Exactly. This is my thing is that if we can keep the Muslim population at this 4 or 5%, I preferably think maybe even lower at maybe 2 or 3%. But nevertheless, if we keep it at this sort of numbers, fair enough, no problem. The numbers are good. Immigrants, we can handle it. If we have a drip feed sort of situation where immigrants come in, then we give it a generation or two of a gap in order to make sure that these immigrants are, what's it called? They have integrated into the society, that they understand the philosophy of this country, and they agree with the philosophy of this country, of a secular nation. And as long as we get that, and then we get the next generation of immigrants perhaps sometime later, but there has to be a gap. There has to be some
Yeah,
drip
that's what I.
feeding.
That's what I always say. I always say merit based, and then into integration upon the integration process must begin upon arrival.
Yes,
You know,
yes.
not and that is in no way saying that a person should reject their native culture or the different. Not at all. It's just saying that when you enter another country, you are beholden to respect the laws and the ways of that country, and you are expected to take a vow. For instance, in the U.S., you have to vow that you will do these things, that you will not support any terrorist, foreign or domestic. You're pledging allegiance, to that country, because you are entering that country and you've chosen to live there.
Absolutely, absolutely. But the thing is, I will say one thing. I think America has done immigration much better. Americans do have a very strong sense of patriotism. They still have things like the Pledge of Allegiance, and they even encourage that in schools. They still are very much proud of their flag and their country and their heritage, and there is this uh, in, concerted effort made by the government and by the establishments, by the system, to tell people you are an American. You are an American Serbian, but you're an American Serbian. You're not a Serbian American.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know what I
yeah,
mean?
yeah,
They
yeah,
they
yeah.
want to let you know that this is your home. You can feel part of this society. You can contribute to this society, and whatever this society produces, you can benefit from too. So you are directly involved in the betterment of this country and this society, and they have made that very clear. The whole American dream and this and that. Now, it may or may not be true. It may or may not be necessarily accessible to everyone, but there is that hope in the back of your head as a person who maybe newly arrives in America, that I can make it too. I can make it
Yeah.
like all these other guys who came and made it, and so that I think has America's done that much better than Europe. Europe, for the last, at least for the last 20 years, if not longer, have had a group of people who all they do is go around going, "Oh, look at Britain! It's such a bad place. It's such a horrible place. Remember the colonial era? Remember the slavery?
Yeah, yeah,
Remember
yeah.
this? Remember that? Shall we? Let's just take a giant dump on this country at all times. This
that,
country has
that they're
never done
entering that
anything
they're
good."
that they're entering, and they either live in, enjoy, or are trying to enter or want to become a part of, right? They're like, this is
Yeah,
horrible, but can we come? It's like,
yeah.
it's not.
And this is the thing. This is the thing. All those people who dump on this country have got relatives who are begging to come into this country.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like,
Exactly, yeah.
how is it that you're still begging to come to this horrible, horrible place? And Germans have got their own guilt from their own history as well. They may not have been the big colonialists, but they've got the whole Nazi Germany period, which they are deeply, deeply, traumatized by, and they are just constantly begging forgiveness for.
Yeah, well, in the U.S., for instance, what you're describing, which I see that this is like starting to not be the case in the U.S., but in the U.S. versus, let's say, Europe, the U.K., places like Germany, in the U.S., there's the model and the idea, and pretty much the standard is that in the U.S., you have the right to equal opportunity, not the right to equal outcome. Whereas in
Yes,
Europe, it seems to be more about the right to equal outcome is being pushed. You know what I mean? And
that's
unfortunately, in the U.S., that's starting to infiltrate over here too. That people are expecting the right to equal outcome as opposed to the being satisfied and being grateful of the right to equal opportunity.
yes, that's the number one thing. The problem is meritocracy, because the left, especially the communist style left, has told people that meritocracy isn't really, doesn't matter. You deserve this.
Yeah.
You deserve it by the virtue of the fact that you breathe in and out. That's it. You were
Yeah.
born, and so you deserve it. You don't deserve it because you worked for it, because you actually did something to earn it. No, no, you just deserve it because, well, this is what happens when you give kids participation trophies. I think it comes stems
Oh
all of it
yeah.
stems from that kind of mentality that, oh, we don't keep score in this soccer game or whatever we're playing. Everybody wins a trophy today. No, no, kids have to learn that winning something, it doesn't mean anything if everyone gets it.
I actually I coached I coached my son's soccer team, right? My husband was coaching our older son's soccer team, so I ended up taking on my younger son. So I used to play like soccer, but I mean football,
Yeah,
back in like, high school, college years, that kind of stuff. Nothing big, nothing major, but I was okay. My husband's really good, and I just with him and everything, and so he was like, "Come on, join and be the coach. We're really low on coaches." So I did that, right? And so I did it, and I like, the way that I was brought up, you take on a certain job. For instance, in the U.S.,
yeah. Sorry, so you
I'm,
were saying?
I'm yeah. So you basically like when you the way I was raised and everything like that and brought up, if you take something on, you take it on fully, or don't take it on at all. So I did,
Exactly.
and I did a really good job at it, from what my husband and others told me and everything. And I was like, okay. And I don't know, it wasn't about that, but the keeping score thing, I was like, they were like, we're not, there's other coaches. And there was like these men who would come up and I was like, hi, and I'm very respectful. And they'd be like, yeah, we don't keep score. And because I would be like, 3-1, guys, good job, whatever. And then he'd be like, we don't keep score. And I was like, wow, like something tells me he's wearing like a pink like G string right now because I have no idea who what this man even knows about the sport. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Exactly. Exactly.
How are the kids supposed to gauge their success and also their shortcomings if we are not keeping score? You know what I mean?
Exactly. I mean, it's just that it only means something. Otherwise, it doesn't. The game doesn't mean anything. It's just me running around shuffling a piece of leather.
Yeah, exactly.
It is pointless unless I actually feel a sense of win, and also a sense of loss. If I lose, I reflect on
Yeah.
my losses. I think, okay, what did I do? What didn't I do? How do I do better next time? How do I but if it doesn't mean anything, then the winning or the losing, it's pointless. You have learned nothing from this experience effectively.
Yeah. Exactly, and
It
that's exactly how I felt. I was like, that's how it is in every facet of life, and also it shows the people that are really serious about it, who really have a passion for it, who are really dedicated to it. Those are the ones that are going to prevail. And
Yes.
when you have situations where like you have other coaches, for instance, and this is in a lot of other spheres, not just obviously coaching or anything like that, but if you when you have that, for instance, in this situation, I was like thinking, okay, the whole participation award factor, it's like, and you could literally see, interestingly enough, you could see, I watched his team out of interest, I just watched it, keep an eye, and at the end you could see for instance, my players, how much they perform, how much they actually improved through the course of the season. And
Mm.
then the third game we played against them, it was like the team was exactly the same. There was no improvement. There was nothing that they achieved or actually learned or retained. And it was basically, they could have literally been, instead of doing that sport, they could have, and maybe they would have been happier this way. They could have been at like some sort of jump zone where kids just jump on inflatables or something, and just like laughed and giggled and went home because there
Yeah.
was no reason for playing a sport.
This is what I'm saying. You lose the all everything that this sport is meant to be for. It's supposed to be, uh, because sport is a life lesson. There's you learn things. Effectively, sport is a safe simulation of combat. You have
Yes.
adversaries, you have the people you have to defend, and the things you have to defend, and it's an experience. It's a simulated experience of life, where you will have to protect your things, you will have to fight for the things that you want, and you have to struggle against someone who's going to push back against you. And through that struggle, you learn something, you figure things out, you learn about adversity and about determination, and there's a million lessons in sport. People, these Olympians, literally today my uncle sent me a WhatsApp clip of a whole different series of different sports people, and one of them, which was an amazing one at an Olympic, where this runner, a British runner, he, as he was running, he tore, I think, his ACL or a ligament or something in the back of his leg, and he fell to the ground, and he obviously, badly injured himself. So the people were running over, they were going to pick him up and take him away, but he didn't want to. He refused help, and he just carried on limping to try to get to the end. And finally, his dad ran up to him. Now, this bit wasn't in the video, but the interview was from with his dad. His dad ran up to him and grabbed him and says, "Son, it's okay. It's okay. Let it go. It doesn't matter." He said, "No, Dad, it matters. I have to finish." So his dad carried him to the finish line, and then just before the finish line, he let him go, and he finished one. So it wasn't about winning or losing. It was
Yeah.
about finishing the race. It was about a lifetime of dedication to get to the end of that line. That's
Yeah,
the
it
point
was
of it.
about, yeah, like meeting that commitment that you made, right?
Yes, that you trained all these years, all this commitment, all this suffering, all this pain, and it's not just to win or lose, but to finish. And this is what people don't understand. To not keep score and to give trophies, these vacuous, empty gestures will teach a child nothing, will do no good for him or her, and ultimately it will be a disservice to that child, because that child will walk through life thinking that everyone will hand them things without them having to do anything particularly, to commit, do any kind of effort for it. That is not a message you want to give your children. You want to give your children the message that if you go through adversity, if you crawl through crap, and if you work hard, and if put your blood and sweat and soul into something, a great thing will come out of it, and you will be richer for it. That's how you build character. A child will never have character if they don't go through adversity. They
Yeah,
will.
that's where there's this generation of the unaccomplished yet severely entitled,
Yes.
you know?
Yes, they want everything to be given to. This is why when they lose these elections, the left loses their mind so much. This is why there were protesters out in the streets of Friday night, demanding that we should just change things for them, because, well, they just want it that way, because these people have never felt failure. They've never felt the sting of losing something. They've been handed things throughout their lives, and unfortunately encouraged by their parents, who just spoiled them. And
Yeah, the meritless, the it's the meritless right to equal outcome,
equal, yeah,
It's just
exactly, the equal outcome people, not equal opportunity, just equal outcome, and just
and
them
men
getting
and
what they
men I
want.
find and men I find sorry, but the men I find particularly, and women as well, like, and it depends on the kind of woman, alpha versus beta,
Mm,
but that exists in both men and women separately, but they it, they basically, what I find is you have that, and I find that men in particular, they need the right to equal opportunity versus the right to equal outcome, because men need that sort of internal struggle where they prove themselves. They push
yes.
push through and prove themselves. And if you start making this equal outcome uh, 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 world, then they are no longer pushing to strive. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah, they actually lose even, they lose heart, they lose the motivation to achieve, because, if there is no struggle, if things are just handed to you, then what's the point? If
That's
diamonds were like
Yeah.
rocks, if diamonds were like sand, no one would care about diamonds,
Right.
because they're just everywhere. The
It
reason
is
you
the elusiveness and the exclusivity,
Yes,
that drives.
and the fact that it takes hard work to get it, You can't just walk on. Well, I mean, there are some beaches you can actually walk and just find diamonds. They're in the Ivory Coast and they're heavily guarded.
Yeah, I was gonna say, come on, Banksy,
Yeah.
get your crew. I'll get my family. Let's go. But then I'm like, oh, I didn't know about the rest of that. Okay, never
Yeah,
mind.
yeah, they're severely guarded in the Ivory Coast by I think De Beers or De Beers, is it? I forgot this company that does diamonds.
It is the beers. You know what? I saw a sort of somebody sent me a something about that a while back about there's actually like kids that there's these like I don't know, sort of like Ivory Coast mafioso
Mm,
guys that they actually send kids to basically they risk their lives to
yeah.
go in there and swipe some of this stuff.
Well, yeah, because it is literally on the beach, and they will
Yeah.
shoot you on sight if they find people on that beach unless you have
Right.
special permission.
Yeah, there's
Yeah,
like they have like the other like electric fences and stuff. And there's kids that like get electrocuted,
yeah,
trying to
to try and get in.
yeah.
I can imagine. I can imagine. That's just, I mean, this whole thing about blood diamond and all of these things, but I mean that's a whole other thing because there's diamonds that are used to basically give these military paramilitary groups, revolutionary type groups in like Congo and Republic of Congo and places like that, where they have these child soldier, sort of child armies and
Mercenaries of,
merchant, yeah,
of sorts.
yeah, and
Yeah.
they're like little 14, 15-year-olds, and these blood diamonds are used to buy weapons, so they give diamonds for the weapons that they want. So yeah, that's the whole point of the blood diamond. But I mean, you could say this is another version of that blood diamond, where the little children are being forced to go into this area of Ivory Coast to try to get some diamonds because the diamonds are can literally be found on the beach. So I will retract some of that. Sometimes diamonds are found
Yeah, yeah,
relatively
yeah.
easy, but well, you can equate that to any other precious item, jewels, I don't know, rubies and sapphires and gold and whatever. But either way, things that are precious, things that are worth having, usually take a lot of effort and work, and that's why
Yeah.
people covet things like the Olympic medal so much. It's not because they want a piece of round gold; it's because it takes so much to attain that. It is not easy. It literally takes a lifetime sometimes for people to achieve and win one of these things.
The
Uh,
payoff of discipline, right? The payoff of
yes,
discipline.
yeah, but I mean, it's just you're never gonna learn that unless you go through some pain and suffering. I just don't understand how it is that these things are not. I don't know. I don't know. I think that if you don't instill these lessons in children from when they're growing up, from when boys are playing with each other, and sports, and same with girls, if you don't instill these things in them, they will never grow up to be people of character, people who will sacrifice themselves and their lives for their nation and for their families. You know, you will find that your society weakens. And the thing is, as much as we live in a secure bubble in our world, we have massive militaries that keep us secure. But it is those militaries that keep us in our bubbles, that keep us in our secure bubbles. When If that military goes, and if your society weakens, subsequently weakening your military, because the military is made up of your people. Okay, technology can take some of that burden, but for the most part, it is a man with a rifle that stands at a post that keeps the barbarians off your gates. And if that man is a gender queer
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
sort of
Yeah. Yeah.
trans testicle whatever, that man is not going to defend your
No.
society. That man is
No.
not going to stand up for your community, for your country. And
Or
then,
some woman who is trying to prove herself.
well, that as
That's
well,
even
yeah,
the
I
the,
mean,
the good
men and
idea.
women. But if that woman is so entitled that she thinks that, oh, I don't want to wear this icky outfit or whatever
Exactly.
it is. The fact is that if we weaken our society to the extent where we have a bunch of entitled people who just think that they deserve everything, that they don't have to crawl through mud and shit and be screamed at by some drill sergeant to do better, to be better, to make more effort. Uh, we're just gonna water down our children and our future adults to an extent in which, you see, there are other communities and there are other societies who don't have these problems, and they will
Yeah.
come and overthrow us, and they will
Yeah.
overtake us. We're not invulnerable. We're not. This won't just stay as it is. There's a line. There's a line in A Few Good Men. The big speech. I don't know if you've seen the film The Few Good Men with
Yeah,
Jack
years
Nicholson.
ago. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, I
that
have.
big speech. He says, "You can't handle the truth,"
Right.
and that there's a line in that that says that I'm not. Man, hold on. I want to try and get the exact. Uh,
Yeah.
it's just the bit where he says, uh, I I'm not inclined to answer a man who rises and sleeps. Okay. Here it is. Here it is. You can't handle the truth, son. We live in a world that has walls, and those walls have to be guarded by men with guns. Who's gonna do it? You, Lieutenant Weinberg. I have a greater responsibility than you can possibly fathom. You weep for Santiago and curse the Marines. You have that luxury. You have that luxury of not knowing what I know, that Santiago's death, whilst tragic, probably saved lives, and my existence, whilst grotesque and incomprehensible to you, saves lives. You know what the truth? You don't want the truth because deep down in places you don't talk about, at parties, you want me on that wall. You need me on that wall. We use words like honor, code, and loyalty. We use these words as the backbone of a life spent defending something. You use them as a punchline. I have neither the time nor the inclination to explain myself to a man who rises and sleeps under the blanket of the very freedom that I provide and then questions the manner in which I provide it. I would rather you just said thanks and went on your way. Otherwise, I suggest you pick up a weapon and stand the post. Either way, I don't give a damn what you think you're entitled to. And
Wow. Yeah.
yeah,
Is that speech, if you could tell me, is that speech signed by my father? I'm just curious.
but that's what I mean about people who it's just because he says I'm entitled to the truth. You see what I mean? This is the beginning of this is I'll answer the question. You want the answer? I think I'm entitled to them. You want answers?
Yeah.
You want answers? I want the truth. And he says you can't handle the truth. And this to me is a perfect encapsulation of the modern millennial. It's they feel entitled to these things, but they don't know who's the one who's guarding and protecting their asses in order for them to feel these entitlements.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they're the ones who would have to stand the post and try to protect this land. And this is what I was saying about the Amish. The Amish, as much as they reject, this is the paradox of the Amish. They reject all technology and all um, modern sort of facilities. They don't even have zippers, for crying out loud, and they think that they have lived. Well, yeah, they
That's
don't. They,
good.
they use buttons. They don't. They think zippers are like modern innovation.
I'm gonna
Uh,
use that in the next thing that I write. Like, you don't even. I'm gonna tell somebody. I'm like, you don't even have zippers. You know, like
it's
I don't need you in your Velcro nation. Like, please back off.
no,
You
no.
know.
Velcro is way too advanced. They will never use
Yeah.
Velcro.
Yeah.
They use
Yeah.
buttons still.
Yeah.
The Velcro would be considered heresy.
Yeah.
In
Yeah. Yeah.
Amish
Yeah. It's
land.
like what?
Oh, you and your fancy Velcro, Jeremiah.
You. Yeah. Jedediah, you elitist.
Exactly, Jedediah. You heretic. You and your fancy zippers and Velcros. You have become one of these modern folks.
They're immediately gonna revoke their membership. Done.
God
You're
will
out of here.
curse you. But what I mean is, they don't recognize. They don't actually. I don't know whether some of them have come to this realization, but they don't realize the reason they can exist the way they exist is because of the massive might of the American military and the technology
Yeah.
that has given them that power. They are beneficiaries of technology. They just don't want to think about it. They don't want to
Yeah,
recognize
exactly.
it.
I know, like that's true because they're literally like everything that they have is because of military might. Everything that
Yes.
they are, their existence, like you said, exists because of that. They would be devoured. They would be devoured out in the wild. They would not
Yes.
survive. They would have to. They would be. I don't even know where they would have to go. They would not. As soon as somebody found them, that's it. They would be done. You
Take the
know.
Amish, take the Amish, plot them in the middle of Syria. They'll be gone in a year.
Yes.
They'll
Oh,
be
speaking of the Amish, you know what I think is always also interesting between the Amish? You notice that like bearded men have existed to this day and obviously from the beginning of time. But well, at least whatever, and in recorded history. But isn't it interesting how there's a very unique beard that the Amish wear, but that same unique beard is identical to Muhammad's beard or the what the
the
Muslims
Muslims.
wear.
Yeah,
Yeah, they
no
shave their
mustache,
mustache.
but the
Yeah.
beard.
Why is that? I always say that. I'm like, what's up with this? Like, there's no mustache. There's only like the beard is only underneath, as if it was like placed on like something somebody bought like at a dress at a fancy dress place, and then like you just put it on over your ears, and you're like, here you go, this is my beard.
Yeah,
But why are these two beards so similar? This is like honestly kind of fascinating
it's
me.
the comedy store beard that you can just
Yes,
with the hoops.
it is.
I don't know. I don't know why they shave their mustache. It could
And why is
be.
it similar with the Muslims? Why is it that the you have like this is popular amongst the Muslims and popular amongst the Amish?
Yeah, I
Why
mean,
those two factions worlds apart?
yeah,
Why?
I mean, there is instructions in I think a hadith or I don't think it's in the Quran. Most of these ridiculous things come in the hadiths, but there is an instruction in the hadiths that you should shave your mustache, but you should keep your beard. A man should keep the beard, but I don't know whether the mustache is because food gets in it or it gets dirty and it's close proximity to your lips and mouth. I'm not entirely sure.
But then why would the Amish have that as well? And there I don't know. Maybe there are, but I don't know of any other groups or anything or any other factions that share that specific peculiar beard popularly or widely like that. So I really don't. That's
Yeah.
very interesting to me. Why those two factions have that identical style of beard? So I've like with like Muslims, it's like over the years, I've had my encounters that I've had, and I've always been like, whenever I see like a ginger Muslim who has that beard, I'm always like,
Yes.
Amish, are you Amish? Because I'm like,
The ginger ones, yes, the ginger
yeah,
ones always have exactly that
uh, yeah. I'm
Jebediah
always like
looking beard.
leprechaun or Amish. Which one?
Leprechaun.
Which
Oh
one are
my
we looking
God,
at?
yes, the leprechauns have it too.
Yes,
There must be
leprechaun, the
some sort of
Amish, and the
Irish
Muslims.
thing that has come from that. Then the
Well, Muhammad was white, and he did have a red beard.
maybe yeah, maybe he was
So you
Irish.
never know.
Maybe he was.
Maybe. Wow. Let me tell you something. I'm gonna go down a rabbit hole. Maybe Muhammad is some sort of relation between Muhammad and he was some sort of what do they call him, the jinn. He was like a jinn, but he was like
Oh,
that's actually a leprechaun, and
yeah,
maybe the leprechaun is actually like related, is like
to Muhammad.
some sort. Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
there is a common
Wow.
thing. I mean, in Ireland they called the leprechaun a leprechaun, but actually in the Middle East it could be a jinn, and the jinn just
Wow.
appears the way the leprechaun is portrayed. It's just it's like the dragon. You know how the dragon was interpreted differently around the world. The
Yeah, yeah,
Chinese
yeah.
see the dragons
Uh-huh.
very differently to the Europeans,
And in
and
Serbia, we have a lot of legends of dragons and things like that. There's still like the dragon cave. There's like an air. I mean, that's a whole long
there you
the
go.
mythology behind that. So yeah,
Maybe this leprechaun myth or legend
like
is a
yeah.
jinn that has actually gone through the Middle East as well as in Ireland, and they just happen to depict them differently because in Ireland, you know, he was a little Lucky Charms guy who gave you a pot of gold, or or whatever.
Banksy, I feel compelled to exploit this concept. I don't
Mm.
know, like I gotta
But
find a way.
I will say, even in Irish myths, the leprechaun isn't particularly friendly. He's a bit of a mischievous character.
Yeah, yeah, I know.
He's, he
Like,
doesn't, he's not like just happy-go-lucky and wants to help people. He's actually mischievous, and he actually tricks people, and says to them that, like, there is a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, and you can, if you find my pot of gold, you can have it. But actually, he tricks
mm.
people all the time, and they think they've got the pot of gold, but they actually haven't. So, the Jinn, Loki, also a mischievous god of the Norse.
Wait,
Uh,
wait, wait. Kill yourself, martyr yourself, and get 72 virgins. That's kind of the pot of gold.
there you go. That is, yeah, Shahi. Become a
Wow.
martyr, and you will get the pot of gold at the end of Rainbow.
Yeah, exactly. This is honestly like I think this should be a TV series.
We we've cracked it.
That's it. I'm gonna call my friends, I've helped out with some script writing over the years. I'm gonna call them up and be like, I've got a pitch. Like, let's. I'm gonna
The
I'm gonna call
Ginger
my friend.
Muhammad.
Yeah, I'm calling my friend. I'm gonna call my friend Banksy, and I need to set up a meeting. We need a
Telling
think
you,
tank around
I'm
this.
telling you, there's at least a comedy sketch in it,
That's.
if
I
not a
mean,
movie.
I mean, could it be anything else in comedy? Really? I mean, come on.
Yeah, yeah, I'm telling you, I think there's something in this. The Ginger Muhammad. I mean, it seems there is an unusual attraction from the gingers in our society, at least in British society, towards Islam as well. We seem to find an exceeding
That is true.
number
That's
of
true.
ginger people who become Muslim. So we've got that connection. We've got the potential
Who's
connection that
There's
Muhammad
that
was
that
ginger.
that Hamza on Speaker's Corner, right? Isn't he
Yeah.
like a ginger?
Well,
Yes.
Hamza, there's another one, Isa. He's a very
Mm.
large guy, and he's from Birmingham, and he's ginger. Then there's another ginger one, which I don't know his name, but he occasionally comes on. Another sort of big guy. No, there's a plethora of ginger Muslims. I don't know whether it's to do with gingers being bullied because in Britain, to be honest with you, we do treat ginger people badly. There's just like a slew of ginger slurs that we have for ginger people in
Wait, wait,
America.
wait, wait. I saw that thing. I saw that. Like, what was it on? What's her name? Now I'm going blank on her name. She had a TV show or something like that, and she had I was gonna say Kate, but I don't know if her name is Kate something. But
Mm.
she had this. There was like this one episode, and I just remember it was like about the victimization of the gingers, and
Yeah.
like they were kind of like likened to like the Jews and during the Nazi era. It was actually great. Something that would never be allowed nowadays on TV. It was actually very good. Catherine Tate, and she
Catherine
had this
Tate,
thing.
yes.
Yeah, and nowadays like Catherine Tate is, she's canceled. She'd be canceled. There's no way she could
Oh,
exist.
easily, yeah.
Even though I consider like most of her comedy was pretty mild and even keeled, nothing like over the top. But she had this thing, and they like had that like with the Jews, like into the Jews with the gingers, and she
Mm.
was like, and then there was people out there going, be a ginger, not a whinger. And they were like going around.
Yeah, there's a guy called Tim Minchin, and he actually wrote a whole song about you can't call a ginger ginger because that's the same as calling a black person the N word. And
Was this sincere or was this
no, it's a
comedic?
comedy. It's a comedy
Okay, okay, good,
music.
good,
But he
good.
says only a ginger can call another ginger ginger, just
Isn't
like
it sad
only
that
a
I have to
ninja
ask?
can sneak up on another
Oh,
ninja.
but isn't it sad that I have to ask if was this sincere or comedy? The fact that this was not automatically perceived as comedic is sad that I'm
No,
even asking that.
I know there's actually a guy. I don't know if you know on YouTube. There's a guy called Coppercap. He's
Sounds resonates, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, he's a gender queer, trans, bisexual, something guy, but he's also ginger, and he gets so much shit for him being a ginger, and now he wants to start a new movement called gingerphobia.
Yeah.
And he wants to say that gingers are actually a whole other race of people, and if you discriminate against gingers, you are actually gingerphobic. And so you can't call ginger people, well, you can't call them ginger because ginger is discriminatory, and you can't
What about
persecute.
Ginger from Gilligan's Island? She's also canceled. Her name
There
is
you go.
Ginger. She's red haired, and her name is Ginger.
Well, there you go. This is the thing is in America, people that are ginger, I don't know, but for the most part, it appears actually no, because Bill Burr talks about how he got treated brutally bad when he was a young guy as a redhead.
I
Uh,
love Bill Burr.
yeah,
I love him.
yeah,
Love
I
him.
do. But I think in general, redheads in America are not as badly like bullied as gingers in Britain. Gingers in Britain are badly bullied. I got to give it to them. I mean, I wasn't particularly bullied at school, although I had run-ins with people. But for me, because I came from Iran as a young guy and as a child. In Iran, I went to school only a few years, but in Iran, it's like prison. If you don't fight, you become someone's bitch for the rest of your school life. so
Wow.
so you have to fight when someone comes up to you and sort of comes at you in some verbally. You have to just start a fight, and that was my general understanding of school. Someone comes at you, says something bad to you, you punch him in the mouth and you have a fight, and then you're friends. Actually, most of the people I had fights with, I was friends with for years later, because
Yeah.
we got it out of our system. We felt our each other's, we butted. It's like rams butting heads. We butted heads for a while. We recognized who's who, where we stand in the pecking order, and we were okay with that. And so in Britain, it was the same to me. I figured this, the same rules apply. Someone says something to me, I said what? Say it again, and then bam, I hit
Pow,
him.
right in the kisser. Yeah.
Either I hit him or they
Yeah.
hit me. You're either the hammer or the anvil.
Yeah.
So either way, it's gonna happen. So because the first few years I was just in that mindset and I never knew any better, I never got bullied. Because no, it's like you say some you mess with this guy, he's just gonna beat you up, or he's gonna end up you're gonna end up in a fight. You could either win or lose. It wasn't like I won every fight. It's just that I hit them, they hit me. We took a few shots each other, and that was it. We went our way. But they knew that no one can come and just verbally bully me, because I will get physical very quickly.
Yeah. Yeah.
and
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Yeah.
and the funny thing with that was that action resonated to my brother, because when my brother went to me and my brother are 5 years apart, and when he came to the school that I used to attend, when he got older, no one messed with him either, because they were like, oh, that's Banksy's brother.
Yeah. Exactly. Yes. Like this runs in the family. Like they probably looked at your brother and they did nothing. And every time your brother's like eye would twitch, they'd be like, "Here it comes, here it comes. He's gonna start too."
Well,
They were like, they watched. They were like, "Whoa."
yeah, but they were just like, no. But the weird thing is, my brother's more vicious than me. I actually fear for people who mess with him more than me,
Yeah.
because I have I have a sense of, like, when I'm fighting, I have some sense about myself, so I know, okay, I shouldn't, if the guy's been beaten enough, I'll stop, whatever. My brother loses his mind. He just sees red, and he will beat someone. He will kill someone before he stops. He will just lose his, he's very little control over his temper. He's older now, and he's much better, and he's a lawyer, for God's sake. He's a stand-up, righteous member of society. But
Is he older or younger
no,
brother?
he's younger than me.
Oh, thank
But
God for that.
yeah,
Who knows
but
what would have happened to you?
exactly. But if he had got into fights, he would have been much more vicious than me. He wouldn't have. He could be incredibly vicious. I'm talking. He would bite people's friggin' face off. he would.
Yeah.
He would be very vicious. So I'm glad
He would be
that.
like he's like straight up what's his name, Mike Tyson. Remember when
Yeah.
he like bit like Evander Holyfield's ear off or
Exactly.
something?
Exactly, Holyfield style. But yeah, that's why I'm so glad he didn't get into much fights when he got older, because if he had done, I would be worried for him. I would be worried for the guy who he fights, but also be worried for him, because he won't know when to stop, because he
Yeah.
would go all out. He didn't have control when he was young. So yeah, it's just, but it's funny that if you stand up for yourself effectively, no matter what scenario you find yourself, if you just stand up to someone who's verbally going to bully you, it doesn't matter whether you get beaten up, it doesn't matter if you beat them. It's the point is, you stood up for yourself, and everyone else will take note of that. And so you will always have a position of, okay, this guy's going to stand up for himself. I can't just keep. And this is what I don't understand about, like, people who say, oh, I'm being bullied on Twitter, and Twitter is destroying my life. Like, if Twitter is destroying your life, believe me, you have much bigger problems than bullies on
Yeah.
Twitter. If
Yeah.
Twitter is a place where people can actually psychologically affect you, trust me, you're gonna
I know.
suffer greatly in this world.
I know exactly what you mean, and you know what that happens on a lot of things. Interestingly enough, I had some banter with somebody, and this has happened many times before, but nothing talking about denominations or anything like that. But like there's, for instance, like and I don't want to go off on a tangent and like go talk have some Christian focus here, but anyway, with when you have like certain like Christians here, like in the West here, right? And then they're like literally like saying like, they're persecuting us. They're persecuting us for being Christian. And I'm
Mm,
thinking, you idiots have no idea what being persecuted for being Christian actually is and what
exactly.
that actually means. Like you have no idea. Like you said, same thing. Like on social media, they'll be like somebody will like be like mean to them on social media, and I'm like, first of all, who cares? Like that's a social. But they literally they have like there's actually a support group for these people. It's small, but it's real. And I'm like, is this for real? Like you are actually sitting here. Doesn't this sort of defeat the whole like I just it's yeah.
Mm,
There's people that are like that, or what they can the best like term that came out now nowadays it's popularized is snowflake from
yeah,
Dan Pena, the billionaire Dan Pena. He's great.
yeah,
But
yeah.
you know who I'm talking about?
No, who
Look
is
him up. You would love Dan Pena. You really would. I think you would. I mean, I'm
is
not.
he a
It's
comedian?
like no, he actually is this like he's this insanely wealthy billionaire, and he actually does these like little like TED talks before TED talks were a thing, and he
Okay.
basically like he basically puts people in their place, and he's the one that came up with the whole that term snowflake. You know, he's like snowflake. Oh,
Melt.
and wow, you should check out Dan Pena. You'll be like, what? Like, what have I just stumbled upon? And it's like, and he
Oh,
does
I've
it.
seen this guy.
Yes,
Is he an
yes.
actor? He looks
No,
so
no,
familiar.
he's a billionaire. He literally dresses like a 1950s, like a no, I'm sorry, like a 1920s
Yeah,
mafioso.
pinstripe suits.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's amazing. I'm like, this man is like he's I don't know. He's like I
Wow.
just people are like, why do you like him? I'm like I don't know. I have no idea, but I do. I have no idea why. And he's like
I'll look
he's
up some of his speeches. But I've seen him before. I've definitely seen him. He's so familiar. His faces. It's just I don't know where I've seen him. That's why I said he was an actor because I thought I might have seen him in a film, but I might have seen him in these speeches. I've got to look a bit
he's
further.
not an actor, but he's real, and this is really him. And actually, there's like people that I have like in different quote unquote sort of like you call liken them to sort of like think tanks and these different networks and
I
everything that I've
see.
worked on over the years. I literally have looked at them, and if they start acting a certain way, I'm like, that's it. I'm sending you to the Dan Pena Academy tomorrow. Get pack your bags because like if they're like acting all like oh they like the whole whatever focused on their feelings and all that. I'm like, that's it, you're out of here, you're going there right now because he will destroy you. You will never talk like that again. He's like
This is
like
the thing.
wow.
I think every time a Christian says we're being persecuted, introduce them to a Coptic in Egypt.
Yes, exactly. I mean, and
Say,
by the way, yeah, mind you, they speak to me to somebody who's Serbian Orthodox, and yeah, like the cops, like all that in Egypt. Like I'm very like well acquainted with all of these histories. Because they're speaking to a Serbian who's like 400 years of enslavement, occupation, and like the most
you see,
brutal persecution. You know what I mean? I'm like, really, you're telling me about this like tough time you're having? I'm like, please shut up.
I
You know?
know, I know. This is what I mean. Some people are honestly just don't realize where they are and what they're doing. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. That yes, you should stand up for your beliefs. You should stand
Yeah,
up and say that this is what I believe, and be robust and be strong and be mass. There's a the Bob the Builder from Speaker's Corner. He says you should have a muscular Christianity,
yeah,
a strong
yeah.
Christianity. Although people take the mick out of him for saying
No,
muscular.
I love Bob the Builder. I really do.
I do.
He's a great guy, and I love the fact that he's actually quite intellectual, and he's got the goods. He's got the receipts. When he's
Yes.
speaking, he can follow through on anything he's speaking of.
Yeah.
But like unfortunately, there's a lot of Christians in the West who we're being persecuted. That they're
Mm.
like, for people like me, and like, this happens to the Orthodox a lot, or like somebody who's like Bob and stuff like that. It's like all of a sudden they're like, we're not Christians, we're heretics, we're something. I don't know what they come up with. I don't know, because we believe in, in science and, things like that, because
That's true, yeah.
we follow philosophers, things like that. Like, for instance, Orthodoxy is very philosophically centered. There's, you could, some of the best philosophical, like, words of quotes that I have are from like, some of my priests and stuff like that, like Father
Mm.
Hopka. Like, my favorite is where he says, we live as hedonists only to die as Platonists. And then you get like Christians from the West, it'll be like, Plato. Like, I'm like, what? Like, how dare, or like a priest quoting Plato is like insane to them. And I'm like, or the fact that we even have the, I don't know, they just, it's very weird to me. I'm not downing, I understand everybody, but they don't understand. They it just has gotten very cheesy, very campy, and that's what
Mm.
I think. I try to tell people that doesn't resonate with people that apply more logic, philosophical thinking, critical thought, things like that. That doesn't
True.
that doesn't really resonate with people of that realm. And I notice that a lot in Western societies, where people are like, this is very. They walk into these things that they call, quote, their churches here in the West. These big giant. Stadium types of things. The biggest thing they care about is comfortable seating, good lighting, the music. You usually see some dude like in a pair of shorts and flip-flops, playing, strumming a guitar, singing some very cheesy, like, love song-esque kind of thing. And to me, that's just, I'm like, fine, that's you, that's what you're doing, okay. I'm not gonna say anything about it. That's what you guys are doing. But like, you have to understand, like, in the East, that is like very not at all, does not resonate with us in the East. It just doesn't.
That's exactly this. This is what I mean. This is what I mean. I think they've taken the whole Jesus meek and mild thing a little bit too much.
Exactly.
And I don't think Jesus was that meek and mild. I mean, he did go into the temple, he did throw the tables over, called them a den of vipers. I
Yeah.
don't think he was as meek and mild as they think he was.
Yeah, he wasn't like, everybody just roll over and let them do whatever they want, say whatever they want.
Yeah,
Like, no, he wasn't building a slave nation. Like, this is what you
yeah,
do. This is how you just become enslaved. This is what you're supposed to do. Like, it's just all crazy. But this is the entire culture, the entire sphere, everything that's going on right now.
mm,
And I just see that is going to play really, that's playing very well in the hands of sort of like the political ideology of Islam, because that's really going to be exploited. Because you
that's
have
right.
here, for instance, like in England, they're coming in, and even though, like you had mentioned earlier, there's a very small percentage of Muslims in the UK, yet it is so relevant, so pushed, so relevant, so at the forefront, and that they're going to exploit. They're going to exploit that right to equal opportunity big time.
Yeah,
They're going to exploit that. Yeah, I
absolutely.
see
They'll
that
they'll use our
happening.
own systems against us.
Yep.
They'll use our own patience, our own tolerance, kindness, altruistic tendencies towards helping the poor and the downtrodden. They will use all of that in order to gain the advantage. And then once they gain the advantage, and the majority, they will then not they will deny all of those things to other people. The very things
Yeah,
they use
I
to
don't
gain
I don't
power.
like it, but it's smart, right? But
Yeah,
it's a smart
absolutely.
strategy.
Now this is the thing. I don't begrudge them for being
Yeah.
smart. I'm upset
Yeah.
for us for being so dumb to not
Hmm.
see it coming. If we fail, if the West falls to Islam, it's not because they were so clever. It's because we were so willfully stupid to pretend that this isn't happening and didn't listen to the thousands, and I mean we are in the thousands who are crying out every day that we should wake up and recognize what the ideology of Islam is, what the domineering, the imperialistic attitude that Islam has. Islam is a militaristic religion that wants to dominate wherever it finds itself. That's what it teaches. Its tenets is to dominate the culture that it comes across. And if the culture that it comes across is weak, there's an Indian scientist who said this, and it wasn't. I can't seem to find it now, and it's very frustrating because I saw it once, forgot to bookmark it, and then never couldn't find it again. And he said the weaker culture doesn't necessarily get absorbed into the stronger culture, like as if it melts into the stronger culture, and then some of its remnants of the weaker culture still exists in the stronger culture. The weaker culture gets consumed by by the stronger culture. And when you have a dominant culture that consumes the weaker culture, there is nothing, no trace of the weaker culture left. It doesn't melt into this melting pot of multiculturalism bullshit that they're talking about. Islam doesn't really do that. Islam consumes the other culture and takes over completely, and it imposes itself as the culture and as the dominant social structure. And so there is nothing really of the old culture left in some countries, like you go to Egypt, you go to the northern sort of African nations that have been heavily Arabized, go to uh, uh, Iraq and Syria. The only things that are really that shows that they had a history pre-Islam is like their statues and stuff, which ISIS, by the way, tried to destroy when they took over Syria and Iraq. They went to the museums and tried to destroy them, because those are the
Hmm.
only remnants of the culture prior to Islam left in those nations. Islam has dominated their language, dominated their music, dominated just about every facet of their lives. So they have become Arabs when they were not Arabs. Syrians were not Arabs. Iraqis are not Arabs. Egyptians, they have the pyramids, an absolute massive evidence of their civilization before Islam. It wasn't, these people were not barbarians, scrumming around in the mud for root vegetables to eat. These were
Hmm.
dominant empires for themselves. They had massive civilizations. They had mathematics, and also, they mapped the stars. They built pyramids which were in correspondence to the heavens, and had massive sophisticated social structures. You can't just simply say that Egyptians were begging, waiting, just these animals waiting for Islam to civilize them. It's nothing of the sort. And yet 90% of their society now is an Arab a superimposed Arabic lifestyle on them. Their language, their behavior, everything is dominated by the Arabs. These people are not Arabs. They had nothing to do with Arabs. Neither did the Berbers in Libya or in Algeria, the Sudanese, the Ethiopians. Ethiopian was Carthage. Ethiopia was a
Yeah.
massive empire to themselves. You're a historian. You study these
Yeah.
things. You know how massive empires, how great these people were, long before Islam ever even set foot in that world. These people were not
Yeah.
Arabs. They
No, I love first of all, I just want to say I love that the quote. I'm trying to remember exactly where that is. I had it somewhere, about the weaker culture. No, it's an old Brahmin philosophical thing from the Brahmin philosoph I'm trying to remember right now. I'm going blank, but I love what that I've read that what you're talking about,
yeah, there
and
was
it's
there was this professor that talked about it, and I said I totally
but that's
lost
from
it and I can't
the
find it.
Brahmin philosophy. It's from the Brahmin philosophy or something like that.
I'll
Brahmin
look into that.
philosophers. But that what you're talking about, that what these cultures used to be and everything like that, and I think interestingly enough, I think that's one reason why there is some sort of a quasi, even though like Serbia, for instance, is with obviously they're no fan of Islam or anything like that, but for some reason, but that's why I think there's some odd quasi soft spot for Iran amongst the
Mm.
Serbs. It's very weird, and I'm not. It could be next something connected with that, the cultural thing, and the linking that sort of genetic people, like whatever. There could be that connection there through some sort of a genetic thing, if that theory is correct. But I think also because like the Serbs and even like the Greeks and stuff like that, they see Iran and Syria. They see Syria, they see Iran, and they think, okay, these people, this was the we know their history, we know who they were, we know the greatness of where
Mm.
they came from, and they were their lineage and who they were, way beyond obviously the 7th century, way past that was these were not this was not these were not Muslim people, these were not people of the Muhammadan sect, and
Yes.
this was thrust upon them. And as I said, I think that there is, and vice versa, interestingly enough. There's Iran, like the politics, the bilateral political status between the two countries
Mm.
is like top notch, very good, in very good standing, which is interesting enough. But but what you're talking about, the other cultures being infiltrated and basically infested, and you have, I try to explain to people oftentimes, I say these certain countries, these certain places, I was like you said, they're in the or like the Bob often speaks of about the Arabization. I tried to tell them this is not their roots, this is not even their more modern roots. A lot of people don't know that, like, if you go to places, if you, even though Iran had that subjugation initially, Iran didn't really adapt uh, Islam, sort of like as strongly, or as whatever, I
Yeah,
can't
we
think
were
of the
not
words.
Arabized.
Yeah, exactly. And that actually, and then you have places like Iraq, you have places like, if you look at Syria, you look at like
Mm.
Iraq, you look at these places. When I tell people, I'm like, no, no, no. Like, we're talking about, they think that like every Muslim country, the current Muslim country, started off at the 7th century. They got their papers and they're like, yes, we're all Muslims. No, these people, we're talking about the 14th century for for some of these countries,
Yeah.
13th maybe at best. So we're not talking about like, going back to the 7th, 8th, 9th century. We're talking about like a lot later, almost,
Oh
some
yeah.
1,000 years later,
Yeah.
And so, and then that's what I'm saying. It's like, this is not inherent about amongst all these countries. This is just something that, yes, it's been for a long time, but this is not something ingrained so deeply in their culture like
Yes.
you would find in others, right?
Yes,
This is not.
this is in a way my hope for the other sort of the Middle Eastern countries outside of the Arabian Peninsula. When it comes to the Arabian Peninsula, Saudi Arabia, Emirates, even to some extent you could say maybe even Kuwait, but certainly the Qataris, Emiratis, Saudis, Yemenis, Omans, these are Arabs. These are Arabs. There's no like doubt of their Arab nature.
Yeah.
But above that, when you go into effectively what would be Babylonia, Persia, Assyria, that sort of belt in that sort of segment, no, these people had very different cultures and beliefs and ideas, and they can go back to what they were. They don't have to work, be at the foothills of the Arab man who came and dominated them. They are now free, effectively people of the Arabs. They can revert, or it can, there can be a process of encouraging and recognizing these people's heritage pre-Islam, and letting them grow and adopt that pre-Islamic uh, heritage that they had, and bring that to the forefront again. The
That's so important, particularly sorry to cut you off, but particularly I want to tell you, with amongst Iranians, because people always ask me, they say, because, oh, why do they sometimes call themselves Persian versus Iran? And in the West, in particular, that is something that, from speaking directly with different people of different groups and everything like that, they've made, like Persian societies and everything like that.
mm,
It is because when they say Iran versus, they say Persian, because that is their almost their way of saying, I am from Iran, but I'm Persian, but that is a way to denote that I'm not conformed, and I am not of the Mohammedan mindset,
yes,
the Mohammedan culture. I am Persian. That is
yes,
separate. I am, and I love that. When people are like, say they're Persian, I wholeheartedly support that and recognize that, because I go, this is now them reclaiming their long and strong history,
yes,
for millenniums before, a millennium before,
Muhammad.
more, yeah,
Yeah.
millenniums before Muhammad ever came
Mm,
along, they were Persians, and I wholeheartedly support
yeah.
that,
I mean,
that movement.
there's two sides to that. Number one, Iran was still being called Persia up until the Second World War. Iran
Yeah, no.
changed its name to Iran only after that. So really, Iran was called Persia for literally thousands of years, and then only in the last 50, 70, 80 years now, that's been called Iran. So its original name, same as Iraq. It's Babylonia and it's Persia, because that's
Yeah,
who
it's
they were.
heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking for me, and I'm
Yeah,
not even an Iranian, and it's heartbreaking for me. That I'm like, wow,
yeah,
that's crazy, and that's why this Mohammedan sort of like cult has to destroy. That's why like you have like ISIS, like you said, destroying ancient 3,000-year-old ancient
yeah,
artifacts and things like that. They must destroy it because that's what they do. It's a cancer. It comes in, it eats away at
yeah.
everything.
It has to erode every sign of pre-Islamic. That's what that's what, like you were saying, that as if they were all being given a new Muslim identity card after the 7th century, and now they're everything before that is now erased. This is what Islam wants to do. It wants to pretend that these cultures never existed until Islam came, and then the clock started from Islam onwards, and this is why the Taliban blew up the Nubian Buddhas that were standing for a
Yes.
thousand years, and these assholes just came and just dynamited the whole thing. I mean, my heart bled when I saw that. I mean,
Yeah.
it's still available. The videos of it is still available. It's the most heartbreaking thing ever. That these magnificent statues stood for 1,000 years, and these assholes just came and just blew it up. And that's what I mean. They want to erase all trace of pre-Islamic life, so that it's the most cultish thing ever. The thing with Iranians is that Iran, as much as we are Shia Muslim, first of all, we're Shia Islam, we're not even Sunni Islam. So there
Yeah.
was still even to that extent, there was a rejection of the Arabs. They created
Yeah.
their own Islam, and they
Yeah.
rejected the Abu Bakr and Uthman and all those guys. So there's even to that extent. But also, we still celebrate the Iranian New Year, Nowruz. We still celebrate Chashamba Suri, which is a straight up Zoroastrian celebration. It has nothing to do with Islam. It is a
Hmm.
completely a separate thing to Islam, and that's why the Iranian government initially tried to ban it, and they couldn't. They couldn't ban it because people would still celebrate it in secret. You could hear the fireworks go off, even though you weren't allowed to have fireworks.
Yeah.
So they couldn't do it. So that they had to backtrack on that. The Iranian New Year. There are lots of Charshamba Suri, Sizda Beda. There's a whole bunch of cultural celebrations which are purely Zoroastrian, which we still keep because we remember our Zoroastrian heritage, and no one's forgotten that. No,
I really hope to God that it's look. I'm an Orthodox Christian and everything like that, but I hate when I hate to see the Zoroastrian culture and everything like that, everything connected to all the connections to that being destroyed. I hope to God that it's held on to for
well,
various reasons.
the best people that have, I think, held on to it properly are the Parsis in India, actually, because the Zoroastrians fled once the Muslims took over Iran or Persia. They fled to the last remnants of Zoroastrians who actually practice Zoroastrianism. Are, as far as I know, are in India. The thing is, there are Zoroastrians in Iran, but they will never tell you that they're Zoroastrians. The Iranian
Yeah.
Zoroastrians will never tell people, because they are so heavily persecuted in Iran, that they will pretend to be Muslim, but they are actually Zoroastrian at home. And I even had a friend in the UK. This is in London. I used to go to the gym, and I met this guy who's Iranian, and there aren't that many Iranians, so you usually become friendly. And we saw each other in the gym on and off, and we were friends and all that. And then after a year and a bit, during coming up to the Iranian Nowruz Eid, he gave me a leaflet about Nowruz and the Zoroastrian heritage behind it and all that. And I'm like, dude, I'm Iranian. I know this stuff. He said, yeah, but what I didn't tell you is I'm Zoroastrian myself. I said, wow, you're actually like Zoroastrian? He said, yes. I said, well, how come you didn't tell me? I thought, I think we talked about religion one point over that period of a year or so, and he kind of seemed to sort of say he was Muslim. And I said, well, you kind of alluded to the fact that you were probably Muslims. He said, well, I didn't want to tell you because I was worried how you would take it, because I know you're like Shiite and all that. So first of all, I'm an atheist, you know that. And second of all, we're in London. Who
Yeah.
cares about we're in London. He said, yeah, but they're still worried. They're still scared of persecution in London. That's
Yeah.
how deep the persecution goes for the Zoroastrians in Iran. Is they are still afraid to tell strangers of their religion outside of Iran. It's unbelievable.
It's and this happens to a lot. This happens to a lot of Iranians. I mean, and to me, like I said, my it really my heart breaks because I'm like, I sat there. This one kid, he was Iranian. He was a young kid. He was like so indoctrinated into the Mohammedan cult, so indoctrinated into that. And I was
Mm.
like, my heart ached, and I like sat there and I just like, son, listen to me, like I'm I'm 40, he's like he was like in his early 20s, and I was just like, kid, you are your people, you are of the heritage of like the greats, of Darius the
Cyrus,
first,
exactly.
of Cyrus the Great, the of Cambyses, you have greatness in your lineage, and you are lacking on to this actual this cesspool, this
Mm.
toxic cesspool, that this is what this sewer, you are tacking onto the sewer where you have this greatness that
Yeah.
you could be proud of, and that it's I just hate, hate to see that. I hate to see that. It's horrible.
I know, I know, but this is unfortunate. I mean, as I said, I think for the most part, the Iranians have kept a lot of their Zoroastrian heritage, and this is so ingrained into every generation that it's going to be very hard. I mean, it would require serious persecution of the Iranian people in order for them to get rid of this. So I think the Arabs have given up anyway. They gave up centuries ago. So they're
Yeah.
not the threat of getting rid of the Iranians' Persian heritage. The only thing we have at the moment is this Islamic regime, these mullahs, and as I said, once they go, and it's just a matter of when. It's not really a matter of if. It's just when they go. Iran will be, I think, the least Muslim country in the Middle East.
Definitely.
It will go 360. It will turn around so quickly, and the Iranians are done with an Islamic governance, and that's what I mean. This is why things like the burqas or the niqab and that sort of face veiling and all that stuff. None of that really. These are Iranians all consider all of these Arab traditions. There's nothing Iranian about it. Iranians do wear the chador and this sort of one eye thing, but those are the extreme sort of Muslims.
Yeah, you have a small faction that wear the chador and stuff like that. Very small
Yeah,
faction.
yeah. At the moment, and that might still exist after Iran is secular, but that's just that would be part of the heritage that we have to deal with, and there'll be less and less, and over generations we'll just claw that back, and make more people more and more secular. It's just at the moment the biggest hurdle is you have to get rid of the Islamic Republic. You got to get rid of the mullahs. Once that happens, then all of these things can be reversed fairly quickly and fairly easily. It's just this big wall in front of us at the moment.
That's what I'm thinking. I think that's what I'm saying. It's so weird because, like, Serbs and Greeks were very close knit. Like we're very
Mm,
very parallel sort of histories and every intertwined and everything like that. And I think it's so weird because, like, you'll see like the Greeks and the Serbians, they even though, like I said, even though they've had such, they obviously are, no, like I said, no fans of Islam or anything like that, but there's this rooting. I think they're rooting for places like Iran primarily, Iraq and Syria,
yeah,
because they're like, come on, you were great, and it's almost like they're like, come and attack us, man, do something, like don't fall like that, do something, like it's almost like they're like, they want to see. And I think a lot of that is because Greeks and Serbians know that this awaits us all, this awaits them, that they're like being in the Balkans, that they're like next on the line, and they're like, if you fall, if you don't wake up and come back to who you were, and you don't take back your history, your ancestry, the richness of your cultures, you don't take that back, who knows what's going to happen to us one day.
yeah,
And I think that's a lot of it. They're almost like, we rather have like, we almost rather go back to the days we were where there were attacks and back and forth, in ancient history, than see this now today.
yeah. Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, I feel. unfortunately, this is. I mean, Christopher Hitchens has a great segment. He's like warning us from the grave, where
Yeah.
he says, if you don't do something about it now, if you don't push back now, you're gonna have, first of all, your liberal lefties, even preachers and priests, who will open the door. It says that the barbarians never take a city unless someone holds the door open, holds the gates open for them, and you will
Yeah,
have
that's a
these
good line.
people.
That's a good line.
Yeah,
Yeah, I like that line.
yeah,
Yeah.
and it will be these people, these socialist left sort of, which we have now, politically correct types, and the priests and the preachers. We have like Archbishop of, I think, Canterbury, or whatever his name is, the head of the Anglican Church in Britain, who says that Sharia law is a good thing, and and
Yeah,
and
that's insane.
he promotes, he's talking about promoting Sharia, and it's like ridiculous things like this, and this is what I mean. These are the things that you have to push back against, and like you said, every society that has Islam to some extent in it is fighting their own sort of battle against ever infringing aspects of Islam. They're constantly pushing because Islam will continually push forward. Islam doesn't know any different. Its adherents, the people who follow it, they feel, because they have, just as much as Christians do, the moral um, um, the moral sort of guarantee, the moral pass to pass this on. They're like, we know this is the best thing for everyone, because they believe that it is the absolute best thing for everyone, and so they have the moral high ground. They feel, to be able to just push on, march on forward, and spread this far and wide. And they'll use whatever tactics at their means. If they have the numbers, if they have the majority, they'll use force, fear, and persecution. If they don't, they'll use the victimhood narrative. Oh, we poor Muslims are always being picked on.
Oh
Uh,
yeah, that's an interesting one. I'm always like, what?
yeah, yeah, like as if we're blind to, like, every Muslim country in the world. There is literally over 50 nations that any Muslim at any time can go and live amongst Muslims. There is no victimhood. There is no persecution of Muslims, because you have 50 nations you can run to. You know what? If the Jews in 1932 said we were being persecuted against, yeah, because they literally had nowhere to go. They
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
literally don't have anywhere to run to. They can genuinely say they were being persecuted against, because they
Yeah,
had nowhere to go.
yeah.
You have over 50 countries that you can live literally bathed in Islam, and you're telling me that you're persecuted. No, you're not. You choose to live in a country that is non-Islamic, because you want to make this country Islamic. Because Adnan Rashid is literally on video saying, if you're not in this country to give dawah to the non-Muslims, why are you here? What is your purpose? What, to just have a better life and a better car? No, no, no. Your purpose here is to give dawah to other Muslims, to non-Muslims. Their purpose in this country, they are literally preaching in their mosques that every Muslim's purpose in this country is to make others Muslim.
Yeah, and
And
they cloak that by saying, but then and then when they're back in public, in the mainstream, amongst the mainstream media and stuff like that, then they push it as like, yes, they do that, but that's because we know this is so good for you,
exactly,
What?
exactly. They're like, yes, I'm sorry, you're gonna have to suffer this. It's like a doctor just prodding you with a giant needle, saying, yeah, but this is good for you. This is for your
Yeah,
own good. That's how they see it. They see us they think they're giving us medicine. It might
that's
taste bad, but it's good for us, so we should
it's like a
take it.
doctor giving it's like a doctor giving you brain surgery, but really all you had was a stomach ache, and you're like,
Yes.
why are you giving the why are you giving why are you giving
Exactly.
that? Yeah, that's my spinal column. Why are we,
It's like
excuse me.
it's like you went in for a headache, and now they're giving you circumcision.
Yeah. And you're like, I kind of, I was all right with that. Like,
there was
what's,
there was literally no problem in this area.
Yeah, like you go in for teeth cleaning, and then all of a sudden, all of your teeth have been removed, and you're like,
Yeah,
"Why?
there you go.
Why am I toothless now? I didn't. No, I didn't. No, no, I didn't have. I didn't need a full mouth, full mouth like extraction.
Extraction.
I
Just went in
just,
for a little bit of white polish.
yeah, I just wanted my smile to be a little whitened. What's going on?
But that's what I
And then they're
mean.
like, "But this is for your own good."
Yeah, yeah. This is
Like
what I
that's
meant.
why.
They because they are so convinced of. I mean, this is Sam Harris said this. He said, Muslims are the problem with Islam is Muslims are convinced of the superiority of their religion, but are frustrated with the inferior position they find themselves in the world. And they can't understand, or they can't quite fathom why Allah is doing this to them, because I mean, and it is true. If you believe that Allah has got your back, if Allah is on your side, you've got the right message, you've got the correct thing, and Allah is going to support this and push this all the way. And yet your countries are debilitated. That your countries are poor. Your people are dying. They're suffering. They have. Their life expectancy is down the tube. The war and famine and pestilence and everything is taking over your nations all over the different parts of the world, and yet this is the right religion, and Allah's got your back. How come Allah's?
Yeah,
How
and I
come?
mean, and it's just man, it's just honestly like so much of it that all
Yeah,
yeah. I
and
mean, it's great. It's gotten to the point where okay, this is you've got that it's bad when you have the most deep rooted devout if you will atheists who are actually teaming up with Christians to discuss why. Hey, if you're okay, obviously there's they have whatever they have the like the Western exposure and everything, but they also know the Eastern as well, especially like certain scholars and things like that. But they are actually promoting in some ways, in some quasi way, they're almost promoting Christianity as like, if you're gonna do this one. Don't do Islam. They're almost like saying like they're like pushing the stay away from Islam. You know what I mean? They're so
yeah,
like that it's getting bad when you have like when you have the most like I said, the most strong, relentless, you could say in some circles, atheists who are now being like, okay, we can deal with Christianity, but like let's now talk about like
well,
Islam is the
yeah,
issue.
because the Muslims, there's a convert called Jordan M. He constantly says, why are these atheists all worried about Islam all the time? I mean, it's nothing to do with you. Why are you so concerned? It's like, yeah, because if I wish to remain an atheist, I can't do that with Islam. Islam would literally kill me. So if I wish to remain an atheist, I have to keep this country secular,
Exactly.
or at the very least Christian light,
Yes.
in order to
Yes,
remain
exactly.
alive. Because under Islam, I am 100% guaranteed to be strung up. In fact, in the United Arab in Saudi Arabia, being an atheist is considered a terrorist act. It is punishable with 20 years prison. And if you're
Yeah,
a
I didn't know that it
Muslim
was
who's
that
become
they
an atheist, then
classified
you're an
as
apostate.
terrorism.
Sorry?
I didn't know that they classified that they officially
Yeah,
classified as
it's
terrorism.
classified as a terrorist act.
Mm.
And if you're a Muslim who's become an atheist, then you are an apostate, which is dealt with the death penalty, capital punishment. So you're already dead. You as in the death penalty is already at you. So this is how they deal with it. So, and they wonder why we have to worry about Islam. Yes, we have to worry about Islam a lot, a lot. And as
Yes.
I said with you and Takia and all the guys, the only this is the scenario that I find myself is the only allegiance, the only reason I have my allegiance with the Christians at the moment, especially those who want to have they're a bit more robust with their Christianity, is
Yeah.
is because I feel that Christianity is the only theological system that has the capabilities of addressing Islam and pushing back against Islam. Christians, I don't think liberals can do it. Liberals have clearly shown that they don't have the moral. and the philosophical backbone to do it. They
Right.
fundamentally, like myself, fundamentally we shouldn't really care who believes what. We don't really, it doesn't matter, or at least on our philosophical level it shouldn't matter, but it does matter who believes what, because beliefs lead to action. And this is where Sam Harris argues. I mean, he's got a whole other level of he's on a whole other level of morality and subjective objective sort of things. But as far as Islam is concerned, his he may not say, he wants to unite with Christians, but he himself has, sort of, I think he comes across points where he gets stuck in a liberal secular sense. He can't really argue that. He has to argue it from a pragmatic sense, that Muslims want to kill us all. They want to nuke us. They want to use dirty bombs. And unfortunately, unless we win the argument, we may have to win the war, and he would rather
Yeah.
for us to win the argument than have to fight the war. And that's how he comes across, and that's how he puts it. But I'm sure even he knows that to get the masses to mobilize, they have to mobilize behind a solid foundation and a solid ideology. And I'll be honest, I don't think. I think atheism isn't for everyone. I don't think everyone can be atheist. I think there are people who need this fundamental God belief, sort of as a foundational system for them, for their morals. And there used to be a time where people were saying, if I lose, and there are people who say, if I lose my belief in God, then I'll just rape and kill people. And most atheists' answer is, well, if you're literally not raping and killing people because you're worried about God and heaven and hell, then those are really bad reasons for you not to rape and kill people. But
Yeah.
as much as, yes, I agree with that, but there are people. I've seen people at Speaker's Corner. My opinion changed when I went to Speaker's Corner about people, because I think people like Sam Harris and even myself, we were in a bubble. We were in a bubble of intellectuals. We were in a bubble of people, in my case, always IT, highly educated, high IQ individuals who were into IT, and graduates and master's degrees and PhD people, and people who were very smart individuals. So I fell into this trap and into this naive bubble of, well, everybody's intelligent, everybody's sane,
Yes,
everybody's
assuming
logical.
the assumption of that's happened to a lot of people, that they just basically assume that people will get these basics, this basic logic, and then
Yeah,
you're like, well, no, no, they don't get it. Yeah.
exactly. And when I went to Speaker's Corner, I realized, no, there are absolute morons out in the world. Like, these
Yeah.
people would literally kill and rape if they didn't think God would punish them. These
Yeah.
people
They,
are genuine morons. And unfortunately, no, they need Jesus.
mm-hmm.
They
They do.
really do need either Jesus or Muhammad, but they need one of them, because they are idiots, and they
Yeah.
can't. They are deeply unsophisticated individuals. Philosophically, they're at a zero. They have no concept. They need an invisible man with a stick that will beat them down and keep them in check. Otherwise, these people will rampage the streets, murdering people. It will be like that film, The Purge. Um,
Yeah.
you
Yeah,
know, so
exactly.
so I
Yeah.
I
I mean,
reckon.
I've spoken to some of these people, and I've literally like look, and I've had to like I said, coming more from like the Orthodox Christian background and mindset and upbringing and everything like that. For me, a lot of the times in the West, even amongst some Christians, nothing like that. And not that I think that they're going to be crazy, but that they're going to go and rape people, but that they would, but not at all. But that I've heard that argument that, like, I've spoken to other Christians, and I go, so, and so why do you believe in God? Like, I did this like little thing. This was years ago, and some of them would just tell me the same kind of thing. Like, they would either say, like, because of, kind of the reasons you spoke of, or they would be like, because why not? I might as well. And I'm like, whoa, 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 whoa. So you're not giving our Lord more credit than Santa Claus? Like, Santa Claus knows if you've been not sleeping, or if
Mm,
if you've been
if you've been
nice.
naughty or
Don't you think
nice.
that God? don't you think that God knows whether you really believe or not? Do you think he knows whether you're just putting on a ruse or you really genuinely believe?
There you
I
go.
think God knows that, and I understand you have it from an atheist perspective, but even from my Christian perspective, I'm like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Like you obviously you're not being honest, intellectually honest about this. And like, so you can't just say, I'm going to believe. Why not? Like you have to give it a little more thought. You have to give it a little more effort than that. Like you
Yeah.
can't just say that. Like you think that that's it. Like you just say you do, whether you do or don't. Like that's what it is with a lot of, I find, atheists or agnostics, for instance. That's where for them it is very hard to sort of enter into, even entertain the thought, is because they see this and they think, well, these people think they can literally just say they believe, whether they do or don't. But instead of somebody who's coming from like a non-believing background, and them saying, okay, but I have to be intellectually challenged. I have to be intellectually immersed in this, and I have to see my process, and I have to know that, like, the steps. I have to see that it's they. Okay, I find that agnostic people need to see, atheist agnostic need to see this, need to see a more genuine approach, something that's really authentic and more genuine than sometimes the very campy sort of facade that's placed on it all. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah. I mean, this is why when theists or people of religion say to me, "Well, why don't you just believe in God, just in case you might when you die you'll find that you might find there is a God, and then and you never believed and you're going to go to hell, so you might as well just believe just in case." The Pascal's wager,
Yeah.
option, and precisely what you said. The reason I can't is for the precise reason what you said is that you honestly think God doesn't know that I'm just pretending that I don't really
Hmm.
give a crap, but I've got this. I'm hedging my bets. I'm putting my chips on multiple numbers, and I'm betting on the black and the red just in case. No, God, I think, would probably know, since He is meant to be omnipotent and omniscient. I'm pretty sure He would figure it out that I just did this because I was hedging my bets. So if I can't sincerely believe in this God, then I there's no point. There's no point pretending. The only reason I would pretend is for other human beings to feel good about themselves or feel.
Yeah, you can't pretend. It's almost like sometimes it's almost approached like from an atheist perspective, agnostic perspective. It's almost like, wait a minute, whoa, whoa, whoa. Are you saying that I have more reverence and respect for your God, which I don't even recognize or believe exists, than you do?
Yeah,
Like, I actually respect the fact that I wouldn't pretend, because I almost, like, in some quasi way, it's almost like a quasi, like, pseudo respect
yeah.
for this entity that you so deeply honor, that you so are, you so deeply accept and embrace, supposedly. But I have this. It's intellectually boggling to say that I actually respect this God, which from an atheist perspective I don't believe even exists. Then someone who is a quote unquote believer, devout believer, now is telling than they do. They're just the
Well,
just in casers.
if
It's
you're
like, what
yeah,
do you
if
mean
you
just in
if you're
case?
if you're Pascal's wager type of person who believes in a God just in case, then that is, I mean, it is literally spitting in the eyes of your deity for
Hmm.
it for because you're saying that you're too stupid to know that I don't really believe in what you're saying. I'm just doing it just in case. Well, that any human being would be insulted by that, let alone your omnipotent, omniscient deity of the universe. So it's just unbelievable. So that's what I keep saying. I had a girlfriend some years back who had a hard time with me being an atheist. She
Hmm.
said, "Look, I don't care about religion because she was Iranian, and so we all hated the whole Islam and religion and all that business because of Iran. But she said, look, I don't care about you not being religious, but I can't get over the fact that you don't believe that there is a God at all." And the only thing I could say to her was, look, I can't unknow what I know. I mean, I can
Right.
pretend for you, for your satisfaction, but I can't unknow what I know. What I know and what I've experienced in life has led me to this path. And I can't forget this. I can't pretend it didn't happen. I don't know these things. I don't know the follies and the and the contradictions of these religions, and they're for me it's actually the man-made telltales that frustrates me even more. The
Hmm.
things that I've seen in Islam which so blatantly indicate a human origin, and I'll be honest, so I see the same telltale signs in Christianity, and I
Hmm.
see these things as manufactured items of
And
human
Banksy,
beings.
just so you know, I mean, I appreciate you being like respectful of me being Christian and everything, but you don't have to hold back with me.
Oh, I know.
I have. It's not at all like this is not the like you don't have to be like, oh, in Christianity I find this and that. Like by no means, you don't have to like. There's no kit gloves here. You
I
like
know.
just
I
go
know.
for it. Say what you need to say. I'm not a snowflake. I'm not going to be like, you said what? You know,
No,
I can't
I
speak to you anymore. Not
I
that's not going to
I
happen.
understand. No, I'm just saying it because I don't have to be gratuitous about it. I just have you know there are people that I can be I'm purposefully gratuitous about the things I say about their
Yeah,
religion
yeah.
because I want to somehow inflame their rage. But just because I'm you know because I can I say I'm not holding back. I'm saying that I'm being polite, just common decency kind of
Yeah,
thing.
yeah, yeah. No, I appreciate that. I just didn't want you to have to like
That's the
hold
only
back something that you want to say and have to
yeah.
constantly rephrase what you're saying. You know what I mean? If you have something to say, and like, believe it or not, like being Orthodox, I've been under the same sort of like, but you know, and I've had like not similar arguments, but I've had my own arguments. You know, where I'm like, you know, go back at them. You know, and
Yeah.
so it's just, you know,
Yeah,
it's a
that's what I meant.
different, yeah,
Yeah, no, I mean I'm not, but what I mean is I see for me when it comes to these religions, all of them, even Buddhism, Hinduism, Shinto, I see the fingerprint of man on all of these, and I see where their human origins come from. Now, I can say fair enough with Shinto or Buddhism, they have simply they don't even deny, they don't even say that they're a religion with a deity above that's omniscient, omnipotent. Actually, Buddhism is a atheistic religion. It doesn't have a higher god.
yeah,
Buddha is not a god. Buddha is just like a teacher that is
yeah.
revered, but there are no real gods in Buddhism. It's an atheistic belief.
It's a
It's
philosophy.
exactly that's what it is. Here is a bunch of people who sat down and contemplated the human condition. They thought about the human condition. What is it that we are here for? What are we doing? What should we be doing? How should we be improving our lives? And how what should we be mindful of? And this consciousness that we have, which we don't understand to this very day, why do we have it? Why do we have this sense of duality? The person who looks at you in the mirror, is it the one who is looking at you, or is it the one behind the eyes that
Yeah.
sees? Who is what? Why do we have this sense of duality? And these are the things they just sat and contemplated and probably smoked a ton of dope. You
Or
know,
something like it.
you
Yeah.
know, trying to figure out why we what is going on with us. But I respect that you can do that without supernatural means, without believing in supernatural things. You can simply contemplate yourself as a human being, and I accept that. And I think that the Eastern philosophers, the Buddhists and the Hindus, are head and shoulders philosophically above the Abrahamics. Even
Well,
the
see, that's what I want you to look into, and I don't want to like get into it bigger. I'm like whatever, but if you have to, for instance, with Christianity, and I said for everybody it's something different. However, whatever is conveyed to them, but that's what I'm saying. Like the I have a friend of mine who said who I spoke to, and she's an agnostic. I spoke to her not too long ago, and she just said to me, you know, I feel like you know, Eastern Orthodoxy is like the intellectual. The intellectuals are more likely able to, most likely able to comprehend that sort of explanation and that discussion because it's something that it's for like it's like the intellectuals. I'm not saying that all Eastern Orthodox people are intellectuals by any means. I'm not saying that. I'm saying, but that thought, that whole like process and everything, the history and how it's it's easier to rationalize rationalize from the Eastern Orthodox perspective for for the critically thinking mind. You see what I'm saying? Versus,
Maybe,
you
yeah.
know, somebody else. It just depends on where you're coming from. But I totally get what you're saying, and
Yeah,
that's the
that
thing.
could be it. I mean, like just like the because I think the truth. This is something Churchill once said. He said the truth. Some people stumble over the truth and they'll get up and dust themselves off and walk away as if nothing has happened, because the truth is so simple, so obvious that they think there's nothing at all. And
Yeah.
I think when it comes to the human conditions, it is within all human beings. And just like perhaps the Eastern Orthodoxy, perhaps the Sufis, I see that in the Sufis in Islam a lot.
Yeah.
They have recognized the philosophical aspects which the Buddhists stumbled across, possibly centuries before, and the only point of reference that they had to be able to rationalize or bring together their philosophy of the human condition was through their religion. And so they brought their philosophies of the human condition into their Islam, and then they created their Sufism. And the Eastern Orthodoxies probably came across the same things, because all human beings would have we all share this condition. None of us are exempt from the human condition, from our consciousness, from the fact that we exist, the sense of duality that we have within us, the object subject dichotomy, all of these things, we all face this. So of course I can imagine others came across these, but they had to rationalize it through the only worldview that they had available to them. So if it was a Christian worldview, they would have then philosophized through Christianity, or if it was a Muslim, they would have philosophized through Islam, and that would be the lens in which they would, you know what I mean, express their.
But with Christians, like for instance, like with the Eastern Orthodox, you know, we have the foundation that stems from, you know, Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, and that's why it is not uncommon. For instance, like I quoted
Mm,
earlier, Father Hopka, to have a priest. This is not uncommon. This is not weird to have a priest say, you know, that we live as hedonists and die as Platonists. This
there
is
you
not
go.
uncommon. So in Eastern Orthodoxy, this is not uncommon at all. This is from the beginning. It was like that's how it came up, and the progression that it had. This is like root foundation for us, like the philosophers, and so that's why when I have like flat earthers come at me with their stuff, and I'm like, look, you know, I'm not saying at all, like whatever you believe, the earth is flat, you believe whatever, you know, it's like I'm not even bothered by that, you know, whatever. It's like you know, as long as you're not in charge of a nuclear plant, we're okay, you know. I'm like what I you know, like
As long as
I'm
you're
okay
not
with that.
guiding the next satellite for
Right. But
Google.
then they exactly. But then they come at me, you know, all like, you know, like I said, like us Eastern Orthodox, we get a lot of times we get attacked as heretics, all kinds of things. And I'm thinking like, I was like, whoa, 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 whoa. Like the Eastern Orthodox Church, you know, they literally, you know, these are the church fathers. These are the ones that wrote it, you know, the Bible, that you know, for the church, by the church, you know, and everything like that. So it's like they existed. The Orthodox existed before the scriptures were materialized, you know, the word in the material sense, you know what I mean. They predate that, and so even that is, it's
Philosophical.
philosophical. I just went like blah, blah, blah. So it's like I'm also not going to be monitoring any nuclear plants, but because like apparently I
Not
can't
at
even
this
say
time of the night.
philosophical. No, I can't even say philosophical, exactly. So like for me it's just like almost like, okay, you have that sort of root the thought process, and that's what in when I tell a lot of Christians, for instance, in the West, and I tell them, you do realize that there is a huge intellectual component to this, and that also that the church, quote unquote, that the Eastern Church, the Eastern philosophy, the Eastern Church predates the scriptures, and thus it does not rely. Christianity, the following of the one truth, which is what Christianity was before, uh, which was what was called commonly, besides Christians, you know, they were called the followers of the one truth. And so that is like when I speak in that sense, they get very like confused, because the ones that are just like the King James version Bible is like all that exists for them. And I tell them like, look, I appreciate that and everything like that, but hey, at the same time, it's like if this book disappeared, if all these books disappeared, that does not that in the Eastern Orthodoxy, it does not like Eastern Orthodoxy Christianity the Eastern Orthodox Christian Church is not contingent upon the written scriptures. You know what I mean? It
Yeah.
exists before, and it exists regardless of. So this is what they can't believe. Like their mind is blown. And when I tell them, and they go, "Oh, yeah, what scientists, the flat earthers in particular, what scientists, are you talking about that, like, believes that the Earth is spherical? What Christian scientists believe that the Earth is spherical and blah?" And I'm like, okay, well, first of all, and is a real Christian or whatever they call is a quote unquote real Christian. I just say to them, well, put it this way: the beginnings of all this of the study of science of that practice of the natural material world stems from the Christian thought. It's deeply connected. That's where it comes from in the modern day sense of what people call science.
Mm.
And when I try to explain this to them, they get very confused, and I just go, well, Nikola Tesla was Serbian Orthodox, and he also believed that the Earth was spherical. This is a more modern, more contemporary scientist.
Yeah.
And then they're like, "Well, he doesn't believe that the Earth was spherical." I'm like, "Yes, he did. Of course he did.
Same
Like
as
everything."
Newton. Newton was a
Yeah,
deeply Christian individual, and he
yeah,
was
and
also an alchemist
yeah.
as well. He also believed
And that
in
was Nikola Tesla's like big like one of his beginning that was his like foundation was Sir Isaac Newton and like all of that. And so you have that, and then I get them, then they come at me, they're like, "What do you even know about Nikola Tesla? You don't know." And I'm thinking,
Yeah.
whoa, just because like tinfoil sitting there in your tinfoil hat watching 100 million YouTube videos about Nikola Tesla, and then they come at me, and then I just kind of tell them, and then like somebody else will come in and be like, she is literally first of all, she's Serbian. There you go. Secondly, she is beholden to know about Nikola Tesla. But aside of that, then they go like, just want to let you know that Nada is a standing, an acting member of the Nikola Tesla science of the Tesla Science Foundation.
Oh,
And they're
are
like, all
you?
this,
Wow.
yeah. And then they still come at me. They still come at me like, you don't know about Nikola Tesla. And I swear to you, Banksy, they've literally the only receipts they have is like numerous YouTube videos that they've watched. That's
Yeah.
the only receipts that they have. And I'm like, okay, I don't even know what to say from this. So that's why a lot of times I'm like looking and I'm like, then they come at us, oh, you don't evangelize, you Orthodox. I go, we are the beginning, the foundation of all this. I'm like, yeah, we do evangelize, but we don't bombard, and everybody has their own method and whatever. And I'm not even judging any of that. I'm not, but I'm going like, we don't have that. That's just not our MO. That's not how we do, like to us, it's a whole come freely. It's more like, that's what I said, like intellectually, if you can, we want people to feel like welcome to come and grasp the intellectual aspect, and not then also go around damning people if they
Yeah,
don't,
but
if they completely reject that, that's what,
this is the
so
thing though. I don't see a reason why a religion or an ideology shouldn't be exclusive. This is something that I actually find very intriguing about the Jews, for example. The Jews are extremely exclusive about their religion. Not
yeah.
anyone can just rock up and become a Jew. You can say the Shahada in like 10 minutes and in like 2 seconds and become
Yeah.
a Muslim. But the Jews, you
Yeah.
need to study for 2 years
Yeah.
till they let you into their club. No, it's an exclusive club. I think it actually makes Judaism more interesting to me. The fact that they don't want everyone just to rock up and become one of them, because it requires effort. It makes their religion. It puts a barrier in front of people who want to just come off the street and become their religion sufficient so that the person who wants to become a Jew actually means it, actually wants to be a Jew, and they have to work for it. They have to earn the right to be a Jew. Whilst any idiot can become a Muslim, but that's because the
Yeah.
Jews are not interested in expansion, in domination from their religious perspective. Anyway, I mean there are lots of other people who have other ideas where the conspiracy theories of a Hasidic Jew in a Tel Aviv basement rubbing his hands together and making plans for the rest of the
Oh,
world.
oh my God.
There are
Yeah.
those
Wow.
tropes, but what I mean is they don't want to take over the world by making everyone Jew. That's for
I
sure.
actually with Ralph, I was on his platform, and we like did this whole like segment kind of thing, and
The
I
JQ.
actually yeah, and I did this voice because he's always like telling them, he's got his thing, and I think Ralph is great. I really do, and I welcome different platforms, completely different. I feel that they're with from his aspect, the whole Deuce Vault side. For
Mm,
him, he's pushing this thought, he's saying these things because he's trying to provoke people into thought, into thinking about the concept of it. And
mm,
personally, offside point is that in places like the UK, if you don't have people taking this some people taking this mindset, then they will be completely overrun by Islam eventually. They will, if they don't have it at all. If they don't have there's nobody speaking like this, like
yeah.
Ralph. But at the same time, with Ralph, we were talking. There's all these people on his channel that are like very much like, again, the million YouTube video scholars,
Yeah.
and they, and they basically, they're like, okay, about the Jews, everything comes down to the Jews. So I actually like I basically like called him up, and I was like saying, like, basically, like, I was like saying, like, I'm basically I thought that I would have been a success. This is a mindset. I always say them. So they basically like, I would have been a success, but the Jews didn't let me,
Mm,
and that kind of stuff. It's like their whole, that's where their whole mindset is. Everything is because of the Jew who is like twirling their non-existent mustache
exactly.
and just being all maniacal. And so like I would call it whenever, when I saw a bunch of people like that, I would call him up, and I'd like, all right, we did the stream, and I would be like, yeah, I'm not doing so good. And he's like, why, what's going on? I'm like, this Jew followed me home last night. This Jewish banker followed
Yes,
me home,
that's
and
what it is.
yeah, and I let him in, and he won't leave. He won't leave my house now. I was going to do so many
Yes.
things. I was going to conquer the world. I was going to
Uh,
be so
I
productive,
was just about to
but
buy Google and
basically,
Microsoft,
yes,
and the
exactly.
Jew
Yeah.
stopped me
Yes, the Jew.
from doing that.
Yeah, the
This
Jew
is what I
deleted
mean.
everything.
It's
The
this
sneaky Jew.
cartoon of these hook-nosed Jews in Tel Aviv in some basement with cloaks on and paddles and ball gags going, "We shall take over the world today. What shall
Yeah,
we do next?"
everything bad that happens is because of the Jews. You get this amongst the Muslims, obviously, that whole like thought process and
Yeah.
whatever, like history of that. But it's so ingrained. And then like the biggest thing I always get Muslims on, and was everyone, they're like, the Jews, my country, would be great, but because of the Jews. And then I always say, like, so let's see, there's you've got what, 1.6 to 1.8, depending, 1.5 to
Mm.
1.8 billion Muslims, and then you have like what, 13 to 15, 17 max million Jews. And I said, isn't that interesting how these Jews, how such a small, minute, like splash in the bucket of Jews are able to control all of you weak Muslims?
Yeah.
And then right away they get all quiet. I'm like, because you're so weak. You're so weak that you can't even figure things out. You can't figure out how to
Yeah.
operate.
You're so
And then they
pathetic
shut
that you
up.
let a
Yeah.
million people control billions of you.
Yes.
I
Yes.
mean,
Exactly. And
how
so they're
stupid you have to be to let that
exactly.
happen.
Yep. Yep.
This is why I keep saying. This is why I say to because Middle Easterners, just like some Africans, they have these excuses and chips on their shoulders about, oh, if it wasn't for the evil Jews or the evil Westerners or evil America,
The colonizers. The
yeah, the
colonizers. So,
colonizers, we'd
yeah.
be living in like utopias by now. And I said,
Yeah.
you know what? The fool and his money are soon parted. So if you were
Hmm.
stupid enough to let them do this to you, then you did it. You let them do this to you. You're an
Yeah.
idiot.
Exactly.
Have you ever
Exactly.
considered that maybe you're an idiot?
Yeah. Maybe you should get mad at your rulers and your hierarchies for allowing such
And
a
not
thing.
only your rulers and your hierarchies, they say, "Oh yeah, but the West brought our rulers, put those puppet rulers in there." Yeah, but there's millions of you in your
Yeah.
country. You're telling me that this one guy, Gaddafi, Hosni Mubarak, Saddam Hussein, this one guy, you weren't able with the millions, not to include the whole of the Muslim Ummah, which is billions, were not able to get rid of this one guy. You were not able to get rid of this one
No.
dictator. This is how pathetic you are. This is how
I'm just gonna.
weak you are.
I just choose to blame the gross over inbreeding amongst
Well,
Muslim
yeah, I mean
factions. I think
there
maybe.
is a major issue with the fact. And this is my other thing for Muslims that I say all the time now. Would Is it haram or halal to let for me to marry my 9-year-old first cousin? And their answer, if they're honest, their answer has to be it is halal. It has to,
Yeah.
because it is. It's literally halal for me to
Yeah.
marry my first cousin at 9 years of age, according to all their variety of scriptures. Because Muhammad married a 9-year-old, so it's allowed to marry 9-year-olds. And also the Quran, not only that is supported by hadiths, but the Quran not only doesn't ban first cousin marriages, it endorses and encourages it in parts.
You see this, the absolute, like these seriously, it actually encourages it. And that's why you have, and that's why there's a not just a theory, there is a real school of thought, and some very compelling arguments about the effects, basically
Of inbreeding.
the delay of consanguineous unions, and how
Mm.
that's really affected the growth and development, and how it's actually of societies in, for instance, the Middle East.
Yeah,
How it's actually like,
I
and
know.
particularly what in Pakistan is what, like 85%
Mm.
of people in Pakistan are of like
First cousin marriage.
yeah, first
Yeah,
cousin marriage.
yeah, yeah.
That's a huge
That is
huge
that is the
yeah.
daughter of my uncle. That
Yeah.
is what they're talking about. The daughter of my uncle or my auntie. I can't fathom this demented sickness that you have to have
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
think that my cousins are like my brothers and sisters.
Yes.
That's how I see
Yes.
them. How can you possibly bring yourself to want to marry your first cousin? It is the most grotesque thing that I've ever heard of.
and
And
and this argument always, that like, oh, but the in these areas, they're just still coming into their enlightenment, and be like, we've been waiting, and by the scope of things, by the progression of things, and the timeline, this should have happened, this enlightenment should have occurred minimum of 500 years ago already.
yes,
So what's going on now?
yes, even if you take the timeline of Islam and equate it to Christianity, the Christians reached enlightenment about what 1500 years into
Enlightenment, it depends on which timeline you go by, whether, after the schism, are you going, you actually, there's different schools of thought on this, but yeah, anywhere between the 12th and 14th century. Yeah.
yeah, so roughly around give or take 400 500 years. Sorry, the 1500 years into Christianity. Now, given that timeline, I would say, okay, fair enough. The Muslims, I'll give you even, you should have started your Enlightenment period about 100 years ago. But
Yeah.
still should have done it around 100 years ago. You guys are not even close to that even today. The only reason there's any kind of movement is because of the internet at the moment. And I think that is probably what will usher in a Muslim enlightenment is the
Thank you,
internet.
Nikola Tesla, for making that possible, for
There you
laying down
go.
the foundation that made that possible. I mean, it's like
Yeah.
crazy. It's literally, it's just so insane. But even when we say enlightenment, you still have to understand, like, you had in Europe, even before the actual coined enlightenment, you had people that never had the ideology or the thought process. It's just never happened, that you'll find, like, in amongst Muslims and Islam, whatever, because the Enlightenment was more about the forethought of the arts, of things like that, to really
Mm.
expand on them. And but philosophical thinking amongst Christianity is inherent. That's inherent. Those go hand in hand, literally. And in Islam, you don't you think, like we have in Hinduism, you also have philosophical thinking.
Mm.
In the Far East, you have philosophical thinking and foundations. But in Islam, it's almost like it has been strategically and maniacally blocked.
Again, I think it's to do with its militaristic aspects, but as far as the philosophical aspects, again, when they, because see, this is the reason I think Muslims don't believe they need an enlightenment, or they reject this enlightenment, because they feel they were already enlightened, because they
Yeah.
take all the achievements of the Babylonians, the Egyptians, the Moroccans, the Persians, the Assyrians. They take all those achievements, which were the achievements of those people, then Islam came, invaded those countries, and then co-opted those achievements as their own. They think those were their achievements. They think those were the achievements of the Arabs. Whilst even for the thing we call the Arabian numerals, which is the 1 to 0 sort of numbering system, wasn't an achievement of an Arab. The Christians called him an Arab. He was a Uzbekistani Persian.
I know this. I do know this very,
So,
very,
so
very in depth. That the assumed they've literally like they've co-opted the foundations and all that and the achievements of like the Persians of the different of in India, throughout India, the
yep,
mathematicians, all that they've tried to claim all that, and those none of those were Muslims. And even in like the Middle East, when they linked to somebody, oh, this Muslim and he was from here, and I'm like, yeah, but he came from India, that particular person you're
exactly,
speaking of, and he never even heard of Islam. This is
exactly.
like you're talking about somebody from the early 7th century, and I'm like, whoa, this is before Muhammad was born. Like, what are you talking
You
about?
see
You know what
what
I
I
mean? And
mean?
they, yeah,
This is what I mean.
and
They,
especially with the Persians, it's really, really, really bad because that's why you have that's why I have such hope for Iran because to this day, man, you could talk to somebody who's like this so-called like practicing Muslim, but if he's Iranian, like you can reason, you can discuss, you can
yeah,
have logical reason and philosophical discussion with somebody with a Muslim from Iran that you cannot have with a Muslim from other places. You're
yeah.
like,
You,
yeah, you don't understand what I'm saying, and you're
that's
like,
what I
yeah.
mean. If you take your Middle East, your Arabian Arab, an actual Arabian Peninsula Arab, which to be honest with you, I've been working with Arabs for the last year. I work with the Saudi Arabian companies and Saudi Arabian military as well.
You mean Mossad? Mossad? You've been working with Mossad?
No, 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 the actual Saudis themselves.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
nevertheless, some of the dumbest people who've ever worked the planet. But
Hmm.
generally, I've worked with Arabs, and they are not sharp. They're as sharp as a bowling ball, and also
Yeah,
if you had any kind of, I find some Somalis to be incredibly unsophisticated, but
yeah.
there is a bit of a missing hit and miss with the Somalis. Some of them come across as incredibly intuitive and intelligent, and others dumb as a fucking plank.
Yes, I found that. It's literally like that with Somalis.
Yeah,
It's hit or miss. You
yeah,
actually like, yeah, exactly what you just said. I found the same thing.
yeah. It's not like it's not a like a gradient. It seems to be the dumbest motherfucker who's ever walked the planet versus a pretty smart person.
Yeah,
It's like, how is it there's this
yeah,
massive gap between you guys? Where's the people in the middle of this? They're just
yes,
like the sorry son of a bitch. That's the dumbest man. It's like, how have you survived as long as you have versus a
yeah.
guy who's actually like pretty smart and enlightened, and it's like it's very weird with the
And then you
Somalis.
have the guy that you're like, I know nobody has ever, I know that somebody's always put a cork at the end of your fork before you ate in
Yeah,
case you would hurt
yeah,
yourself. You're like, this is no way.
exactly. There's that dude, and then there's the other Somali who seems quite educated. He's a
Yeah,
freaking doctor or something,
yeah,
and you're like,
exactly.
how is this possible in your society? How come you guys don't have that? What happened to the middle ground, guys?
What happened to the variances, right?
Yeah, you guys don't have a bell curve. You just have one end or the other.
Yes, exactly. It's honestly very split. I've really found that,
Yeah,
and I just feel like Islam has I mean, and I know, I don't feel like I know it's evident that Islam breeds ignorance. So that's why you have societies that like I said, like Iran, like Syria, like Iraq, that are still there, that there's still hope for them because they still have not. That's why they're still sitting there, and there's still factions and people in Iran, Iraq, and Syria, and who like literally go, wow, like are we really like, so are we allowing, like, we with our
mm,
history, our culture, are we literally going to allow this desert Arab warmonger and his
yeah,
his his philosophy, his genie Allah, to come in and to infiltrate our minds, our culture, and everything we are, and deteriorate and destroy us and set us back from within? And there's a lot of people, like for instance in Iran, that have had enough. They're fed up. They are just
yeah.
done with this. They're like, no more. Like, this is like the dumbing down has reached the dumbing down here. Like, you are now, it's starting to really resonate and it's expand, and
Yes.
they must be stopped. Like
Yeah,
they
this is
cannot.
this is what I'm hoping. This is what I'm hoping to kind of stoke the fires that already lingers, like that. There's like coals and embers of the history of the Assyrians and the Babylonians and the Byzantines and the people who were, the Persians, the people who were somebody back in the day, who were really powerful, intelligent, sophisticated cultures. And I think there's still an ember there somewhere. And
Yeah, it's like
even the
70 years ago,
Egyptians.
70 years ago you were Persia, and we remember that you were
Yeah,
Persians. We remember that. We
yeah,
remember that. The people around you in the peripheral, we
yeah,
remember that you were
exactly.
Persia, and 70 years ago now, where are we at? Do not like like it's almost
Yeah.
like we can't allow this to go. Like another 30 years it'll be gone forever, and it needs to stop now.
Well, that's in the case of Iran, but even believe it or not, I've spoken to Algerians, I've spoken to Libyans who absolutely insist that they are not Arab. I mean, I had a guy, an Algerian in Speaker's Corner. He spoke to me for God, maybe 2 hours. This is the thing.
Who is Shamsi? Was it Shamsi?
No,
I
no,
was
no,
kidding.
no,
I'm
no.
kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
No, no, not Shamsi. Shamsi is a shill for Saudi Arabia, hook, line, and sinker. He's
Yeah.
drank the Kool-Aid. But there was an Algerian chap, a few years older than me, maybe in his early 60s, and he spoke to me for hours because in Speaker's Corner, the funny thing is there is a lot of conversations that take place that never see a camera, never see the
Right.
light of day. So if you're watching, if the only experience you have of Speaker's Corner is with the videos, there is a good 70% of Speaker's Corner that people never see, which is a shame because I hope there was a camera that would record every interesting conversation, but
Yeah.
unfortunately, not all of them are on footage. But the one conversation I was having with this Algerian for a good couple of hours was the fact that he absolutely insisted he had DNA tests done to make sure that he's not Arab. And he says, I can trace my lineage back all the way to the Berbers. There is no Arab in me. And he was beyond proud of that. It wasn't that
Yeah.
he was saying it with some kind of sigh. He was absolutely elated that he has no Arab in him and he does not affiliate himself with Arabs. So believe it or not, there is plenty of these embers, if you like,
Mhm.
of history remains in the Algerians, in the Moroccans, in the Libyans, Tunisians, Sudanese, Egyptians. These people still know to their core who they are and who came and Arabized them. They haven't forgotten. Somebody needs to stoke that fire, and
Yeah.
and
Unite the candles in the wind, right? So they can make
yes,
one united fire, right?
yes, because I think that if you just draw a line around the Arabian Peninsula, Saudi Arabia, Emirates, Yemen, all that, and exclude them because they are the Arabs, they are the actual Arabs, the rest will remember who they were and they will pull themselves out of this black hole of Islam that they're in, and they
Mhm.
will regain and re rejuvenate their ancestral sort of traditions, beliefs, and etc., and bring themselves into the modern world in spite of Islam, in spite of the Arabs, derision. So I don't care if the Arabs don't like it, but I want Moroccans to be Moroccan again. I want
Yeah.
Algerians to be to be Berbers again. I want Libyans to remember their Berber heritage too. I want the Egyptians to remember their Egyptian heritage and the Egyptian greatness. I want the Ethiopians to remember Carthage and be the great
And
Ethiopians again.
Axum again, right?
Axum, exactly. I want these people to remember who they were and regain who they were and have as much pride for who they were as right now they do for Muhammad,
Yeah.
and that Arab man who came and told them and Arabized them and changed their culture and language and religion and everything. So for me, I think that's the talk, that's the focus group, if you like. I have is I want to stoke those fires and
Yeah,
remind all these
Muhammad,
people. Yeah.
Muhammad, they're like people. These people are sitting around thinking, be like, and that's why, like you said, the internet. It's really starting to bring a lot of things to light, and it's uniting a lot of people. And they're starting to the exchange of ideas is happening regardless of in spite of the very oppressive Muslim, Muslim doesn't, obviously Islam does not allow for
Yes.
the exchange of idea or philosophical thought or the intellectual aspect of people. And so these huge factions of people in these different countries, in these different Muslim countries, who would have been tailblazers at this point, but they were
Yes.
never allowed to excel, to ignite, to launch. They were never allowed to launch. So
Yeah.
that's so sad. And the greatness that we've lost, the potential greatness that we've lost on this planet because of that
Yeah.
is extremely sad to me.
Yeah. I mean, just imagine how many great minds have young, as a young child, was stifled because instead of being put in front of a physics book or a mathematics book, they were put in front of the Quran to rock backwards and forwards and recite and remember the Quran. I mean,
Yes.
there's a guy called Zakir Naik. He is actually a qualified medical doctor, and yet he's given all
Wait,
that up.
wait! I think I know him. Hold on. He's like, I'm a medical doctor. That one.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
Muslim brother,
Wow.
brother has a good point. Um,
I'm a medical doctor. I will tell you, he's absolutely wrong. I know exactly what to say.
Yeah,
That one, that
exactly.
guy that you listen to, and I
Chapter
go,
chapter 29, verse 33, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said.
Banksy, and I listen to this Banksy, and I'm like, I like look at this like human, like talking camel, like
Mm.
with like spewing his insanity, and I'm like laughing. I'm like, this man is like honestly like you said, dumb as a box of rocks, and I'm like looking at him like, wow. And then I see these Muslims who like with a complete sincerity are like will go to me and be like, wow, he is so great, he is so smart,
Well,
don't you like, wow. And I'm like, what
the thing is,
what?
the thing is, this is the unusual thing. I don't believe he's dumb. He has managed to memorize the Quran and the Bible. This man is not stupid. It's just where his focus is in the wrong area. Imagine this man memorizing physics books. Imagine this man working on medical technology instead of putting that brain to the Quran or the
I don't know. You
or,
give him a lot of credit. That's very nice of you,
yeah,
very
but
generous. But I just feel like okay, there's people that are like these savants who can memorize these different things, but that doesn't mean that they're intellectuals per se. You see what I'm
well,
saying?
I'm just saying that there are many minds like that who can memorize. If you can memorize an entire book, and whether you're autistic or whether you're you have a great mind, either way, I think that mind would be far better served for humanity if it was in MIT
Oh,
than it
I see what
than
you're
if it's
saying.
in
Like
a
for the
mosque.
good instead of the evil, right? If
Yeah,
he was like serving that, yeah, yeah, yeah,
this is
yeah.
what I'm saying. I'm saying imagine that mind being put to good use instead of memorizing 7th century scribbles, and reciting Muhammad's ways of living versus discovering, I don't know, new medical cures, discovering new
And being a
technologies.
real medical doctor, like being like a
Exactly.
really like a contributor,
Exactly.
in
So
some
this is
way.
what I
Like
mean. This is what I mean. I'm just thinking, imagine these children who have come and gone to waste because they were put in front of a Quran instead of in front of a physics book or in front of uh, a, a any engineering book or anything else other than the Quran. What
and
they could
imagine
have
if they didn't
achieved.
and if they didn't have generations of closely related relatives as
Well,
parents.
that's yeah. That might be a
but
thing too.
but imagine also like you have societies like okay, like you even have like societies like Turkey, who is pretty close. Like I don't like there's societies like Turkey that they still have like about what 30% of the people in Turkey are like first cousins, the marriages, and so I'm just thinking, wow, if this was like down to like maybe 5 or even
Mm.
10, and that was like the past 100 years like that, it would be a completely different, not completely, but yeah, actually I believe a completely different society today, because it obviously,
Of course.
the effects of consanguineous marriages is like fact that you have like for instance in the UK you have the Pakistanis, who are by all comparisons a very minute, small, tiny faction of the society, but yet they constitute for I think 80, almost up to 80 to 89% of all like birth deficiency, all kind of birth defects, both and then both mental and physical birth defects are because of the Pakistanis, and they constitute for 89% of those in the UK of all
You see.
all cases.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, this is there's just so many things that could have been done better.
Yeah. And then you have this, like I said, there's so many there's so many minds in these countries, in these Muslim countries, and particularly like the ones that we spoke of, that would be they are like they would be heads and shoulders, there'd be leaps and bounds ahead of where they are right now if they were ever allowed to be.
Mm,
You know, they
exactly.
really would as societies. And this is like it is the this is complete, like I just feel like singing redemption song right now, like emancipate yourself from mental
From
slavery, you
mental
know.
slavery, yes.
Like I just like was like,
None but of ourselves can free our mind.
yeah, yeah, these songs of freedom, you know, like I just want to like strum a
Yes.
guitar and like
Uh,
sing it loudly to them, but they can't even think straight because they just hear like the minaret and the calls to like more like, you know, the prayers for like, I don't know, dumbing down society keep
yeah.
playing, and they can't even, they're not even allowed
Well,
to engage.
this is exactly it. I mean, like you said earlier on, the Jews are what, a few million people in the world,
Yeah,
and yet they have something like what, 80% of the Nobel Prize winners in the world are
yeah,
Jews. Ridiculous, high numbers like that, and the Muslims are, best numbers 1.5 like to 1.7 billion people. And I think they've got like three. I think Malala Yousafzai won like the Peace Prize one, and she even shared it with someone else. And then there was like one for physics, nuclear physics, I think it was. So they've got like one for actual hard sciences, and another one for for the Nobel Peace Prize. Which, to be honest with you,
yeah.
friggin' any idiot, it looks like they give it to any idiot. These Barack Obama was given one for not doing for literally being elected.
Yeah, yeah. Congratulations for being elected. You know,
You
it's
were
like, and what's
elected.
it? And people in the United States, I'll be like, I'm still waiting for the first black president, and they're like, what? You know, like all the, you'll get like all these people like all outraged, and I go, well, he wasn't even African American. He's not an ADOS. He's not a descendant of slaves here in the
Yeah,
U. And he goes, what do you mean? And he goes, I go, no, his mother was white, and
he
his
was.
father was a Nigerian Muslim, and his family is actually he comes from a line of African enslavers. So if anything, he's a descendant of masters,
That is
right?
true, actually.
And
Yeah,
like he's not African American by any means, you know. I'm like, what are you talking about?
yeah.
And they get all mad. I'm like, but that's a fact. And then, you know, their feelings don't care about my facts, you know. That's what
The
I find so
feelings don't
often.
care about your facts.
No. 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 Right? It's like
Exactly.
you're speaking to someone and you're like, man, God, it's got to be frustrating for you, man. I got to tell you what, because like at least, you know, me being Serbian and we're frustrated. We get like, you know, we have our history with the Ottomans and with Islam and all that kind of stuff. But at least we're all like basically walking amongst people being like, those, you know what, you know, like they never, you know, like, you know, we're off like, you know, we're spitting at the thought of that. But then you have like Iran, you have people that are literally like split. You've got almost got like a 50-50 where you have like, I feel like there's 50% of Iranians who are like ready to like set those minarets on fire. And you have the other 50% that are like, I don't know, no, Islam. You know what I mean? It's like so
Hmm.
frustrating. It's gotta be.
I know. I know. I don't know. It's frustrating. It's like swimming against the tide. It's like ice skating uphill. You really you keep trying. You keep pulling, and then you just keep sliding back down.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Sometimes, sometimes you
Sliding down the path of ignorance, and you're like, what is going, you know?
yeah, it's hard to pull people up with you or try to bring them up. I mean, this is my problem, my issues is I've got one side on one end. I just want to say, fuck all these people. I just want to save
Yeah,
England. I just want to save Britain from Islam and sort of build a giant wall around this country and just protect mine and my family and people I love and just let it be. And the rest of the world can deal with Islam. And then there's the other side where I look at Algerians, I look at Moroccans, I look at Syrians and Iraqis and Iranians and go, look, guys, you were great people. You used to be amazing. You used to have such rich and wonderful heritage. Unshackle yourself from
yeah,
this ball and chain of Islam, and bring yourself up, and you will be those great people again. You come from good stock. You don't come from
Yeah.
people who were idiots, who were burying their children in the sand, which is what the Arabs used to do. The funny thing is, the Muslims say, "Oh, the Arabs, the people at the time before Muhammad, they used to bury their daughters in the sand, and Muhammad came and saved them from that." Yeah, yeah, the Arabs were doing that,
Yes, yes,
not
exactly.
everyone else.
You
Just because
you
they were fuckwits, that doesn't mean the rest of us have to deal with your shit.
you knuckle draggers were doing that, and you knuckle draggers would still be doing that if it wasn't for like other societies around you being like whatever you. And then they kind of say like, oh, Muhammad, he came like, and then what do you say? And I've read the hadith, I've read the Quran about that, and I'm like looking at it, I'm like, but why didn't Allah say don't do that? You just, all he did was like basically like spotlight the fact that it happened, but I don't see where Muhammad was all of a sudden got a revelation and saying
Yeah.
like, don't do this, it's bad, stop doing that. All it did was he mentioned, it's like Muhammad, it's like how people can't see that Muhammad is like his biggest accomplishment is being Khadijah's lap dancer. Like honestly, that's really like that's where it
Yes. He
ends,
was Khadijah's toy boy.
Yes, I always say, I just say people like he was the first, he was the people, some people say like he was the first feminist, the first male feminist, and I'm like, I go, if you're talking about the fact that he was like his about equality that you're trying to address. I mean, if you're talking about the fact that yeah, I would rather call him like the first Chippendale dancer. I would actually like say like pretty much what he did, right? Like
Yeah, well, he
like
was an
I'll sit on your
opportunist.
lap.
I gotta give it to him. He was an opportunist young man. He saw Khadijah's family being incredibly powerful and influential. And Khadijah was a widow, and he said, "Yeah, I'm gonna tap that and get some of that sweet, sweet merchant money."
Yeah, and then like, oh, and then her uncle, well, their uncle, 'cause obviously they were, they had the same uncle,
Oh God,
and then and
yeah.
then and then yeah, they had the same uncle, so they like he went and hung out there, and then he's like, yeah, Khadijah, tell your father, Warka, the one that's like been interacting with the Christians, and he's like this quasi Christian, tell him to tell me more of his stories, and then Warka like is like yes, and then this happened and that happened,
That's
and
right, yeah.
then
I
all of a
mean,
sudden
he thought he was
he runs,
possessed by
yeah,
frigging demons, or he was being attacked by a demon when he came from the mountain.
yeah,
It was a Christian that had to convince him that it was an angel. He didn't know it
yeah.
was an angel.
Yeah, or sometimes I wonder if like he already like kind of heard some of Warwick's stories and some of the stories about Christianity and everything like that and biblical things, and then he's like, that's how it works.
Yeah.
Like
Well,
maybe like it could, and then he ran in all of a sudden. He's like, guys, you won't believe what happened to me. This angel came, and then he was
yeah.
like, oh, no, this beast came to me, and then Warwick was like, you mean angel? That was angel, and he's
Yeah.
like, yeah, I mean angel came. Yeah, that's the ticket, and then
Well,
he like, and then like that's where it like expanded. I don't
this
know.
is this is actually a little area in which, I mean, you would know better because of your Christian knowledge, but there's a guy called Paperboy who is a
Hmm.
Christian in Speaker's
Yeah,
Corner.
I like him. He's great. I
Yeah,
like
and
him.
he was actually making a point of this, that Gabriel, according to all the other scriptures, according to Christian scriptures, he always introduced himself as Gabriel when he came and saw some, a prophet or wherever messenger or whatever whichever messenger, whichever whoever Gabriel came to. He would introduce himself as Gabriel so that the person who's being visited by Gabriel knows that he's been given. I think actually it was like Lot who was visited by Gabriel at one
Yeah.
time as well. Gabriel and another angel, and so Lot knew that this was angel of God because Gabriel introduced himself.
Right.
And the funny thing is, Gabriel never introduced himself to Muhammad,
No.
and that's why Muhammad was under the impression that he was being attacked. He was attacked by a demon until a Christian convinced him, "Oh no, it must have been Gabriel." But according to all the other scriptures, Gabriel always introduced himself. So if
Yeah.
Gabriel didn't introduce himself, was it Gabriel? Because it's uncharacteristic of Gabriel, effectively, to not introduce himself.
And also Gabriel would come in the name of Yahweh, of the God,
Yeah,
in Old Testament, and then it was like the thought was like if he doesn't come in the name of the Lord, of Jesus Christ, and or of God in Old Testament, then he's not, that is not, and so like all of a sudden apparently
Well,
Jibril was shy with Muhammad, you know.
yeah. I mean, generally, according to all the other scriptures, Gabriel, no one was ambiguous about who they're being visited by. All the
Yes,
other
yes,
people
true.
knew that they were visited by Gabriel, except Muhammad. Muhammad was the only one that didn't seem to know uh, that Gabriel was visited, which is kind of a sort of a, things that make you go
Yes. Just like I was like talking to somebody and we were like talking about this is some years ago. We were talking about starting this series, you know, but we were afraid of getting our heads chopped off. No, but I was like, yeah. But we were wanting to do this like sort of comedic sort of like series
mm.
called Not Another Revelation, you know. Oh no, Muhammad, not another revelation, you
Yeah.
know. How he would like basically like, you know, all of a sudden like he's got all these guests coming over. People are like, you know, eating his food, eating out of his fridge and everything like that. And then all of a sudden he's like, excuse me for a second, I'll be right back. And then he like goes off and then he comes back in. He's like, I just got another revelation from Allah. And then he's like, look, this is not me, guys. Okay, I don't mind if you stay, take your time, eat my food, hang out with everybody. But look, this is not me. This is not me. I'm not saying this. This comes from Allah, you know. And he says that, you know, I am very nice and I am a very gracious host, and you know, I'm too shy to say this kind of stuff. But you should not be coming around here eating my food and
Yeah.
bothering me and
Allah
hanging out.
said, "Get the
Yeah,
fuck out."
Allah, yes, Allah says, get out of my house. Leave everything alone. Don't come back. And like as somebody's leaving, as they're leaving, and like, fine, Muhammad, you know, and they're like leaving, and then all of a sudden, and then as he's walking out, and Muhammad's like, oh wait a second, and the guest is like, yes, like all sort of like whatever sly, and he's like, yes, and then Muhammad says, oh yeah, and Allah, what's that, Allah? Okay, and Allah also says, bring me some money, lots of money. Give me half of your slaves. Okay, now your
Yes.
slaves are my slaves. Okay, that's he just said that. Sorry guys, I don't mean to be, you know, I don't mean to be.
Another
So
revelation.
yeah, yeah, and then he like, and it's called not another, not another
You should
revelation.
you should try to contact. Have you ever seen a video by a guy called Sai 10?
No.
Oh my god. Oh, you so need to. I will
Psi
put
10. How do you spell that? Psi
it's
10.
S let me I think it's SYE SY hold on SYETEN. I'm pretty sure it's SYE. Let me see. No, yes it is. It's SYETEN. Psi 10. He has actually done a whole series of videos, of cartoons of Muhammad and his sort of school of Islam. The guy is a genius. He stopped making videos now. I don't know exactly why. Maybe he got a
Maybe
job.
got decapitated. Like, how dare you do this for my Allah and my Muhammad?
Yeah,
Nobody says, you know, and also, you know.
yeah. He's done a whole bunch of videos. I mean, his videos are still up, but he hasn't made anything new for I think about best part of a year or so. I don't know. As I say, I don't know reason why he stopped. He didn't make a video telling us why he stopped. But his current, I mean, his videos. He's got like 117,000 subscribers, and his videos are genius, absolute genius. They are so funny, and there's a whole bunch of Muhammad, and different things. And your sketch about Muhammad, not another revelation would
Hmm.
he would be able to do that so well.
Psi 10. I mean, yeah, not another revelation. And then he's like, they're like, and then the like, let's say like his like wives come around and they're like, oh Muhammad, not another revelation. And then
Yeah,
you just see like Muhammad a close up and he kind of like puts his hands out and shrugs his shoulder like wah wah, you know, like kind of like whatever. Like
exactly.
anything his wives do, like you know, his wives start complaining about him, and which is like obviously in the Islamic text and everything like that. And then you know how like, and then like Muhammad all of a sudden he gets, this is what's in the Islamic text, but all of a sudden Muhammad like his gets a revelation that like that Allah says, if you are come against me, you start to gang up on me, then I will replace you with Allah will replace you with other wives, not me, not me. I love
Of
you. I
course.
would, honey, sweetheart, I would never ever. I want you forever. But Allah says He's gonna replace you with another wife, and like, and then you know, and then all of a sudden, like later on, like, oh. oh, by the way, guys, like he's getting like whatever bored, and he's like, Allah says that I should, should in the I should marry any woman that I really like. Guys, Allah says it's fine. Not me. I don't like it. I'm against it. I love my women, my wives, but Allah says that any woman I get the hots for, I must their husbands must divorce them so that they can
Yeah,
marry me. This is what Allah says, not me, guys. I'm
exactly.
not the one saying this. Don't get mad at me, like kind of like that's
Exactly.
it's just like a series of
This
this, and
is
I'm like, how are
it's
like how do you
true.
not see
It's true.
this?
You know now this is I'm highly skeptical at this story being true, but if it's for a sketch, I think it would work. You know the reason Muhammad hates dogs so much, and
Yeah,
he
yeah.
said he hates dogs and especially black dogs and all that
The
stuff.
black dogs, they're
Yeah.
the worst. What shoulder they come from? That's the black dogs, right?
Yeah, exactly. Now, I heard this explanation for it a long time ago. I don't think it's true, but it's still funny. He said the reason Muhammad doesn't like dogs but doesn't mind cats is because every time he snuck out of another man's wife's house, the
Wow.
dog would bark as he was running through the backyard. And so he banned all the dogs so he can go from house to house without having to worry about the dog alerting everyone.
I would do that as a skit, but you know what? I do agree that it's probably not true,
Yeah.
because I would honestly make more like logistical sense if Muhammad just said, "I got another revelation, guys." Like why would he even have to rely on that? Like, of course, and Allah says that if I want to sleep with your wife, you have to let me in, okay, guys, and so I can sleep with your wife, okay, because I got the revelation. I got the revelation. It's like he doesn't even need to stoop to those measures, like the barking dog, get rid of it. He's like, fine, bring your dogs. I think it's more like that he was maybe allergic to dogs. Maybe he sneezed a lot. He had like the first
That
allergy.
could be it as well. Yeah.
And he
Yeah.
was like, the dogs, or like he just didn't, for some reason, he was like, whatever, he had whatever aversion to it. But he's like, there's so many, like there's comedy gold in Islam for the
Oh
satirist.
yeah.
There really is. It's
Yeah.
it's 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 like there's such a wealth of it that's insane. That there's so many instances that I'm like, I listen to this, and like I've had Muslims telling me, and I believe that they're being sincere, and they're telling me sincerely about these stories about, and they're using these examples. Well, Muhammad, and I'm like, okay, and then what? And I can't even. You don't even know how difficult it is for me sometimes. Sometimes I'm good, but with keeping my sincere face on. But
Mhm.
sometimes I practically have to bite my inner lip to not burst out laughing, because I don't want to insult them as individuals, as people. But I'm like, and then what happened? You know what I mean? Okay,
I
I'm like,
know.
okay.
I
And
know.
they are like, but they there's some of them, they've told me stories, they're like choking up, they're welling up, man, their eyes, they're about to tear up because they're like, this is so beautiful, and I'm like, what? what what are you talking about?
Such a
They're like,
beautiful revelation.
there's like so many, not another revelation, and like the Muhammad did this, he did that, and I'm like, there's some that are just so ridiculous. I mean, again, obviously, I can't think of them all right now offhand, but there's some that I'm like, this is just insane. And I'm like thinking, like, if that was like my history, or something like that, I would bury that. I would suppress that. I
I
would be
know.
embarrassed to no end. I'd be like, please, guys, let's keep this like under
Never tell
wraps.
anyone about this portion ever again.
Please, like, don't, like, let's just forget about that part, okay?
Yeah.
Because I just it's like it's just so much of that, and I understand for people, especially if you're an atheist, you can find that in all religions. I get that. But you have to understand, like, whereas like the Bible is separated in history, in parables. I mean, admittedly so. It's written in
Yeah.
historical accounts. It's written in parables, which are not meant to be taken literally, and then it's written in like the words of Jesus Christ, things that he said. But even he used parables, you know what I
Yeah.
mean, to convey something. Whereas
Yeah.
like
There's a
in
lot
in
of
Islam,
symbology
yes,
in Christianity.
in Islam, the most simplest, ridiculous, backwards, like mentally deficient parables are like taken as like such
Literal.
amazing, beautiful things. Yeah, literal. And I'm like,
Yeah. I
wow.
know. I
It's
know. And to tell you the truth, although I have, there's plenty of problems with the Quran. The thing with the Quran I found is, for the most part, it's written in in kind of like your, when you read your star sign in the newspapers, you're a Gemini or a Cancer. And if you're a Cancer, it doesn't matter if you're a Cancer in New York or a Cancer in Timbuktu. You kind of relate to the same
Yeah, yeah,
the
yeah, yeah,
same
yeah.
thing because it's written in such a way that it can be interpreted by anyone and it will mean something for them.
So vague,
Yeah,
right?
it's very vague and very sort of ambiguous, and so it has a lot of ways it can be interpreted. And the Quran, for the most part, I mean, I haven't read all of it. I keep trying, but it bores the shit out of me. But for the most part, all the bits that I have read, it's all like that. It's all very sort of vague and not too specific on many things. But
Right.
the hadiths are like very specific because the hadiths are like the biography of Muhammad, the times and the days and times of Muhammad, and the things he did and the things he said. And the hadiths are batshit crazy. They're just like straight
Yeah.
up insane, crazy things in there. And the Muslims, although I've noticed a lot of the Western Muslims tend to pick and choose very readily on which is the Sahih, which is the correct hadith, and which are the
What's
the
what's Daith, right? Like all that,
yeah,
yeah.
exactly. So they some seem to, even though in like Sunnah.com it literally says Sahih Hadith like Bukhari, but
This one's good. This one's
yeah,
good.
but they don't. The Muslims, if it's a bad one for them, they're like, oh no, no, where is the chain of narration? It's like, dude, it says Sahih, but you
Yeah.
don't want to accept it. But nevertheless, the really batshit crazy stuff is in the hadiths mostly,
Yeah.
and so that's why I can say a Quranic Muslim would not be as crazy as a Muslim who believes in the Sunnah as well as the Quran. And but the thing is, the Muslims don't consider a Quranic Muslim a real Muslim. You
Oh,
can't
and
be a,
they're barely the 1%, unfortunately.
well, yeah, but also you're not considered a Muslim because the Sunnah, because Muhammad, when he died, he said, I left you with my book, which is his Quran, and my family, my Sunnah. So if you don't believe in his Sunnah, in his lifetime, if it, in the way he lived, and try to follow some of those examples, then you're not really a Muslim because Muhammad himself said, I'm leaving you my book and my family. Although this is where the Shiites and the Sunnis have problems because the Shiites say he said my family, not, and he didn't talk about Uthman or Abu Bakr or all these other Yusuf Ali and all these other people. He wasn't talking about them. He was talking about Ali, Muhammad, Hassan, Hussein, his family, his actual children and well, not
Yeah.
children,
His
his
descendants.
descendants. Exactly, he was talking about his immediate family. You guys started to bring in these other asswipes and revere them, and that's not what we should be revering anyway. Then they got the whole Sunni Shia divide. But the problem is, it doesn't matter. The Shiites also have crazy hadiths.
Yeah, they do. They do. But I do feel that I was telling Issa this too, and I said, and he's all over the place, obviously,
I
as a
know.
convert and all that. He's trying to invent something new,
Yeah.
but for the most part, that's what I find. But I did tell him that, if I had to choose the lesser of the two evils, if I had no choice, I would, if I had to choose, I would choose, obviously, preferentially Shia Islam over Sunni Islam any day. And I do feel that, even like that, if it was Shia Islam, and the Sunni Islam was completely suppressed, and that was, if it was the other way around, if it was the Shia that were the 80%, and the Sunnis were the 20, I believe that Islam, a version of it, would have actually evolved into something a lot more palatable, and something that could be integrated a lot easier into broader societies than Sunni Islam. I do believe that.
Maybe I don't know because I mean the Shia Islam that I've experienced in Iran has none of that. They're still fanatical. They're still crazy. They still will cut off your face. If you said anything remotely offensive about Muhammad or Islam. I don't know. I don't. I honestly don't know
But
because
sometimes
I think
I,
the Shia Islam that Isa portrays is
Mhm.
his Shia Islam. It's not
Yes, yeah.
the Shia Islam. So I'm still I'm still not 100% convinced because I think Isa is like you said, he's creating his own uh, Islam as he's going along. He keeps saying the true Islam, but again, I can ask 1,000 Muslims what is true Islam, and I'll get 1,000 different answers.
Yeah.
Uh, so I still am not 100% sure. Oh, we've got people that have arrived.
We
Raj,
do?
Raj is in the house. I think we
Oh,
we
really?
talked so long, people woke up.
Oh, wow. Yeah. What would have been going now? Like, well, we've been going like well into over,
It's
like
like
we're at over 2 hour
4 hours.
mark.
I mean,
Has it
like,
really been that like no, like no, no, it was
no.
about 11:30
Let me
my
see.
time, I
Let me see.
think, and now it's 2:30. Yeah, three. Yeah,
Well,
three
on my
hours.
thing, it says 5 hours and 19 minutes.
Well, that's how long you've been going. But you
Yeah,
mean when
yeah,
I
that's
yeah,
true.
you've been going that long. I think when I came in, it was like we're like just under the we're about the two like around the 2.5 hour mark.
Yeah, yeah. I think that's when we started because I was doing that game. It's called Counter Strike, Raj. It's just I was just fucking around. I couldn't sleep. Funnily enough, I'm slowly feeling a little bit. The thing is,
Yeah. Now I've lulled you to sleep, you know? Like
no, no, but I feel like, but the thing is, I don't want to sleep now. It's 7:30 in the morning, and I think I have to try and keep myself awake now until later on tonight. Because if I sleep now, I'll sleep till well into the day. I'll pretty much kill the day off,
yeah.
and then be wide awake at night again. So if I want to break this cycle, I may have to just I have to
The
go on.
the marathon the to now sort of like is really should be more geared towards seeing if there's like a network that wants to align and make the like not another revelation series, or it could be called not my Muhammad or that's my Muhammad. There you go, that's my Muhammad.
Yeah, that
That's my Muhammad,
that
you
could
know.
that's how Aisha would end every episode.
Yeah, yeah, being like
Like a sitcom.
yeah, be like I talked to Jibril again, and he traveled in a time machine, and he said to me, you won't believe this, Aisha. He told me that people in the future are going to say things like that you can rape your wife. Like start like laughing, like can you believe they think one day. Oh, I don't know, Jibril. I think maybe he's going crazy or something. He said
Yeah.
that one day people are going to say these crazy things like, you can rape your wife. You cannot rape your wife. You cannot rape anybody. If people know what the right hand
Yeah.
possesses. Oh, they're
They
so
they're going to
stupid in the
make they're
future.
going to make slavery illegal. Can you believe it? Can you
Yeah,
believe
exactly.
these idiots?
The world is going to go crazy one day, Aisha.
What am I
It's
supposed to
crazy.
do without my slaves?
Who is going to do these things, and who is going to wash me? Who is going to drink
Yeah.
my urine? Who is going
Who's
to drink my urine or the camel's urine? How am
who
I
is going to
yeah.
milk my camel for the urine?
What will I do without the slaves? They're so stupid. They
Do,
will die. You cannot survive
do,
without the
do you
slaves.
know that they are so crazy that they will tell us that drinking a camel's urine will not cure you of leprosy? They are crazy in the future.
Yeah, how stupid. You remember Baba Booey Ganoush down the street? He was breaking out in hives. I say drink some camel urine. It was pretty much, would have been gone if he didn't die the next day
Yes.
because he made me so mad. You
You
know,
know,
like something like that. Like it's like so
Hussein
ridiculous.
Hussein the other day he fell over. He damaged his knee. He cut himself open. I rubbed some urine on it. It was good.
Yes, he said it was good. And then one day they're going to say that I invented Islam, you know. Well, no, I didn't, because shut your mouth, Aisha. We don't talk about that. I did not invent this. That's the last time I hear you say that
Gabriel
again. I
told
did
me.
not. This is what my and like then you'll find out. And one day they're going to call my genie Allah. They're going to call him God. Isn't that crazy? That's so exciting. I had no idea. Like he gets all excited, like wow, like one day my genie is going to turn into a god. This is amazing. Can you believe it? We're famous. We'll be famous. Aisha, be happy. And then she'll be like, oh, Mohammed, like, oh, Mohammed, I don't want to, Mohammed. What do you mean? Or like you'll see like, oh, never mind. I'm going down to some places that could be like considered very offensive. I probably need to stop
You
talking.
think?
Yeah. that are
Are
unbecoming
they?
of anybody.
Are they gonna be
They
unbecoming of you?
they are. They really are. Because I was just about to like toss out some. I had some stuff in my back pocket, and I was like, well, I've been itching to release this, you know. And I'm like, sometimes it's better to not. And I was like, let me put that back. Let me put the gun back in the holster because I was like, this is not gonna be good. But there are some things that like that whole part of it where like somebody comes from like the future and like tells Muhammad what people are gonna think about Islam one day. And then he's gonna be like, "But that's crazy. He is not a god. He is my genie." Aisha. Remember, I specifically said I'm going to write him that repeat after me. He is my genie. Or like you have Muhammad. You know, like how he had his like his the scribes or whatever
Mm.
writing down his quote unquote revelations. And this really happened where Muhammad apparently it's said that what's his name Salman Rushdie wrote like a whole thing about it where like in reality like he would say things and he would say things wrongly, you know, and they'd be like, but I thought you said this, you know, basically, and he'd be like, yeah, write it down. So it'd be like kind of Muhammad, like he said one thing, he's like, and no one is and of course adoption is just fine, everyone, of course you can adopt people, and then like he sees what's her name? He sees Zina and like gets the hots for her, and then he comes back in like about a like 5 minutes later, and he goes, be like, scratch that. Actually, adoption is not good. It is very bad. Adoption is so bad, and if it is that is like null and void, you're not allowed. Okay, and like all of a sudden he like scratches that whole thing about adoption being great. You know, then now it's a terrible idea, and
Yes.
then the scribe has to like go like tears like the sheet of paper, crumples it up and throws it into this like whatever like clay like waste bin, and like starts again, you know, writing down the like the revised revelation,
The thing
because that's so crazy
the
like
thing
that.
is, I was under the impression that nobody wrote down the Quran until Muhammad pretty much died, because this was all recited verbally, and there was like the verbal tradition or the oral tradition where they just passed it down from one individual to the other, and people just memorized it until they realized all these people who memorized it are starting to die. So people started writing it on bits of, barks of trees and leather and so on and so forth, until Othman compiled it all. Or were they actual scribes? No, you're
No,
right. There must have been,
there were,
because Aisha said
yeah,
that some sheep came in and
and
ate
ate the
some of
yeah.
it.
The sheep ate, instead of the dog ate my homework, the
The
sheep
sheep.
ate my scriptures. Be like, I would love to tell you what Muhammad said about that, you know, like, but the sheep, like
Yes,
all the stuff that Aisha didn't like, apparently the sheep ate them, you know, like,
that's
no,
right.
the sheep ate that too, forget that. And then Aisha was like, no, forget it, that we don't follow, we don't think of it like that anymore, guys. No. Muhammad never even said that. I don't even remember anymore, you know, like, it's just like there is, like I said, comedy gold, but it's like there's so many layers layers to how comedically genius this could be, and it's so easy. It's so easy. It's like there's got to be like, you know, like how you have like you know what they call, where they wrote like where they when they did the life of Brian, you know, and everything
Mm.
like that about Christian satire, right? And then you have like those writers that are still like, but this isn't even that fun. This isn't even that fun. Like, yeah, we can poke fun at this and this and that. But man, Islam, man, we this is like there's no end. There's no end to
Oh,
how far we could go with this thing.
I would love the day that will come where they would actually make a movie called The Life of Ahmed, like the life of Brian.
Yes.
That
Oh,
would
that would be
be
so good.
amazing.
That
That
would be
would
so good.
amazing. Where, and because like you said, Islam is just so full of all these comedic moments as well, with the sheep eating the scriptures and all of these. If somebody would have the balls to make the life of Brian, the life of Ahmed, in the same way, there would be just millions of funny moments that they could pull out of Islam. It's just unfortunately every person who was ever involved in that production will then be dead or have to be on the 24-hour security for the rest of
Uh,
their life.
the new fatwa, you know, and it's just like you
Yes.
could just have like Muhammad saying like people, somebody comes up and they're like, Muhammad, there's a poet. There's like so many poets, and now they've been now they've written things that are so much more beautiful and profound than the Quran. They're amazing. You have to read some of this stuff, man. It's so amazing. And then like 2 seconds later, Muhammad's like, everyone, I got a revelation from Allah again, and he said that you should kill all of those poets. I didn't say it. It's not me, guys. It's not me. I mean, I love the poets. They're so good, but they're so nice to listen to, blah, 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 blah. But Allah wants the poets dead.
Yes.
I don't know why. I don't know why, but Allah knows best, guys. Allah knows best. You know, so like kill them. You know, it's like it's
Exactly.
just like so much of that. You know, it's like crazy. It really is.
Yeah, I mean, actually, let me. By the way, this thing, I presume you know, but this thing about Muhammad's image not being ever displayed, this is all BS from
Yeah,
Sunni
yeah, I know.
Muslims.
Yeah, yeah, I
The
do know that.
Shiites don't believe in this whatsoever. There's like loads of images of Muhammad in the
Yes,
Shiite world.
there
They,
is. Oh yeah, and the
yeah,
Ottoman. You're gonna have to tell me. Like the Ottoman, which are basically like the Turkic tribe from the steppes. You know, the Caucasus. They when they came over, they had a they actually had like this like very primitive like artistry, but that they developed from the Far East, and then they from what they adapted from the Far East. And when the Ottomans kind of like came into Islam, you know, they had a lot of images of
yeah.
Muhammad.
There you go. Like the ones I'm sharing on my
Oh yeah,
screen.
yeah,
That
exactly,
one,
yeah.
that's Muhammad. This one is Muhammad.
Oh, can you just see like imagine a bubble above Muhammad's head right there? What was that image that you just had now with like his finger pointing up?
Oh, hold on. Yeah, that's like that's the one God. You see, that's what he's
Yeah,
doing.
like that right there, like there, like just imagine like a caption where he's going like, "I got the revelation, guys."
Yeah.
Like it's like everyone, I got the revelation.
But
This is like,
these images have been drawn and it's been available in like Shia Islam sort of world for years, for
oh
decades.
yeah,
All my life, I remember seeing these sort of images, and the Muslims themselves, they know it. They know that. That's why it was such a crock of shit when they were like, "Oh, you can't draw the Prophet ever." It's like, no, this is the biggest pile of bullshit ever. The Muslims, the Shia Muslims, do not accept this whatsoever. And there's also pictures of Ali in Shia Islam like this. The Ali's pictures are always depicted by the sword. That's how you know the difference between Ali and Muhammad. Is Ali was the sword of Islam. You know, he was the sword for Muhammad. He was the warrior, and Muhammad was the one with the
you'll be
book,
alright, Tina.
the you know, the Quran.
You'll be alright, honey. You'll be alright.
Yeah, but what I mean is these images, these you can buy these in murals. You can have these cloths where you can hang on your wall with all of these images. This is always Ali. Ali is always with the sword. And yet none of these have ever been like banned in certainly not in Iran, probably southern Iraq, even probably Pakistan. This is nonsense. That's
Yeah,
Chuck
that you're gonna
Norris.
like that you like where's Chuck Norris? Where?
There's this one that I posted. Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can open
Can
it by
can you
itself.
hold on just
Someone
for
superimposed Chuck Norris's face.
hey Banksy? I just gotta go just for like 60 seconds, and I'll be right
Oh,
back.
that's
I
okay.
just gotta
That's
go
okay.
check
Thank
something.
you.
Don't go. I'll be back in just a minute.
No
Okay?
worries.
Can you find some find some more stuff because I want to see. I'll be right back.
I love that one. That's Chuck Norris. No worries. See you in a bit. It's Chuck Norris. That's Muhammad. That is freaking awesome. I don't know who did this, but that's also, I'm saving that one for myself. That one's the best. Oh man, that's fucking awesome. Can't believe they photoshopped. But yeah, these are pictures of Muhammad, and no one has ever censored these in the Muslim in the Shia world. So when any Muslim tells you you can't draw Muhammad, they're full of shit. There's plenty of people who've drawn Muhammad. This is bullshit. Okay? This is all absolute bollocks. All you have to do is just a little bit of googling. Ooh, that's not gonna be good for the Muslims. Oh, that's been photoshopped to not be pleasant. And this one isn't particularly good either. These are not the flattering pictures of Muhammad. Let's be honest. These ones are not flattering the Prophet here. But then again, I don't think that was the aim for them to be flattering. I don't think that's what they were going for. They were not going for flattery. There you go. There's another one. Now, these ones, I've seen these ones. Now, these ones can be a little bit more ambiguous because they can be Muhammad, they can also be Ali. There isn't a definitive, like, book or sword in those images. Muhammad's, the ones that you know is 100% Muhammad is always with the book. He's always got the book in his hand. But the ones without the books, it's like 50-50. It could be Muhammad, it could be what's it called, Ali, because there's no sword or book, and it's hard to say. It's hard to say. I mean, there's another one. There's another flattering image. They've all been done. I mean, I'm trying to show flattering images. I'm not trying. There you go. That's Ali. So you can tell that's Ali because he's drawing the sword. You see, that's Ali because of the sword. See, this is Ali again. The sword with the double prongs, the venom, the tongue, the serpent's tongue. I think it was the name of his sword. It was like the serpent's tongue with the double thing going on there. Again, more Ali. Again, this one is hard to say. I can't read the Arabic underneath it, or Iranian, whatever it is. Unfortunately, I am illiterate in Farsi and in Arabic. But there you go. There you go. These are all, like, this is Muhammad. I'm pretty sure that's no, that's Ali. That's Ali. Again, you see the sword. Look for the sword if you don't want to confuse Ali with Muhammad. Ali, the sword. You see Ali sitting with the sword and the lion. It's again more Ali. I think these are all mostly Ali now. Yeah, Hazrat Ali. Yeah. Oh, okay. This one doesn't look good. What the fuck is that all about? Holy shit.
All right, I'm back, and I have to tell you something. I got a revelation. All of a sudden, you won't believe it, but Jabril, I think his name is Jabril. At least that's what I think his name was. He came to me and he said, "Listen, listen, listen." They said, "Nada, is it?" Yes. I want to tell you something. Allah says that everyone should give you all their money, and then you should just do my bidding. So I just here to share that with you guys. It's
convenient.
Not me. Listen, Banksy, it's not me. It's
PayPal.
not me, okay? Yes. So you need to transfer everything that you have in your accounts. Tell your friends to do the same into mine, okay?
Yes.
It's
PayPal
not my
it. PayPal it.
Yeah.
It's not Nada that's saying this. It's Allah.
No.
You want to
Yeah.
you want to obey the will of Allah, right?
Yeah, I believe that people should share, should take care of each other, blah 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 blah. But
mostly
Allah,
give Nada.
he's a stickler for these things, and you have to give everything you own to me.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, sorry about that, guys. Sorry about your luck.
Mostly give your money to Nada. That's the revelation.
That's basically that pretty much is that pretty much encapsulates it. That covers it. I mean,
that's what's been sent down, people. It's not her fault. She didn't choose this.
No, I didn't. And I personally, I don't even want this, guys. I don't even want all your money. I don't want it, okay? But it's this is like Allah knows best, guys. Exactly. He said so. Okay? I mean, who am I? Who am I to argue with this genie? I mean, oh yeah, never mind. This God. Because he says so, this is what he says, and he's kind of whatever, I don't know. Like I just feel like this is what needs to happen. So just obey and submit. Oh, by the way,
submit.
By the way, submit to me. Everyone be my slaves and do what I say, because you work for me now.
But not as I do.
Not as I do. And yeah. Yeah, with Muhammad, that too. I don't even like you know that they were guys. That's what, like, I believe, obviously, when people are like the Quran has never been corrupted. Like, how could it not be? Like you said, how could it not have been corrupted? Where people like were just memorizing it and like just repeating these quote unquote poems, and
Mm.
then all of a sudden, like, nobody in that game of telephone never got disrupted. Really? And then now you say it. Now you say it, and it's like the perfect word. It's like, really? And it's like, also with me, I'm always like, okay, I believe that the real Islam that we know today never even even the glimpses of the Islam that we know today never even really materialized in anything that we could slightly recognize until about the 10th century.
Ah.
Yeah,
Well,
that
yeah,
that's
yeah, that's
when
right. That's true, actually. Um,
that's why Uthman was, and then like later, what about that other one though? Like, oh, so what happened? Because we had these other stories that came up, and then Uthman, then it was like, remember Uthman? He was like burning all the Qurans, and that's why it's like, really. It's like this guy. I'm like, guys, in their history, it's telling you about this the leader who was like, everybody, give me your Quran so I can burn it. You know what I mean? And
mm.
nobody is like, that sounds suspicious a little bit, maybe a little bit suspicious. Like you're burning all your holy books. I mean, that speaks highly of a revision there. Like, no.
You.
Like then that person was like, add this in, add that in, scratch that, put that, right?
Yeah, there was actually there was a secular. There's a channel I follow called Secular Jihadists, and they were talking about someone else. I forgot, Abdul Malik yeah, Malik. Who is
Yeah.
Malik? And that perhaps he was actually more instrumental about towards creating Islam than even Muhammad.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just so clear. I mean, and if you look at it, it's like you can almost sort of pick out the certain areas, and especially some of the hadith and everything like that. You can say like, this is from this era, or this would make sense for this, or they would probably change it and alter it because this particular century that would be, compatible with that one. It wouldn't make sense of like the 7th century, but that would make more sense in the 10th century, this particular, segment of the Quran. And there's things like that where you're like, this doesn't even make sense on a timeline back to the 7th century.
Yeah, yeah, this is it. He's the one who started putting Muhammad on coins, apparently. This is gold dinar minted by the Umayyads in 695, which likely depicts. Ah, no, it's not. It's not Muhammad. It's
Byzantine, Byzant, yeah,
Yeah, it's Abd al Malik. It's the
yeah.
depiction of Abd al Malik, the fifth
And there's
caliph.
Byzantine coins that are taken that you see, like, they're identical Byzantine coins that depict that had like a cross on them, right? And that had like
Ah,
this very identical framing, but then you see like a new image where it would like be an image of Muhammad, which apparently you can't create an image of him, but it was the image of Muhammad. But then you would see the exact same coin with the cross omitted.
okay, okay, yeah, because so you mean they took the Byzantine image coins
Yeah,
and they just
yeah,
reforged them and reshaped them or
yeah.
sort of cut them? Interesting,
Because they feel like
interesting.
that would be accepted as like legitimate currency, and that's something that they could really familiarize familiarize in like a
In the
in the transits and everything like that. Yeah.
Okay, okay. Well, yeah. Apparently, Abdul Malik was the fifth caliph of the Umayyad Caliphate. Caliph. And
What
so,
century was he from? What century is he from?
it says here. This is Wikipedia, by the way. So I'll take that
So
with
it's got to be 100% correct.
you know what
Then
I mean.
there's
Of
like
course,
there's
this is
forget it.
factual to the T.
It's
But
about as factual as the revelation from Allah, basically.
July, August 644 to July 647. Uh, and then 9th of October 705. What I don't know what that is. Maybe he became caliph again. I don't know exactly what that. Oh, no, it says here uh July or August 644 or July 647. Sometime in that period he became caliph, and then his reign finished in October 9th of October 705, uh, ruling from April 685 until his death. A member of the first generation of born Muslims, his early life in Medina was occupied with pious pursuits. He held administration and military posts under Caliph Muawiyah, 661 to 680, founder of the Umayyad Caliphate, and his own father, Caliph Marwan. By the time of Abd al-Malik accession, Umayyad authorities had collapsed across the caliphate as the result of the Second Muslim Civil War, and had been reconstituted in Syria and Egypt during his father's reign. So yeah, basically he was the fifth caliph, and the Muslims were fighting and killing each other right in that period too.
Right, right, exactly. And they talk about copy paste, and like it's almost like they actually, after copy and pasting like Muhammad did, then you have these other caliphs that followed, that they cherry picked from one to the other. And that's why with every ruler the Quran would be altered. This is how they did it.
Mm.
Like,
But
I
the
don't like
Quran
that,
has
I don't like
never been
that.
altered, my dear. Didn't you know?
Yeah, of course not. Yes, of course not. And that's where, like, people say, like, there's people in the West that'll be like, they'll say something like, like the people that are ignorant of Islam and what it is, and they'll be like, what's wrong with the Quran? It's just like, it's really not. It's basically like the religion of peace, and they'll say things like that, and I'm like, wow, I'm like, damn you, George Bush, like, like, look at you like totally like brainwash the world with your, like, the morons with your phraseology.
I
But
know.
they have it where with in Islam, that's why they'll say, like, it's they'll say to me, like, look, it's not perfect. It was written by men, and I'm like, oh, no, 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 whoa, 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 no, it was not. Not the No, the Quran was not. The Quran is like, it's basically like, Muhammad was taking dictation directly from God, word for word, verbatim. This is like
Well,
this is what they say. That's why it can't be reformed. That's
this
why.
is this is why a lot of these claims don't really seem to stack up when people start to actually scratch the surface of the Muslim narratives, and try to actually find historical evidence of all these things, like Quran never being changed. It doesn't seem to hold water at all. You can see, even in things like the Birmingham, what's it called, the Birmingham parchments or whatever they found, there were corrections made. There's I don't know if you know about a guy called what's his name, something Smith.
Jay Smith, yeah.
Jay Smith, exactly. He is like destroys. He's literally shredding, tearing apart the Quran, when it comes to its problems, its origin, the corrections that were made, and the thing is, he was at Speaker's Corner, Jay, and he was talking about these corrections that were made, and also not to mention the dots, the annotative, whatever they call it.
The Alephs, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, where they actually added the dots in much later on, which could change entire meanings of words anyway.
Yeah.
But not to mention that, when he was showing these evidence of the fact that there is literally, you can see through, especially through radiometric. I think it was ultraviolet, violet, or I don't know what they did, but they did something to be able to see underneath if there were other texts underneath this parchment, underneath the current text, and they could see scribes who've made, well, there were other writings that were written there. Now Mansur came up and said, well, sometimes when a scribe makes a mistake, they will then correct that mistake, and they will wipe the old writing, and then that's why that you got that. You say, okay, fine, then that actually shows that people were making mistakes when they were replicating these parchments.
Wow. Oh
So
yeah, Mansour.
that is an
He's the one.
admission to corrections and mistakes being made.
Talk about the spin, and then, like, for me, oh yeah, Mansour, is he the guy? He looks like a wait a second. I know what that is exactly. That's the guy. He looks like a human troll doll, like a hairless one though,
Yes, yes.
who's had his hair shaved, like a
Well, he's got
hairless.
the little tuft of a tuft of hair on his chin, a very thin, wispy mustache.
Oh
Uh,
yeah, I know
yeah,
what
he's
that one
that
is.
guy.
Yeah.
The thing is, I don't mind. I mean, I don't wanna like, rag on how his looks, but this
No, no, no.
man.
I'm just honestly trying to remember what he looks
Oh,
like.
I
I
know.
just remember specifically
I
that stuck out in
can.
my head.
Yeah, I'll try and find pictures and I'll post them for you. But the thing is, I don't mind. I don't mind this man's image. I'm not here to
No, no,
rag
no.
on
Me
him.
neither. I'm definitely
One
not
thing.
stuck on that. I'm not
Yeah,
stuck on that at all. It's just
absolutely.
that's the first thing that came to my mind when I'm trying to think. Like when I saw somebody and name was Mansoor, I couldn't get that thought out of my mind.
Yeah.
I'm like, this is, but it's not at all. I mean, there's been like by no means there are people that it's irrelevant what their appearance is. I mean, and people have entertained what they have to say. I mean, so that has nothing to do with that.
Yeah. No, no. But my main thing about Mansoor, which I find it really difficult, is the man has unbelievable body odor, and I can't walk past this person without actually throwing up a little bit in my mouth. And
Wow,
this is what I mean. That's why I'm saying,
that bad.
I don't wanna rag on this man and his appearance, but this man needs to use some Sure or Lynx or some form of deodorant, because this man has horrific body odor. I don't know why no one else mentions it, or maybe they don't want to say something, but
Because that's racist.
I can smell this man from a good 12 feet away. This is not even an exaggeration. Anyone who's been to Speaker's Corner will be able to testify to this. The man has terrible body odor. There was a couple of times where when I first went to Speaker's Corner, I wanted to approach him and talk to him and kind of, maybe a mini interview or something, because he's well known. I can't stand his smell long enough to be able to do this.
It's that bad?
It's horrific.
Wow.
It is horrific. It is pungent. It is absolutely obvious. And I don't know why no one. The only blessing at the moment is that it is so cold that hopefully his body odor is kept under check in the cold weather.
Oh
That's the
man.
only reason that I think I should go back to Speaker's Corner, just to be able to get near this man, because if it comes to autumn, sort of spring, summertime, forget it. There's no way I'd be able to be within like 20 yards of this guy. Horrific body odor. I'm sorry, Mansoor. If you ever hear this, please, I beg you, I'll buy you some Sure. I'll buy you the deodorant myself.
Yeah.
I will present it to you with loving hands.
My God,
It's
that's like that
horrible.
bad,
It
huh?
is man's body odor.
Could you imagine though? Could you imagine if he was like if he was a Christian, what the like the quote unquote Dawa team would do to him with the insults?
Oh,
Like as they're
of
like debating
course.
him, they would like tear him apart, right? They'd be like, you stink. I know they do that sometimes. Like somebody will be talking and like a Christian is talking to them about something and they're like maybe 4 feet away from each other, right? And they'll be like, your breath stinks. Like they like pick that
Mm.
up. That was like as if that, they had homonym
Yeah,
to
yeah, of
disrupt the
course.
argument,
Of course,
and
yeah.
it's just like I'm like, wow. So can you imagine with Mansoor if
Well,
he was a
I'm
Christian?
sure, yeah, I'm sure if it was like that, they would tear into him as well. But I mean, I don't want to, attack him for it. But this is Mansoor. He's the one, next to Jay Smith. I think you know which one I mean now by looking at him.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. See, but when I said troll doll, I don't mean like he looks like a troll, like an ogre. But the troll dolls,
Yeah, the
people
little
like the trolls.
dolls. You're
They
right.
were considered cute. Nobody was saying around like, oh, whatever. They were like, oh, they're so cute, right? I'm just saying he happens to look like this. I remember this troll doll that I had when I was about like maybe 10 to 12 years old.
Yeah,
And he I had this like immediate like thought that he kind of like looks like him.
yeah.
Like the troll doll. I didn't think that my troll doll was ugly or anything like that. I just remember those little dolls. You know what I mean?
I
That's
know
all
what you
the in
mean.
my
I
mind.
know what you mean. But yeah, I mean, for me, I'm indifference, but I will say, please shower and use body deodorant.
Although I will, that's all I
Buddy.
will say is like you say when I interview him, but I don't actually find him that I don't find a lot of his. I mean, some of the things he says, but a lot of it is like a lot of verbal gymnastics that he uses. I don't see him as so straightforward.
I don't know. I find his arguments. I don't know. I've never really heard his arguments to be particularly strong. I've heard him, debate atheists and stuff like that. Um, he uses a lot of same old stuff. The watchmaker, the the Goldilocks argument,
Well, what's the Goldilocks argument? I've
the
never heard
Goldilocks
that one.
argument is the planet, our planet, is a certain distance from the sun, and if it was, some people claim that if it was only a little bit further away, it would be too cold and we'll die, and only a little bit further
Oh yeah,
closer.
yeah, 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 yeah,
But
yeah.
the fact is, there's literally thousands of miles. The planet could be thousands of miles further away from the sun and would still be okay. And it could actually be thousands of miles closer to the sun and would still be okay. It doesn't.
Yeah.
This isn't like when we're talking a little bit closer, a little bit further. We're talking the magnitude of thousands of miles.
Yeah, but at the same time, you can't deny that that everything is like okay. There's scientists that have been like who are who are by all measures atheists, but they themselves numerous amounts of them do actually admit that they say they go that everything the alignment everything that fell into place the way that it's happened the system. I'm not saying like okay if a little tiny teeny tiny little minute dot speck of a shift, but they're saying overall in general like how it everything had happened to whatever, and that they consider this to be some of them even say
Miraculous.
it's miraculous in a lot of ways, you
Well,
know.
I mean, it is true if we were the only one, if we were the only planet that had this, unique set of circumstances. But now the only reason it seems miraculous is because we are held back by the lack of technology for us to observe planets around other solar systems. And now as we're getting better and better at that, we're finding Earth-like planets that have fallen in similar sort of scenarios and similar distances from their sun in other solar systems. So it is only a matter of time until we start to find that actually planets that fall within the Goldilocks zone isn't as unique in this universe as we think it is. We are a tiny little species on this tiny little suburban planet on the outer ridges of the galaxy. We're not exactly in the hub of everything.
Then I will then you see for me I don't like if that is the crux of the argument, then I can see how that is like that there's got to be something else that supports that. So that can't be if that's why somebody that will okay for somebody who's a hardened atheist that'll never be the selling point of the argument, even if it was like completely like unequivocally taken as fact all around.
Mm.
That will never be the single reason that
Oh no,
somebody
I
would
think for an
accept. Yeah.
atheist, they're gonna need a lot more than that argument to win them over to God. That's for sure. But what I'm saying is, we are only now beginning. We've got sophisticated enough telescopes, the Hubble, etc., to be able to observe other solar systems, get close, be able to view other galaxies, other solar systems, etc. And so we're only just emerging as a species that can actually have the technology to be able to see these things. So yes, it seems amazing that we've fallen into this tiny little planet out of these billions of stars, that we happen to be in this location where life can thrive. But that's an argument from incredulity. That's an argument from ignorance. Just because we don't know about other planets that could be in the same place as us, then we have to presume that this is a miracle. We may find that this is happening all the time. Once we
Okay, but let's say if we do find that it's happening all the time, right? There's from a very philosophical purview, which is which is kind of like where I rest. If you if you go from that point, then you have to say, well, then why that? So like you said the Goldilocks. Well, if I go from it from like the 2-year-old perspective of like why, the why thing, then why?
Okay,
And when we
I
get to the
mean,
whys.
we can ask why. I mean, I think the better question is how. So if we find that there are all these planets that are happening to find themselves in solar systems, which a single planet within this solar system of, I don't know, 5 or 6 or 10 or whatever planets that are orbiting this star, and a single one happens to find itself in this distance, then we can try to ascertain how these planets seem to fall, and we may be able to ascertain a pattern in which a particular type of star with a particular size of a star that has gone through if you like, a celestial evolution of planets orbiting it, falling within its gravitational orbit, and then colliding together, or asteroids hitting each other, and then having these planets shift different orbits. And eventually you will get, if you find this pattern emerging, where if a particular star is a particular age and of a particular size, given this particular period of time, you will have naturally a planet fall within that Goldilocks zone, based on observing all these other stars. So we observe, let's say, 100,000 stars, and we find 20% of them have the Goldilocks planets on them, and those 20% all the stars happen to be of this particular size, of a particular sort of location, and there's a pattern forming. And then we can then say,
Hmm.
okay, so if we put these constraints, if we put these parameters in place, we can predict exactly where these Goldilocks planets are going to appear around these particular types of size stars. And then we can actually venture out and then confirm that by looking at even more sort of solar
What's the
systems.
point? Why do that?
Well,
Philosophically
because
speaking,
we
why?
don't have to necessarily say why, because the why is a philosophical question, but
But
we
that's
can
where I
say
come from.
how.
Why?
Sorry.
But that's where I come from, that sphere. So like, but
Yeah, well,
why?
the why
Why?
is a philosophical
No, but
question.
I'm saying more like, why would we even bother to investigate this for the sheer purpose to be able to, I mean, understand for certain advancements and everything like that, but then even after that, why?
Well,
Why even have those?
what we can do is we can then, if we develop a pattern, let's say we develop a formula in which we know that if we have a size, this particular size star with this that is aged or has been in existence for X amount of time, because we can ascertain all of these different things. Once we have that, we can then say here's a formula, and once we put this formula into play, we can then very quickly ascertain which stars within whatever area of the universe we look at should have um, planets with life supporting planets around them. And then instead of
Hmm.
wasting time having to look at each different stars and get lucky effectively, and as a hit and miss aspect to it, we can then just go straight and say, okay, this is a star of this particular size. This should have at least one Goldilocks or what life supporting planet orbiting it. And okay, this one, no, too big, this one too small, this one too old, this one too young. You know what I mean? And then we can
Hmm.
just
Yeah.
narrow down very quickly a whole bunch of planets, stars, which would have life supporting planets on them. And then we can then potentially, hopefully, pursue a course to try to reach one of these
Like
planets.
a like a future migration pattern. Like this
Possibly,
is where we
or
will go
just
to
simply
next, and the next one, and the
exploration.
next one.
Yeah, or to ascertain that there's life on other planets. I mean, do you realize the impact on humanity if we ascertain that life can actually emerge on other planets? And
What do you think that would be, the impact?
well, I think the impact will be huge for us, philosophically, religiously, because I mean, most religions tend to think that God just created this planet with just us on it. Then we'll have to.
Not necessarily, no, because he created the heavens, plural,
Yeah,
and
but
then
he
the
said
earth.
he created man. Well, I mean, I suppose it doesn't really say he created, but I mean,
No.
they don't exactly delve into he created man and then he created Zib Nib 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 Zib Nope, the guy
Yeah.
with the tentacles in other planets. So
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
he's not they're not too specific on those. But what I mean is, if these planets contain intelligent life, life like ourselves, or lives that has advanced a certain amount, then we can find out. We can see if we can interact with them. Can we communicate with them? And if we can, what gods do they believe in? Do they actually even have a god?
Right.
How
Right.
did they evolve philosophically and culturally? There's a massive, massive amount of. There's like a billion questions we can ask. So finding other life on other planets is going to change humanity fundamentally on multiple levels, no matter whether it's intelligent life or whether it's just a bacteria. I think these will have significant impact on us, and also, of course, we can then also look for natural resources and minerals and materials and so on and so forth. So there's all of that advantages as
But
well.
what are you talking about? It's very clear in the Quran, and in Islamic text that Allah just sends iron down. He throws it down like the rain from the
Yeah.
mountains and hail, and that's how that happens.
Well, there you
Hello.
go. There you go. You see, it debunks all of those things. This is
Pretty much. And we know that the sun, hello, it sets in a in
in
a
a muddy
in
puddle.
murky water. Yeah. I mean, and then then you get to the end of that
Mm,
rainbow, and then there's people, and then there's the zombie people that live over there, right?
yeah.
There's like zombie
Well,
people that live there.
all the prophets are still alive because the earth does not consume the prophets' bodies.
Yeah, and
Apparently.
like you can't go searching on other planets because that's where our Allah's throne is, and you're gonna bound to hit it. I mean,
Ah,
come on.
well, there's that question too. But I think
And
so.
all the animals that support his throne,
Yeah.
that carry
I
him
mean,
over
I think
there.
it'll be a wonderful thing if we find other human or other life forms, humanoid or otherwise, on other planets. Of course, if we decide to travel there, that we've got a massive issues with diseases, viruses, and all sorts of other things. Although there is a very good chance we'll be immune because the biology of those viruses would have adapted to only infect the animals that live on that planet, and the biological adaptations that those animals on that planet have. So we may be say it's like diseases from dogs don't necessarily pass on to humans. Do you know what I mean?
Right. I
So
mean, you could discover them and then it could be okay. Everything's got a potential positive and a potential
yeah,
negative. But
but
then that could also turn around. They could be like, oh, there you are. We're going to come and destroy you right now and
well,
take your
there
resources.
is that as well. Well, now this is what Stephen Hawking's postulated. If an
Yeah.
alien species finds us and comes to us, there is a chance they're going to kill us all. Because they are more sophisticated and more advanced than us, because they found us and they made it to us first. Just like he basically compared it to when the Spanish discovered the New World, the Americans.
Was
They
that him or Carl Sagan?
I don't know, but I know that Stephen Hawking's definitely made
Yeah, yeah.
comment
Had
about this.
that.
It could be
Yeah.
that Carl Sagan also did the same thing, but yeah, the Spanish that found the New World, it wasn't particularly good for the natives. That didn't work out for
Right.
the natives as well, because the more advanced, technologically advanced group basically drove almost to extinction the natives. That could be the potential issue with us, with other species that come to us. But if we go to them, the chances are we are more sophisticated than them. And
Yeah, if we've reached and achieved that, right?
yeah,
Then obviously then we're the ones that have the technology for
yeah.
that.
So basically,
But like
it's either War of the Worlds or Avatar.
something like that. Yeah, that basically is pretty much it. And what actually Christian Prince had that he like when he takes like Islam, and he's just one thing that was like really funny that he came up with, he's like that Islam is like the Lord of the Rings.
Yes.
When you go over there and the talking trees and all
Yeah.
that kind of stuff, he's like, it's like Lord of the Rings.
It
It's
is.
like amazing.
It is. It is Lord of the Rings actually, and it's actually Lord of the Rings in its simplicity of good and evil, and all of these things as well. It is much more simplicity. This is why the Quran is a much smaller book than the Bible, for example.
Yeah.
It's like the condensed version of a book that would be written by either Attila the Hun or Caligula, and the Bible.
Caligula and Muhammad would have been amazing
Oh
friends.
yeah,
Could you imagine? They would have been like two peas in a pod.
Genghis
They're
Khan
like,
too.
yeah,
Genghis
they'd have been
Khan
like,
I, would,
this is where
would
it comes from.
yeah, I mean Genghis Khan I think adopted Islam. I think ultimately because the Turks, from what I understand, the Turks and the Mongols are the descendants of Genghis Khan.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah, exactly. They
and
are. Yeah,
and I think that, well, yeah, eventually the Turks adopted Islam. The Ottomans took Islam as their official religion, even though Constantinople, where you could say the birth of Christianity to some extent happened, was in Turkey, if I'm if
yeah,
I'm correct. So
yeah,
so
yeah. And Constantinople. Yeah.
yeah, so it's ironic that you could say Christianity in itself, was canonized in a country where they adopted Islam eventually. Just like those weird musical chairs of religion that they play.
Well, that's because of that's because of the invasions and the
Yeah.
conquest, and that's like a whole other thing. That's because of the apostolic church, and then when in the ninth century, when you have Charlemagne, when he basically adapted and took, then he wanted to take on a more uh like that's when that was kind of like the beginning of the birth of the Holy Roman Empire with Charlemagne.
Mm.
And so then you have that. That's when later on, when you had like the Crusades and stuff like that, unfortunately, there were crusade measures where there was a little bit of collusion between certain factions within the Vatican and the Ottomans, or like the and the yeah and the Ottomans, who that's how they got Hagia Sophia when they were coming to attack the Eastern Christians. They basically were like, no, they don't want to submit to our new created like hierarchy of like the Pope, the papacy. So, hey, let's just go ahead. You could take that, and then later on, we're gonna come in. We're going to convert and Catholicize you guys later on, and then that kind of backfired on them. Is the way I see it overall.
Wow. I love actually the fact that you know all these things so well. It's so good to have someone that's just like got this stuff in their head and they can just they can just run it off instead of having to Google it for 40 minutes. Uh,
Yeah, you too. Because you don't talk. I don't talk to a lot of people. I mean, there are some, but there's a lot of people when you speak to them, and then and that's why it's so refreshing to speak to you and others, because sometimes you talk to people and they kind of put up this front that they're this, they have all of this retained knowledge and they can, and then when you speak to them, you're like, you feel like, I don't know, like you're speaking to their caregiver. You're like, I thought that you knew, you know what I mean, that you knew this stuff, but now what's going on?
yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. I never confess. I always think I'm the idiot in the group in the room.
Oh,
I
please.
always approach it with like, okay, I'm the most ignorant person here. Now let's see what other people have to say about this thing, because
Well, that is the intelligent way to approach things, actually. To
yeah.
not come in boastful, like as though you're going. You know what I mean? That is actually a sign of intelligence,
Well,
actually.
I just I they I think what was it? I think it was actually Stephen Hawking's or someone that said the problem with intelligent people is they're full of doubt, and the thing with the stupid people is they're so confident.
Yeah, 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 yeah. They're so convicted
Ignorance.
their sort of like, yeah, their invented genius. That it's and they're so comfortable in it, and that's what's kind of frightening sometimes. And that's why when you said you went to Speaker's Corner, and like of course there's a lot of very, very smart, very enlightened people up down there, that you can speak of and that I've
Mm.
seen. But then there's some, like you said, that you people just assume that they know certain things or that they have a certain knowledge, but then you speak to them and you're like, this is like, I can't believe that anyone even like
Yeah.
takes you legitimizes you or what you have to say, you
Well,
know?
that's what I mean. It's like, as I said, these people, uh, that would, if you took away their god, they would be the ones who would rape and pillage. They would they would do it
Yeah, yeah.
without a hesitation, and you're like, oh my god, these people are morons. What are we doing? But you're right. Speaker's Corner is a big a mixed bag of people. There are people there who have got PhDs, for God's sake. There are
Hey,
people.
Banksy, I can't hear you right now.
Oh,
And you could probably hear me, but I can't hear you on my mic.
ah,
So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to jump out and jump back
hello.
in for like about 5 minutes and then get going. But just I'll be right back.
Okay, okay, thank you. Unfortunately, I don't know what exactly happened, but I hope you guys can hear me. I hope everyone can hear me. Actually, I'm thinking about wrapping this up. I might just ask Nada when she comes back that we'll wrap this up. I should have probably wrapped it up when she was leaving as well. That would have been a good time. Can everyone hear me? Okay. Can I be heard? I don't honestly know. But what I can do is I can try to play. Oh God, where am I? Where am I? Am I even being? Hello? Is the stream still going? I see nothing. I see nothing. Okay, okay, that looks like it's playing. There's 18 people. There's 18 people here. Oh my God, why is there 18 people here? Okay, Milkman of Human Kindness. Milkman is saying he can hear me okay, and I am good with that. Police protests clash over Conservatives win in UK election. That was the news. The news. Okay, where is Unfortunately, COE's microphone when he was talking to Black Van Man was terrible. I don't know if you guys noticed that one. And I love it how that was. Yep, no, that's good. That is good. Sounds fine. I know. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Still going. I know I'm still going. I don't know why I'm still going. I should be doing something else. Oh, hold on. Nada's jumped off. Let me see if I just check to make sure. She's back. Hello, hello. Sorry about that. I wasn't looking. I didn't realize you were back.
Hey, no, my thing all of a sudden I couldn't hear you, and it might have been that I don't know something on my end. I don't know, something might have clicked off. It was probably like get off and go to bed, crazy lady, and tell that tell that other man to stay up as long as you can and then go to sleep.
Yeah. I agree with you. Actually, that's what I was gonna say. As you were leaving, I was like, I should have told you. Maybe we can wrap it up because I was gonna go and take a shower and do some things.
And I gotta get going myself.
Yeah, it's 3 a.m, I think, for you, isn't it?
Yeah, wow. Like talked forever. Wow. Yeah, talked forever, and it's like I had some stuff that I was waiting on, and that stuff came in like about I don't know, an hour and a half ago. And I was like, okay. But we just we solved so many of the world's problems.
We did. I think we created a whole new sketch show for Mohammed, and we solved all the world's problems too. So you guys in the text can now go soundly to your lives, knowing that we have solved all your problems.
You're welcome, and it's amazing, by the way, everybody.
Yes, you're welcome, by the way. And don't forget, the recent revelation from Allah that said, "Give all your PayPal Nada all your money and wealth."
Oh yes, thank you for remembering that. Thank you. You know what? For that alone, Banksy, I'm going to make you the second Desert Prophet with me. Okay.
Thank you. I'll be your deputy.
You will.
Deputy
it's no
prophet.
Longer. Yes, you are my deputy prophet. This is a whole new thing. This is just like when the Mormons tried to scam off of Christianity, and they created cowboy Christianity.
Joseph
they created
Smith,
their own little version. Yeah. Now that is going to be like what this is. We are creating like cowboy Islam in the West.
This is the Mormon version of Islam.
This is exactly what it is. And, I can't help it. I didn't expect Allah to give me this revelation. And then he did just give me another revelation that you should be my deputy shill. I mean, my deputy prophet.
Deputy prophet, of course, deputy prophet. That's what we were thinking.
This is going to be like amazing. This is only the beginning, Banksy. Absolutely. You have no idea what's out there.
I've been looking to invent a religion for years, and now the Morm Islam is.
Yes. There you go. Morm Islam, the Morslam, the Morslam.
Nada prophet, peace and blessings be upon her.
Yeah, thank you. And Banksy is her only deputy. This is amazing.
And finally, Allah joined us in the 21st century and gave a woman a prophet.
Yes,
feminism all the way.
Yes, yes, absolutely. It's like this has gone so far.
This is a woke religion.
This is amazing. This is Mormslam. This is only the beginning of Mormslam. What we could do with Mormslam. No, or maybe just Morslam. I don't know. This is like
we'll work on the name. The name is a work in progress.
just like the actual Islam.
Yeah,
just like
work in progress. But I think this idea of a female prophet is finally it's long overdue. There's been way too many male prophets, and we need.
No. The Muslims say there were female prophets. They say that. Yes, something like that. I don't know that. There's one of them. I don't know. One of them, I distinctly remember somebody at Speaker's Corner, I think, saying something about that. I really don't know.
Oh no, no. I
Like
mean, I
not
mean, is there actually there is such a thing? I don't know
no,
what.
but they don't mean of like because they believe that there's like what like 1 million prophets that were sent out
Yeah,
to
but
spread about Islam
okay, that
over the
doesn't
time.
make any
I don't know.
sense.
Like
But
I don't know. Not parallel to Muhammad, of
oh
course
no,
not. Never him.
pre-Muhammad.
Yes,
But
yes.
who? How is it that no one knows that these people?
Um,
How are
you know
they
what?
kept such a secret?
Duh. Allah knows best.
Allah knows them.
He said so.
Allah
He
knows all
said
of them.
so, and Allah told Muhammad, and then Muhammad told, his slaves, I mean his scribes,
He's
and then that's
Bilal.
how this happened. Yes. Oh my God, Banksy, you need to open your
I
heart
do.
when you're hearing about this
I
stuff,
do. My
okay?
heart is currently congested with with high
You
cholesterol.
right now, you're being a subpar deputy.
I know.
Subpar.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's all the cholesterol in my heart. I need to open up the heart a bit more.
If you're gonna be my deputy, my only deputy, you're gonna take this a lot more seriously.
I
This is
should.
what I'm thinking, Banksy. I wonder if when they were actually like in Muhammad's days, I wonder if Muhammad and his like Mohammedans, I wonder if they ever cracked up like this when they're talking like they actually believe this stuff.
I
It's
know.
so fun. It's so crazy.
It's like as
Like,
they're
I wonder-
writing it. Ahmed, look at what I've written. Let's see if they believe this stupid shit.
yes, exactly. Like one of them like probably like saw somebody's like like you have like this and be like, let's try this. Muhammad, he won't mind. Hey guys, you know what? Be like, oh, I totally dig his wife,
Yeah.
and like, and let's see if Muhammad, if we could pick up, use some of this stuff. We are kind of, we're his followers. And he walked in, he's like, let me tell you guys, Muhammad just told me that the best way for me for you to worship Allah and us to get acquainted is if you let me check out your breastfeed from your wife.
Yeah.
That's just like this. Look, it's not me. It's not me. This is what Allah said to Muhammad, and then he told me to tell you. Okay.
Yeah.
So you either gonna do it or what?
I
Come
swear.
on, guys.
I could just
Allah
imagine.
knows best.
I could just imagine him. It's like Uthman is in the writer's room and he's like, "Look, hold on, Abu, hold on. I'm going to write. They can drink camel's piss to cure themselves. Let's see if they buy this shit."
Yeah,
There's
pretty
no
much.
way. There is no way they'll do this. And then 5 minutes later, they did it.
Yeah. Or get this. Could you imagine? Like they came up to like Muhammad and them like that, and then they were like, the Christians, the Jews do this, the Christians do that. Like what the, we don't have any kind of symbol or anything like that. Like anything that we like go to, like, and then they were like, and then Muhammad was like, oh, I don't know, and they were like kind of like standing near like the sacred stone that became the sacred stone. They're like, and then all of a sudden Muhammad just walks over to this like black stone and just kisses it, and he's like, this is, and then everybody starts doing it. And they're like, then there you have that's the birth of the Hajj right there. It's like you have like he's just like, I don't know, let's get this thing, this rock. And then they're later like, can you believe it, man? I kissed the rock, right? I see this rock. I bow down, guys. Let me tell you the story. They're like hanging out like at like a pub, like an Arab like 7th century pub-esque type of setting, and they're like
in a bar going,
yeah.
You do not believe what I just did, guys.
Yes, exactly. There's somebody like sucking on a hookah. He's like, yes. He's like, this is so crazy. And he goes, are you serious, man? Or am I high from my hookah? I don't know. What are you saying? And then he's like, no, I don't believe it. Listen, I go over. I say to them, they're all like, what do we do, Muhammad? What does Allah say? And then I went over and I saw this stone. You know the stone down over there behind where the Dalis live over there? Yeah, over down there by there. Yeah, no, not that one. The other one. Yeah, that one. I went down there. There's a big stone, right? And then I went over and I just like kiss it. And then they were all starting to kiss it. And now they think that they think that's a thing. They think that's a thing now. I don't know. This is like
Shane Wilson just wrote, dude, God, listen. I am going to try to convince Abu Bakr to let me marry his 9-year-old daughter.
yeah. They're like, oh my God,
there
exactly.
is no way he will do it, man. I'm telling you, I'm the prophet. He will do it.
No. Marry his 6-year-old daughter, right?
Yes.
The 6-year,
Yes,
the 6-year-old, because
six-year-old.
consummation is at 9. Be like the so-called was at 9, and then he's like, look, and then like somebody's like, you can't do that, man. That's sick,
That's what
man.
I mean. It's
She's
like,
only 6
there's
years
no
old.
way he will do it. Of course he will. I am the prophet. Of course he will do it. There is no. I will bet you 14 dinars he will do it.
And then guess what? And then all of his followers were like, man, you know what? I feel a revelation coming on. I bet you Muhammad did his revelations. He's the best, man. He's the best. He's
I
like the
bet
best
there's a
bandit
revelation
ever.
in this.
Like somebody pisses him off or something like that, or I don't know, like I don't know, somebody like some bandits like swipe one of his horses, and then he's like oh, don't worry, I'll take care of them. And then he's like, all of a sudden he has a revelation that everybody needs to go and slaughter that entire
Yes.
like whatever, and like they're dead, and then they go over there and they're collecting like their women and their stuff, whatever's left, and all their jewels, all their wealth. And he's like, man, I loved your revelations, Muhammad. They're the best, man, the best.
It's like Abu Bakr is standing there looking at this hot chick, going, Muhammad, do you think Allah would send a revelation so I can tap that ass?
Yeah, basically.
Let me go check in the cave.
Pretty much. He's like, hold on, I have to go see in my cave, you know? And his friends are like, look out for Jibril, man. Don't let them choke you so much, you know, Jibril. Wink, wink. And then like he comes out, he's like, oh man, that was tough, but listen, I have a revelation. Yes, let him have your wife, okay?
Yes.
Thanks, man. Okay, many blessings to you.
Allah
so many
said
grapes.
that I have to hook up my main man, Abu Bakr.
You don't even know, man. You have no idea. In Jannah, you are going to have so many grapes, man,
Oh,
and so
there's-
much alcohol.
there's
So
just
much
so
alcohol and
much.
grapes.
The poontang is mighty big, subhanallah, in Jannah.
So much tail, man. You won't know what to do with all this tail, man. You are going to
It's-
be like he was kind of like
You're gonna be
the
the pimp.
Trump, you know.
Sorry.
You know how Trump goes? The Trump goes, "You will be sick of winning." Are you sick
Yeah.
of winning? Like that's his thing. Like, but Muhammad was like, "Man, are you like?" He'll be like, "Are you sick? Are you sick of all of Allah's rewards, or what, man? Are you sick of it yet? Are we? We're still winning, right? We're winning so much."
There's just so much. I am going to be the pimp in Jannah. I will
They
be the
do-
Mac Daddy pimp in Jannah.
They will do anything I say. You don't even know. You don't. And then somebody like walks in, somebody new that he hasn't like seen in like 10 years, like a relative, whatever, that was like in India or something like that, like a far off whatever, like the explorer of like Muhammad's crew. And then he comes back over here and he's like, Muhammad, things have really changed around here. Everybody is doing everything you want to do, that you want, and everything like that. How did you do this? He's like, it's called revelation, man. I get so many revelations. Yes. Oh man, I just tell them that it's from Allah, man, and they're like, okay, it's from him, so I have to do it, right? And then these other ones, and then like he's like, can I try, man? Can I try, Muhammad? Come on. He's like, okay, kid, you're young, but go ahead, give it a shot. And then like somebody runs up to him, and he's like, no, he's like, I'm not going to get with you. I don't even know who you are. Why should I even listen to you? And then like this what his disciple is like, because I have so much knowledge from Jibril. Muhammad gets so much knowledge. You don't even know. There's like so much knowledge you will never even do. And she's like, and then she'll be like, yeah, well, the Christians have holy water. You guys, what do you even have? And he's like sees this like little like this little like whatever diseased like little like dead spring, and then like he's like, oh, hold on, man, and like grabs like a somehow like in his hand, and he's like, you drink this, and he's like, what is this? He's like, this is Zamzam water, man.
Yeah.
This is Zamzam water.
Yeah.
This is going to listen to me, girlie. This will totally
Zamzam.
heal you. You will be healed. Take a drink of this, man. All your problems will be solved. You don't even believe it, but it is true. And then she's like, yeah, I don't know about this, man. And he's like, oh really? He's like, there's the prophet now.
There's more.
And Muhammad just walks by, and he's like all like half drunk or half out of it, like hungover. And he walks by, and he's like with his like robe all opened up, and he walks by, and he's like, right, Muhammad? Yeah, this is the Zamzam water. And Muhammad's like, yeah, sure, Zamzam water. Yes, yeah, that's what it is.
So
He's like,
Muhammad's got hangover. He's just come back, and he just turns around and just throws up in that well that this guy just pulled the Zamzam water out of.
Oh my
Yeah,
God, that's
yeah, sure,
perfect.
whatever, man, whatever.
And then he's like, yes. And then he's like, do you know what this means? Oh my God, this almost really goes with their hadith in some quasi way, where he's like, you know what this means, man? Drink it, man. This makes it more holy, man. This is the prophet.
It's
He
the
just wrote it.
prophet.
You're welcome. Your whole entire village will be healed.
Yeah.
You are very ungrateful. It's kind of like when like that thing with like with I think what was it, Aisha, who like drank his like piss from his like little like pee bucket in the night that he pissed in, and she
Oh
like
my
picked it up and she drank it, and
God.
then apparently and this is in their hadith, right? But then apparently Muhammad's like, no, it's so safe to drink. But not only is it safe, man, now you're gonna have blessings. It comes
Oh,
from me.
nasty.
You get a blessing. You get a blessing.
You
You get a blessing.
Yes, like Oprah. You get
Yeah.
a blessing. You get a blessing.
Yeah.
Everybody
does
gets a
that.
blessing.
And like all of a sudden,
Oh,
this is to
shit.
me like when I read that and heard about that years ago. Okay, it was probably like about 5 years ago, and I was like, whoa, let me get this straight. There's a Muslim trying to explain this to me. I'm like, wait. So basically, you see what happened here, and they're like, yes, I know, it's a miracle, right? Muhammad is a miracle, and I'm like, yeah, I don't know if
Really?
that I would call it a miracle or more like Muhammad got up in the night, took a pee in his piss cup in his piss bucket,
Yeah.
and then Aisha drank it on accident. And then Muhammad was like, "Oh, baby, don't worry, man. It's cool. It's good. You know, like you're gonna be just fine. You know, like now you're like even like this is so good for you, man.
Exactly.
Yeah." And then she's like, "Really, Muhammad? For real? It is good for me." And then Muhammad's like, "Hold on for a second, baby. Wait." And he's like, "Wait, let me see." And he's like, "Allah." And then he's like, yes, like talking to himself, like pretending, like it's like, and then he comes back, he's like, "It's just fine. It's actually very good for you, man. You're so lucky now, Aisha. Drink more,
Exactly.
give it." And it's like basically like I don't know if you remember like in Fred Flintstone. Okay, but I really have to get off in 5 minutes. But like remember in I keep saying that, but I'm like, I don't know. I was like, I don't know, like, but I'm like, I feel like we're at a sleepover. He's like, and then let me tell you what he said to me. But I mean, like. It's like silly, but like I'm telling you. But basically, remember like I don't know if you did. You guys watch Fred Flintstone in England?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember on the Flintstones? I guess when they were like one of their later seasons. I guess when they were like trying to like innovate or whatever. And then they brought in this character, the Great Kazoo.
Kazoo, yeah, the alien.
Yeah. Yes. And all of a sudden, he would just like come in and he would like. Basically like Fred Flintstone. There was one episode I think where Fred, or if he was like following Barney that time. Like this was like very unusual, right? But for some reason, I think I'm not 100%. Let's just say it was Fred, and he goes, that this is like writing the Quran, right? Forget it. Let's just go with that. Forget it. Let's go with this version. But like right? Like I forgot that story, man, already so long ago. Let's go with this new version. I got this, man. Listen. And so the Great Kazoo would like Fred would want something, and then he would like I don't know, like whatever, one of the things, or maybe one of the big Brontosaurus burgers or joint was closed and he wanted it to be open, and then like he would go, "Oh, Kazoo," and then Kazoo would just show up, and because the Great Kazoo would then like grant it for him or like help fix it or make it so for him.
Yeah.
And that's what Allah always reminds me of, like the Great Kazoo. Like
every
like
time
Muhammad
he needs something,
like,
it appears. Yes, it's true. That's exactly
like Muhammad would just
it.
like take a step back and just go, "Oh, Allah," and then like he'd appear in his
boom.
mind. And all of a sudden everything he wanted happened.
I know, it's so convenient. It's the most. Allah is like the most convenient deity ever.
He is. He really is.
He
I mean,
so thoughtful. So thoughtful to just appear every time Muhammad needed something, and just give it to him.
And this is what's best for all mankind of all time, right? But it's catered to specifically Muhammad, right? It's like this is right for all mankind of all time, but it was catered to Muhammad. And then a lot of people are like, really? I don't know about that.
Sure, Shane wrote Sahih P.
Yes, it is. It's miraculous.
It's from
miraculous.
Sahih P.
That's right. It's like it like I don't even. This is probably like this is like a lot of these kind of things that they tried to like like create. And even like when Muhammad like died, they were like, I mean, obviously they were trying to copy Christianity. So like obviously Muhammad people had like, oh, Muhammad, you know, like they thought that he was going to resurrect or something, or that became a thing because they left him when he died for like, you know,
3 days.
3 days before they buried him, and
Yes.
he stunk to high
Yeah,
heaven. You know, they were like
that's
this.
why in the hadiths they've got the revelation saying, or the hadith saying that the Muhammad said that no prophets can decompose, and that's why he said on his way to the seventh heaven on the back of the Barak on that night, the journey night, he saw Moses standing on his grave praying, because prophets don't decay. And then they left him for 3 days while they were arguing about Shia and Sunni and who's going to succeed him, until he started to smell. Then they had to bury him because he was starting to smell.
Oh my god. Yeah, this is like so crazy.
like-
And then Allah, and then afterwards he's like, "Oh man, this really was. I knew that this was not real, but I had like 1% that maybe it was, but now I see it was not, and I'm totally gonna mess this thing up, man.
It's
I cannot carry on.
unbelievable.
I don't know if I can do what Muhammad did. Are people gonna believe me? I can't rely on the revelation, man. I get no revelation.
God.
What am I gonna do?
It's unbelievable. These people believe this crap, and it's like,
I know.
and it's just, I don't know. I mean, it's so frustrating because you think to yourself, thinking people must see this. They must read this stuff and go, "This can't be right.
Yes, exactly.
This is something that a moron would write."
I know, and it's like it's like seriously, it's like so catered. It's so obvious, it's so evident that it's so closely, directly catered to Muhammad, step by step. Like like the apostate prophet,
Yeah.
Ridvan, and he was like,
Yeah.
listen, like. And when for him it was I think that the straw that broke the flying donkey's back was when he was basically like when it was the Muhammad and his household guests, when all of a sudden Muhammad got a revelation that it's not me saying this, Muhammad is
Yeah.
great. He loves the guests. He loves you guys hanging out around here.
Yeah.
But Allah, he is not so nice. And he says scram,
Yeah,
and like that's the one that he was like, yeah. And there's some Muslims that are like, they hear that and they're like, wow, that's the one that they're like, and this really, come on, like the ones that are like, this cannot be, come on. Obviously, Allah was his genie. This is very clear.
Shane wrote, Fred Flintstone is one of the first prophets after Adam.
Oh my
Because
God, the Shane.
He's Flintstone.
This is like this. He is right. You know what? When you think about it, there's like so many of them, right? And it must have been.
Exactly. I mean, Fred Flintstone was still in the time of the dinosaurs, so clearly just after Adam. So yeah, he would have been one of the early prophets, and also he wrote he flew on the back of Barack Obama.
Yes. You know what? This is honestly, this goes back into the most. I think of a very similar story about the Barack Obama.
The Barack Obama.
Yes, I heard some of this goes back to I think this is like, there's something that runs parallel to Gilgamesh that speaks of the Barack Obama.
It
Yes.
is. I think that's where they took a lot of this stuff anyway. I mean, you said Islam was trying to be like Christianity. No, it wasn't trying. It wholesale stole chunks of Christianity.
Yeah.
Without apology. It just plagiarized. I mean, it was more the Old Testament, the Jewish stuff, because I think that's who mostly Muhammad had interactions with. He probably had a lot of interactions with Jews, so he figured, okay, I'll take a chunk of that. Then he found the Christians. Obviously it was a Christian that told him that he saw friggin' Gabriel. He didn't even realize it. Christians. then he obviously took chunks of that. Unfortunately, he ignored the good bits. And he took all the bad bits.
Exactly. And the thing about the Quran that really messes things up is that the first half is like kind of like, okay, it's like whatever, but it's all right. But the second half is when it gets a little bit, that's where you get like the bulk of the violence and the bulk of the insanity in the second half. So when people are reading the Quran, they think like, well, this is okay, but they don't go beyond the first half because they don't really want to, and it sounds silly and ridiculous, and it's difficult to read.
I think the Meccan and the Medina sort of verses. The Meccan verses were the peaceful ones because he had no
Hmm.
power. He was just
That's right.
starting up his little cult. Whilst in Medina, he developed a lot of power. He had a military army and all that. And then he came to Medina in Mecca, sorry, and he crushed the Quraysh, and he took them. So it's clear. This is what I mean about the thumbprints of the fingerprints of man. Is these are clearly signs that he wrote those early verses. It was all peaceful and inclusive and love everyone and all that because he had no power. He had no he had no ability to force people into believing what he wants. But then once he managed to have power and military might and be able to force people, then all the kill the bastards if you find them behind the rock in a tree
Yeah.
came out.
Yeah, and there was like it's like the classic bait and switch, you know?
Yeah.
Like I'm in this now, man. I'm in it. So what am I gonna do, right? I'm already in it, right? But it was so nice before, but now I don't know. He seems to really change, you
Yeah.
know? And it's classic. But this is normal of most like emperors and rulers throughout history. That
Yes.
when they first come into power and when they really feel and ascertain that power, the
Yes.
difference with their actions, and it's exactly the same model that was evident with Muhammad. But I wonder if Muhammad ever, as he was doing this, if there were moments, which I'm sure there had to have been, where he was like so into it, and then he'd kind of be like, I'm not into this now, man. They keep talking. I'm like, maybe this was a bad idea, you know? And he was like, yeah,
I
like kind
know.
of forget it. And he kind of like let his guard down. He was like, whatever. And then like people were coming up to him, be like, Muhammad, you know, what does Allah say about this? What does Allah say about that? And then he was just like, oh, sick of it. He's like, oh boy, I don't even know what to say anymore. I don't know. Allah says if you want to go, if you want to go to enter a toilet, go by this foot, not that one. Okay? He's like, what
Yeah.
that? Leave me alone. You know? And then like
Yeah,
everything
but
were like,
I know
whatever.
it's crazy. It's like people probably, yeah, you're right. People will keep hassling him with
Yeah,
like
ask him a question.
revelations.
He's like, and everything. And then after he got like people to drink his piss, you know, he was like, what do I do? Because now like they're gonna start eating my fecal matter. You know what I mean? Like I've got to like watch it. These people are getting sick. Like I bet
How
you there
far
had to
can I
been.
push this shit?
Listen to this. Listen, that's probably why, like literally, right? That's probably why he was like all of a sudden he invented this like new revelation or whatever that like when he goes to the bathroom, nobody is supposed to touch his number twos because gets swallowed up by the earth, and then the most beautiful scent is emitted. This is in the hadith, right?
Oh my god! Is this what I mean about the batshit crazy stuff?
I'm not kidding you. There is I don't know exactly which Islamic text, Quran or Hadith, but there is where when Muhammad defecates, that the earth opens up. It then consumes his excrement, and as it's consumed over time, I suppose, or whatever, I don't know, that the most beautiful scent is emitted. Like basically it's pretty much, get this straight. The bottom line is Muhammad figured out a way to stop people from eating his excrement and dropping dead. Like, you know, right. And then on top of it, he also found a way to literally take a dump in front of someone's house and have people like say thank you afterwards.
Well, yeah.
Thank you, Muhammad. This is going to be beautiful.
Not only that, he literally said, "My shit don't stink."
Yes. Yes. He wrote that.
Literally said, "My shit don't stink."
Yeah, or somebody said like, "What do you think? Your poo-poo smell like roses?" And he's like, "Yes, roses,
actually, mine
just
does."
like it." And then he's like, "I don't think it smells like roses, Muhammad." He's like, "Give it time, it will."
Allah will send down a new prophet, new what do you call it, prophecy, to say
but
that
only if he approves of you. If he doesn't approve of you, that doesn't mean that my poop does not smell nice. That just means that Allah block my poop from smelling. Allah abrogate that, and he make my poop stink for you because you are evil.
Yes,
That's
Allah
why.
close your heart. That's why my shit stinks in front of you.
This is what happened, okay? That's what happened with that. Just so you know. Oh, Muhammad.
It's
Muhammad.
literally the emperor's new clothes. It's
It is.
It's literally the emperor's new clothes. It's
and everybody is living in that insanity. And like if there's somebody who's like I don't know, let's say somebody's like like let's say somebody's special needs, right? And they can't do certain things, or you're kind of like talking to them, you're being polite because they're special needs, and that's the kind thing to do, and the normal thing that a normal moral person would do, right? And but that I feel like the whole entire world is like Islam, and the arbiters of that are like one giant special needs person. And in this day and age, we have to be very, very accommodating because it's special needs. And we're like, yes,
mm,
yes, right. That's exactly yeah. Tell me more about your desert cult. Uh-huh. I mean, people are like just
it's it's just. I mean, I can't believe. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. It's like if you point these things out, like if you insult my religion, I kill you. I
yes.
kill you.
It's like you can't we don't talk about it, like you can't discuss it. It's like something that cannot be discussed. And when you sit with Muslims, they're the practicing Muslims. They honestly, like, I don't know, they automatically they reject any kind. They literally they will start screaming and shrieking to stop you from even having this type of
I know.
dialogue.
I
They
know.
literally
It's
will.
it's unbelievable. It's cognitive dissonance. I think they have some major psychology. I mean, I personally say every Muslim country that wasn't historically Arab, so all the invaded nations, the Egyptian, the North Africans, the Persians, and Indians, and Pakistanis, and Iraqis, they are suffering from the most the world's largest collection of Stockholm syndrome ever. They are just delusional about this cult that they're in. But it is cultish behavior, cultish mentality. I'm exhausted. I swear, I'm exhausted trying to just convince these idiots.
I know.
Get over
La- la-
this.
Last thing, and then I really gotta get going. But
No
I
worries.
and what was I gonna say? Like, what's that thing called, that exact part where like the people in the Hajj where they run back and forth? What's that part called?
In which one?
Where like the one of the steps of the Hajj where people do, where they like run from one side to the other.
Oh, I don't know what it's called. Is it the one where they uh, shoot, I don't know what it's called.
But let's just call it ta-da. But when they're doing the ta-da, right,
Yeah.
and they're running back and forth, that is like, I'm like thinking that has got to be one of those times where Muhammad was like, somebody was like, see if you what are you gonna do with them? They wanna have purpose or a reason or what they need to do, an instruction. And then he was like, I don't know, just run. And he was sitting there watching the Quraysh tribe was in their pagan ritual, all the like naked women running back and forth, right?
Mm.
And then I bet you that Muhammad was like, listen, Abu, listen, Abu Bakr, listen. Bakr, listen. I want people. You know what? I don't know. Just I don't know. Let me tell you. I got an idea. And he's watching these naked ladies run back and forth, and he was like, I don't know, but I want to see more of this.
Ah, I know.
And then
I
like all
don't
of a
know what
sudden,
religion you're going to make, but make sure this is part of it.
yeah, yeah. I've got to see more of this. I will tell you right now, I completely live for this.
It's
This is
Safa
wonderful.
and Marwa.
Yeah, there you go. And then they're running back, and then they're like Safa and Marwa and all the little mini Safas and mini Narwas. I could watch this all day. Okay, this is amazing. Look at them. They're naked. They're beautiful. They're
Oh
running back and forth.
shit!
This is like all day. This is my favorite TV show. And like they're just sitting there like he's watching, and then like they wrote that as like, this is the part of thing. Do this.
Yeah.
Add this to your repertoire of what you need to
I
do.
had no idea they had to run back and forth between. These are two stones. One is called
Yeah,
Safa, one is called Marwa, and they
yeah.
have to run back and forth between these two stones. And then the actual circling of the Kaaba is Tawaf. Dear God, these are paganistic shit. It's so
Yeah,
obvious this is
it
pagan shit.
it's directly. And when they got found out for that, then they tried to finally rationalize it. But in the end, the bottom line is like this stems really deep with Muhammad because it's a big complex, and I think like it's because all the gods small g in the Kaaba, they were like 365. So they were basically everybody was like kind of competing whose is the best and whatever. And actually, Hubal was the quote unquote lord of the Kaaba, and because he had no partners. See, where this is where this complex comes from, right? So like little baby Muhammad, little teenage Muhammad is like his other friends laughing, be like, "Your God, or your little Allah, the moon god, he has partners. He has the other partners. He's got Alat, Aluza, and Manat. Man, he's not even strong enough to be a god by himself, And so they
Yeah.
probably made fun of him, and then he was like, "Guess what? And then they were like, oh, but my God, Hubal, he has no partners. He's so strong. Oh, Muhammad, your God is so pathetic, And then like they were like making fun of him and stuff like that, and subjugating him with that. And then he was like, one day, guys, my God is going to be the strongest, and he is going to have no partners, not even one. And then he's like that, and then he went on a rampage, right? Because it seems a little bit like, like Shakespearean, like I think thou does protest too much, So like it's so repeated, right? And by the way, he has no partners, okay? Not even one. Not even one. And then somebody's like, but what about the Allah? And then he's like, shut your mouth, okay? Not even one partner. And like it's like, oh,
Yeah,
like
because my God will have not one partner. Yeah, but how about not even one?
I said
have
no
spoken.
partner. Yeah. Are you deaf? I said no partner, man. What is going on? Is Shaitan peeing in your ears again? You have listened to me. No partner.
But I'm looking at this. You have not forced, but in a weird way guided me to actually look into the rituals of Hajj. And
Yeah.
this running back, I had no idea they were running back and forth between these stones, and then Saudi Arabia has literally made a cover for this whole thing now, because obviously people running in the these old people running in the heat of Saudi Arabian heat in the middle of summer or something would kill them. So they've
Oh my
actually
God.
enclosed all this area now between these two rocks, so that people are like in air conditioned environments. This is the most paganistic looking shit ever. This is
Yeah.
straight out of pagan religions. This is like people running around dancing naked around Stonehenge in Britain. I mean, that Stonehenge is known as a pagan worship site.
Yeah. Yeah. Everybody recognizes that and
Yeah.
knows it as that.
This
Nobody
is
says anything else.
exactly like that. This is exactly like that sort of shit. This is so obvious that it came from the pagan rituals that they had before Islam.
Or the rock collecting that they do the rock
Oh, they have
collecting
to
to
throw
throw
the
at
rocks
Shaitan.
against the. Well, they have to collect the rocks because they have to
Yeah.
throw those rocks at the shaitan, at
Of course,
the
yeah.
pillars of the devil, which is the Saudi Arabian government realized those pillars were being eroded away because so many centuries of stones being thrown at them. They built these concrete blocks, and now those are the pillars of shaitan.
They were killing each other and knocking each other out.
Yeah.
I mean, it was horrible. It was like a bloodbath. You had like people like scarred and stuff, and like killed.
So yeah, now they built these concrete blocks, and they say, okay, yeah, just throw it at that. That's Shaitan now. Shaitan lives in the concrete.
Yeah. Oh, he's not here anymore. No.
We moved Shaitan. We asked him, we evicted him. We gave him his notice. He moved.
Listen, everyone. Listen. Shaitan's house was gentrified. Okay.
Yes.
He's over here now.
It's a Starbucks now. It's a Starbucks where Shaitan used to live.
I know. I mean, and like they're like so like they're so
and a nice
invested
patisserie. And a deli round the corner.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of like actually going back to its roots, because around the Kaaba, that was basically a market back in those days. In Muhammad's days, that was a Kaaba. Around the Kaaba was like a marketplace.
I know.
So now it's kind of like becoming that marketplace again.
It's crazy.
And
it's absolutely crazy. I'm just looking at this. Admittedly, my mom did go to Hajj, but she didn't go to Hajj. She went to Umr. which I don't know if they do all the same rituals as Hajj. I don't
Oh,
know.
the mini Hajj. The
Yeah,
mini
the
Hajj.
Umrah is like literally in Farsi and in Arabic, as far as I know, it means life. Like you do this for once in your life, type of thing. You
Hmm.
should at least do it once. So it's not as extensive as the Hajj, but it's still. I'm sure these rituals around the Kaaba and back and forth to these stones and stupid shit like that. I think they all still happen because they're all part of the same Kaaba ritual. But I never asked her. I'll be honest. My mom recorded some of the footage, but not this. Going back and forth in the stone business. She didn't tell me about these rituals. The funny thing is, this was God over 20 years ago. No, 15 years ago. She since then has now converted to Pentecostal Christian. It's like I'm asking my mom. I'm like, look, mom, you do realize Jesus knows that you went to Hajj, right?
Yeah, yeah,
He was
yeah,
watching you when you went to Hajj and begged Allah for some stuff. And then Allah didn't
yeah,
deliver. Now you come crawling to Jesus. And Jesus is like, oh, you come crawling to me now.
yeah, yeah,
I know,
man.
I know when you cheated on me with Muhammad, okay?
I know. It's just like so like all of that. I'm like thinking like this has got to end. You know, this whole like the that I thought like the Hajj exactly would be like enough for people to be like, this is ridiculous. This
I
is like
know.
what are you doing out here? What do you mean now you're shaving your heads? And that's obviously they're copying what is it the tincture of the like of the it from India, you know, as
I
they would do that.
see.
And it's just like,
Sounds.
wow. And then like when I tell him about the Kaaba and running back, and when I tell him about running between the two stones or what
Mm.
stone structures, they usually come back with, yeah, we know that's pagan roots, but hello, Muhammad, he made, but with Muhammad, they have to wear some clothes. They can't be naked anymore.
Oh, I see. They
And I'm
used to
like,
run
so
through these two
that's
stones naked.
yeah,
Yeah,
but
that's what
now
you
they
were saying
can't
about
wear,
naked. We need
yeah,
more of that. Yeah,
yeah.
I bet he regrets this clothes business. I bet that was
Yeah.
introduced later on after Muhammad died.
Yeah, I'm sure Muhammad was not at all the one that said, you know what, but you know what would make this better watching these naked ladies run back and forth
Is
if they were covered in the clothes,
Yeah,
they were
if they were
cloaked,
just
that would be
covered with a
better.
white cloth.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I highly doubt that that was one of
I don't think
his
it was his suggestion.
revelations.
I think that was a later addition.
Yeah, like what kind of what kind of a wingman would Allah be if he did that,
You know
right?
what
It
I
was like,
mean?
what's going on
Like,
here?
Allah, come on, let us have some fun, man.
That would have been a complete fail if that's what he did. So that's why I think that's more of like later on,
Yeah,
like where the Christians would come around us and be like, what are you doing over
yeah.
here? This is not right. Like there's no way that they're like there's no way that God could think that this was okay. No, this is not
You
a
know?
continuation of Christianity, you know. And then they were like, you know what, like the naked people, the naked, this is very pagan. And then all of a sudden, like it's like, you know, like whatever, one of the caliphs was like, you know, you're going to have to get them to put clothes on. And like all of his like whatever lackeys, whatever, were like, oh, like a big collective sigh. You know, they're all like really bummed about that one.
I
They're like,
know.
what?
I know.
Why this always happening to us? Why can't the Christians just shut up?
Nada, my love, it has been an
Okay, yeah,
absolute
I gotta
pleasure.
go.
I'm gonna call this a day because
This is like insane. So sorry about like
it
we
was
just kept on
it was
bantering, but
awesome. I loved it. I
yeah.
actually loved it. It's just unfortunately, I think if I don't get up now, I'm never gonna move.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I actually have to go because I have to get up in about
Yeah.
4
Oh my
hours.
god.
So
Oh
I
my
better go
god. You have to
sleep.
get some sleep. Take care, my love.
Yeah.
It's been absolute pleasure. Let's do it again soon. And
Oh, I sent you an invite on I think
Discord,
what's it called? Skype, I
Skype.
think.
Oh.
Yeah, from just direct like messaging and that kind of stuff.
Oh, okay, okay.
So
I don't
just
actually
to
have a Skype account on the what's it called, Banksy style. That's the thing. How did you manage to send a Skype message to me
it was like it said live Banksy style on there, so I
on
assumed you were the only one.
Skype? I had no idea. I'm gonna have to go check this.
You go check this. So there you
I
go.
had
This
no
is
idea. There is no Banksy style. Maybe I
You
did
know what?
create
Can
it.
I tell you something, Banksy?
Mm,
This is what I'm going to be honest. I'm going to get the cat out of the bag. This was a revelation from Allah.
that's what it
He told
was.
me. Yes, he
That's how
created.
it came.
You
I
you did
see.
not have it.
I'll check
You
it,
did
but
not
if
have it I'll make it for you.
Yeah, if you're on Discord though, definitely send me a friend request.
I've never
Uh,
been on Discord. I don't even know how to work it. I'm
oh, I
like
see you're not
an
on
80
Discord.
year old woman with that. I don't
No
even know what
worries.
to do.
I tell you what. Are you well, I'll give you my Let me uh, okay. I'm gonna post my email address, and just
Okay.
just email me, and then we'll find other means of connection because I have no idea that Skype account is. I have never used that Skype account. It might not even be mine. I can't even remember if I ever created one on the Banksy. So Skype might be a bit weird, but
Okay.
we'll do Hangouts. I've got Hangouts with that
Okay.
same email account, and I'm on YouTube, of course, and Discord, so we can converse at least through those means. But yeah, email me and we'll take it from there.
Okay. Well, you
Awesome.
know what? You're welcome. Allah says we're gonna have so many great things. Okay.
Definitely.
Okay. It was great talking to you, Banksy.
Great talking
We'll
to
do
you.
this again. We'll do this again on a much shorter scale, like limited to like a couple of hours, like I guess normal people. But
Definitely.
such is the life of a prophet of Allah, right? This
Exactly.
is just goes with
Yeah.
the job.
You give and you give
So
and you give, That's how it
I know.
is.
Oh, we're going to get our own back soon, man. You have no idea. This is such a good gig. We are going to just go around. This is tailor. We're going to make the world tailor made for us. Okay.
Exactly.
All
Every time
right.
we need something done, that revelation will come.
Yes. It's amazing, right? It's amazing. It's
Amazing.
amazing. Amazing.
Take
All
care.
right.
Have a
I'll talk
good
to you
night.
later, brother. Bye.
Sleep well. Bye bye. Okay, boys and girls, I am going to end. Whoa, 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 whoa. Ooh, should have ended that before I started that. I don't know. Maybe that was a mistake. Okay, guys and girls. Thank you all for joining this day, night, whatever. I went through 5 a.m. till now. Which was insane, but it was so much fun. Nada's amazing fun. You got to give it to her. She's good fun, and she knows a lot, so much about so many things. Well, guys, thank you for coming. I'm gonna just sort of end it here. I'm looking for a little track or something to play. Uh, with like a going away. There you go. There you go. And that's how I'm gonna end it. Guys, thank you. Hold on. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Especially to this new Banksy Star Live, because this Banksy Star Live is my second channel in case the first channel gets all screwy. So yeah, let's help grow this channel. Let's see if we can make it to 1,000. Okay, guys, love you all. Hashtag not all, and have yourself a wonderful day and week. And I'll talk to you soon. Ciao.